Feng traveled through time. He arrived in Germany in 2015 and was dismissed from the Borussia Mönchengladbach club due to his lazy training attitude. But no one knew that he possessed a causality system. Professional players are not allowed to smoke, but he finds that smoking enhances his endurance. Professional players are not allowed to drink, but he finds that drinking boosts his explosiveness. Professional players are not allowed to party, but he finds that partying improves his coordination and jumping ability. From then on, an exceptionally unconventional player emerged in the world of football that he is unruly, he indulges in pleasures, and he goes against all professional ethics of players. Chapter 1 in June 2015, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. At the Borussia Mönchengladbach youth training base, in the U17 office, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Youth training director Blair sat at his desk, holding a data sheet, his chest slightly heaving, frowning as he spoke to a black-haired Chinese boy in front of him. Feng, shouldn't you explain to me why you were late for morning training 4 times this week? And according to rumors, it seems you have been going to nightclubs and are obsessed with video games. If that's the case, perhaps we should consider a better way to handle this and just give up on football altogether. What do you think? There was a hint of disgust in Blair's gaze as he tried to keep his tone calm. Why waste time here? Faced with Blair's questioning, Feng remained expressionless and shook his head, saying, Mr. Blair, I believe my hobbies haven't affected my performance. Hasn't affected your performance? Blair seemed to be amused with anger, throwing the youth team statistics sheet in front of Feng and sternly asking, being late and drinking doesn't affect your performance? Look at your recent data report. Why are your running stats on the field getting worse? Chapter 2. In Feng's mind, his current system data appeared. Name. Feng age, 17 height, 186 centimeters. Shooting ability, 71, long shot, 73, volley, 70, header, 68, curve, 75, penalty, 68, technical ability, 70, ball control, 74. Dribbling, 72, control, 70, short pass, 67, long pass, 68. Physical ability, 68, strength, 65, speed, 71, coordination, 70, reaction, 75, stamina, 59. Overall rating, 69, current cool value, 25. Cool value can be used to draw star skills, 20 cool value for 1 draw, 99 cool value for 5 draws, and a black star skill is guaranteed. Star skills drawn from cool value are ranked from high to low as black, gold, and silver. Black star skills are almost all signature techniques of world-class stars. For example, Beckham's free kick and Zidane's volley. The way to obtain cool value is even more outrageous. Feng needs to maintain the playing style of a laid-back Berbatov in matches, performing excellently with minimal running. Chapter 3. The yellow team, as the weaker side, did not play timidly. Instead, they quickly caught up and launched a high press, showing no signs of concession. However, it was still evident that there was a certain gap in strength between the two sides. In the red team's tight passing rhythm, the ball was firmly controlled at their feet. Even if the yellow team managed to gain possession, they would be intercepted by red team players before they could pass the midfield, initiating a new wave of attack. Feng remained in the forward position, merely maintaining the formation, doing some simple jogging, waiting for the ball to come to him. After 2 months of continuous testing, Feng roughly understood that even in these ordinary training matches, if he performed excellently with little running, he could only earn 1 cool value for an S-level evaluation. However, Feng also knew the principle of accumulating small amounts into larger sums. He certainly would not give up any opportunity to earn cool value. Under such circumstances that the 10-minute mark, the red team's midfielder Alge noticed that there was a gap where Feng was positioned, but Feng's slow movements made him hesitant to pass the ball to him. How could he assist a player like this, who was so laid back? Chapter 4. The ball flew into the corner of the net. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the yellow team's goalkeeper made a desperate dive to the right. But he still couldn't manage to save the shot, and the ball flew into the goal. 1-0. The red team, which had been dominating the yellow team, finally scored the first goal of the first half. The recently scored Hardy ran excitedly from the right side, joy written all over his face, and hugged Feng in excitement. Your name is Feng, right? That pass was amazing. I believe with your brilliant assist, you can definitely pass the trial and join our team. Feng patted Hardy on the back and politely replied, Thank you. Your shot just now was also very impressive. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Freiburg's head coach Dennis, who was watching from the coach's seat, incredulously touched his nose. He couldn't believe that the high-quality curve pass just made was executed by this young Chinese player who came for a trial. As an observer, He had seen Su Feng's movements clearly from a third-person perspective, controlling the ball, dribbling, cutting inside, and making a long pass, all executed flawlessly. Chapter 5. The ball soared into the air, and everyone on the field stood on tiptoe, eagerly watching its trajectory. Even Dennis, the head coach on the bench, couldn't help but look over. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the ball flew from Su Feng's foot, heading straight for the goal with unstoppable momentum. The shot was well placed. Thanks to Su Feng's superior ball control, the ball struck the goal at just the right height. Bang! The yellow team's goalkeeper didn't even have time to react before the ball hit the back of the net. The goal was scored. 2-0. Su Feng still showed little emotional fluctuation, merely clenched his fist and waved it a few times before turning to jog back to the midfield. The others were all frozen in place. The red team players even forgot to celebrate, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. This young Chinese kid, as soon as he received the ball, could dribble forward calmly into the penalty area. And in a critical moment, he remained composed, passed the ball back, and then took a powerful shot. How incredible! Is this the performance expected from a 17-year-old U17 youth training player? Even a first-team forward wouldn't perform like this. Chapter 6. Are you worried about his stamina? The assistant coach noticed head coach Dennis's concerns and patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Dennis, have you forgotten what we are here for? We are coaches. Aren't we supposed to correct players' bad habits and instill modern football concepts and tactics? I see this kid has the talent of Berbatov. Why can't we strictly supervise him, make him train hard, and turn him into the next Cristiano Ronaldo?" Upon hearing this, Dennis's eyes lit up, and he began to fantasize about future plans. Just think, if we could transform this kid into the next generation star, we would become renowned in the world football scene. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After listening to the assistant coach, Dennis's frown slightly eased. It seemed he was right. This truly was a rare opportunity. Dennis began to mentally picture future scenarios. In 2015, the young Chinese player Su Feng struggled in Germany due to his lack of stamina and faced numerous setbacks. After being unceremoniously dismissed by Borussia Mönchengladbach, his professional career was nearly over. Chapter 7. No problem. Su Feng nodded. €1 million in termination fees isn't a lot. As for the 2-year contract duration, that was also part of his consideration. He felt he wouldn't need 2 years to have a chance to join the first team and compete in the Bundesliga. Great. Feng, if there are no issues, let's sign a contract now. Assistant coach Steven excitedly handed a pen to Su Feng. Thank you. Su Feng took the pen, glanced over the contract's contents, confirmed there were no issues, and signed his name. Head coach, I wonder if the club could advance me a week's salary? I have very little money left from my time at Borussia Mönchengladbach, Su Feng said, scratching his head a bit shyly. The money he had saved up had already been spent at the nightclub over the past few days. To ensure he could continue his special training at the nightclub during this period, he had to ask the club for an advance on his salary. Dennis nodded without hesitation. No problem. Steven, take Feng to the finance department to collect a week's salary. Then show him to the player dormitory and help him get familiar with the club environment. Chapter 8. After changing clothes, Hardy followed Alge and Su Feng out of the Freiburg club's youth training base. The Freiburg youth training base is located on the southern outskirts of Freiburg city, with a bustling commercial street not far to the north. Alge, a native German who joined the Freiburg youth training program early, was very familiar with the surrounding environment. At his suggestion, the three of them went to a restaurant on the commercial street famous for its German-style sauerkraut and pork knuckles. During the meal, these three future mainstays of the U17 team quickly bonded and began calling each other brothers. After finishing the meal, Alge went ahead to settle the bill, then hailed a taxi to head back to the club. Sitting in the back seat, Su Feng saw that Alge was intent on returning to the club directly. He had just made it to the commercial street, and how could he go back without completing his special training? Thinking of this, Su Feng scratched his head and asked, "Captain, are we heading back directly?" Chapter 9. All right, coach. After Alge agreed, he turned back to the team and led the players in a warm-up jog. Buddy, why so serious? After all, it was only Su Feng's first day with the team, and a sudden special situation was understandable. There was no need to get so upset. Steven couldn't help but tease. Dennis shook his head and sighed, replying, on the first day with the team, shouldn't he leave a good impression on me? This is completely disregarding me as the head coach. Today he was also planning to conduct a physical assessment on Su Feng and tailor a training plan to develop him into an all-around forward, eventually promoting him to the Freiburg first team as a key player. If this is the attitude towards his profession, He might not even get playing time in the upcoming Deutschland U17 championship next week. Steven, who was standing nearby, quickly comforted head coach Dennis. He didn't want the team to lose a player with great potential because of this. The two stood on the field chatting for over an hour. While the other players had already begun their usual training, yet Su Feng's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 10. The contract signed by youth training players does not include playing time. This means that when Su Feng plays, and for how long, is solely decided by head coach Dennis. When the team has a significant lead, he might substitute Su Feng in during the last few minutes. Would that count as playing? Even if Su Feng doesn't touch the ball, he would still be considered to have played. Dennis dared to make this bet with Su Feng because he had already thought of a strategy. He intended to use this opportunity to suppress Su Feng's sharpness and mold him into a player he was satisfied with. Upon seeing Su Feng return to the team, Alj came over to him and started a simple passing drill. "Feng, didn't you say you were just getting up when I left? Why are you only here now?" Hearing Alj's concern made Su Feng feel deep down that he was a brother worth forming a close friendship with. He smiled slightly and replied to Alj, "I accidentally fell asleep again." Alj sighed and comforted him. "It's good that this is just your first time. The head coach probably won't hold this against you too much. To ensure you can start in the future, make sure you don't arrive late for training again." Chapter 11. Steven showed a speechless expression, rolled his eyes at Dennis, and said, "He joined our team definitely to play. What use is it for us to act? To sit on the bench?" Dennis nodded, but did not respond. He felt that Steven's statement was not without merit. Which professional football player would willingly sit on the bench, constantly kept by the coach as a substitute? Therefore, the reason Su Feng wasn't actively running on the field must be his attitude. He definitely needed to have a good conversation with him. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the door of the players' dormitory, room 203. Seeing the door was open, Dennis pushed the door and walked in. However, he was immediately met with a thick cloud of smoke that made it hard for him to open his eyes. Who is still smoking? Dennis stood frozen in place. As a longtime smoker, he was very familiar with this smoke, and he could even tell it was Marlboro's Black Label, his favorite brand. But as the smoke dissipated, he saw Su Feng standing there with his upper body exposed, holding a cigarette and inhaling deeply. "Head coach, what brings you here?" Alj, who was resting on the bed, immediately jumped up and walked toward the door upon seeing Dennis. Chapter 12. The next day. It was Saturday, and the originally quiet Freiburg youth training base was gradually filling with some fans. Freiburg City only has this one team, so the people living here naturally regard the Freiburg club as their home team, with the first team's match day tomorrow. Taking some time to watch the youth team's game at the training base is a nice diversion for these adult fans. Additionally, youth team matches do not charge admission. Clubs actively encourage their fans to come and cheer for the youth players, supporting their youth training development. Under the red and black sea at the training base, the players gradually appeared on the green field. The players in black and red were naturally the home team, Freiburg U17, while those in blue jerseys were Hamburg U17. They donned their gear and began to warm up on the pitch. "Feng, there's something I need to tell you." While Su Feng was focused on doing simple juggling training on the field, Freiburg U17 assistant coach Steven approached him. "Although your training results are very good, you won't be starting in this match." Chapter 13. During the halftime break, Freiburg U17 head coach Dennis realized through the situation on the field that he seemed to have lost his bet. The overall strength of Hamburg U17 was evident, and his quick passing strategy clearly wasn't working. He then re-explained the strategy for the second half to the starting players, focusing on breaking through from Hardy's right side, relying on Hardy's individual ability to bring the ball into the penalty area, and then crossing for a goal. Not long after, both teams returned to the green field for the second half of the match. Freiburg U17 kicked off the second half, but soon the ball was back in the hands of Hamburg players. With perfect teamwork, Hamburg quickly brought the ball to the baseline. Freiburg's defenders had no choice but to kick the ball out of bounds to clear it, but they also gave the opponent a corner kick. The Hamburg midfielder in the blue shirt took a nearly perfect corner kick from the corner area, flying directly towards a teammate near the penalty spot. The ball arced nicely through the air, and a Hamburg U17 center back jumped high, successfully connecting with the ball and powerfully heading it towards the net. Chapter 14. After Freiburg finished substituting, Hamburg initiated their throw-in. "Go for it, Feng. Whether we can turn the game around depends entirely on you. I believe you have the strength for this. Just run a lot, and I'll pass the ball to you." Alj's eyes lit up with hope the moment he saw Su Feng enter the field. He prayed in his heart that Su Feng would run more on the field, create more opportunities, and help Freiburg defeat their opponent. Su Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. However, it was certainly impossible to have him run a lot. Winning the match was important, but compared to the system's style points, the latter was clearly more significant. Moreover, even if he didn't run, he could still help Freiburg defeat Hamburg. After Hamburg's youth team kicked off, Feng slowly walked to his position, maintaining his team's formation. Therefore, the situation on the field did not change at all with Feng's entry. The strength of both sides was evident, and Feng knew that even if he actively ran, it wouldn't matter. He would still often be in a non-ball state. So it was better to slowly move in the front field and wait for opportunities. Chapter 15. A hint of shock flashed in the Hamburg U17 goalkeeper's eyes. The ball whizzed past him, and he exerted all his strength to dive left, hoping to block the shot. As long as he could touch the ball and change its trajectory, that would be enough. Unfortunately, Feng's shot was incredibly quick. The Hamburg goalkeeper didn't even get a touch on it. This meant it was almost like shooting at an empty goal. In this situation, any youth training player with decent foot skills could easily score. Not to mention Feng, who was dominating in the youth training team. Bang! As expected, a crisp sound echoed as the football smashed into the net from the far corner. The goal was scored. Beep! The referee blew the whistle, raised his arms to signal towards the center circle, indicating the goal was valid. Freiburg U17 pulled one back in the second half. The score is now 1-2, narrowing the gap to just one goal. Oh, Feng, you're amazing. That was an incredible goal. Seeing Feng score, all the Freiburg players ran towards him with excitement to celebrate this goal. Alge gave him a pat on the back, excitedly cheering him on. Chapter 16. The match restarted, and the Hamburg U17 players kicked off from the center circle. The game time reached 75 minutes, with about 15 minutes left until the end. For Hamburg, facing a relatively weaker Freiburg in their first match of a new season was certainly a pleasant situation. Winning this match to earn 3 points would be a great start. This is crucial for the players' morale. After all, maintaining the team's points in the upper tier of the youth league looks pleasing, not to mention the club's goals and rewards. At this moment, the head coach of Hamburg's youth team was patiently observing the situation on the sidelines. He was determined to secure these 3 points without any mishaps. Initially, he thought they could easily win based on the momentum from the first half. But the winger Freiburg brought on in the second half raised an inexplicable concern in his heart with his exceptional individual skills. Substitute Bijic, bring on Blake. Switch to a 4-4-2 formation. Focus on midfield possession, slowly organize the attack, and don't give Freiburg any chance for a quick counterattack. Chapter 17. A crisp sound rang out. The high-speed descending football was kicked by Feng, changing direction instantly, like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the goal. With the blessing of Van Persie's technique, this was a high-quality volley. The football soared through the air, displaying a very peculiar arc. In an instant, the entire football field seemed to freeze. No one made a sound, no one made any movement, because the sudden volley caught Hamburg's defenders completely off guard. They could only stare at the football, praying it would fly past the goalpost. The Hamburg goalkeeper was left dumbfounded after hearing the thud. He never expected that the football, which had just been cleared, would fly back towards his goal again. The crowded penalty area completely obstructed his view. By the time he saw the football, it was already within 2 meters of the goal. At such a short distance, he couldn't make any effective save. Bang! As expected, the football smashed into the net again. The goal was scored. Freiburg pulled another goal back in the last 10 minutes. Chapter 18. Beep. After both teams were ready, the referee blew the starting whistle. Because this free kick was more than 30 meters away from the goal, Freiburg's youth team did not have an outstanding free kick specialist capable of scoring from such a distance. Moreover, this kick was crucial for the outcome of the match. If Freiburg scored, they would snatch victory from their opponent at the last moment. Thus, the team opted for the safest method, a cross into the box. The team's best crosser, Captain Alge, took charge of this free kick, while other players prepared for headers and follow-up shots in the penalty area. Alge stood over the football, not rushing to kick, but observing the positioning on the field. Hamburg only sent a few forwards to symbolically block the shooting direction. The rest stood near the penalty spot, waiting for the cross. After a moment, Alge took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, then slowly began his run-up, striking the bottom of the football with the outside of his foot. Thud! The football soared into the air, reaching its highest point before rapidly descending, targeting the area near Hamburg's penalty spot. Chapter 19. After celebrating on the field for a while, the Freiburg players returned to the locker room to shower and change. The players chatted and laughed, subtly recognizing Feng as the core of the team. Initially, they were worried that Feng might struggle to adapt to the pace of the game after seeing his exceptional strength in training matches. But after witnessing him score a hat trick in the second half today, that concern vanished. At this age, the youth are full of energy, unwilling to bow to power, and admire only strong players. Captain Alge was particularly excited, wiping his head with a towel while chatting with Feng outside the locker room. "Feng, do you have plans tonight? The other players were all impressed by your performance this afternoon and want to invite you out for a celebration dinner. As today's hero, I hope you can join us." Feng smiled and nodded. "I would love to join." "That's great." Alge lightly punched Feng's chest in excitement to express his enthusiasm. Chapter 20. Meanwhile, at the Freiburg Youth Training Base, in the head coach's office, a slightly short and weary middle-aged German man in a suit was reclining on the sofa, chatting with Dennis. "Ed, what brings you back to Freiburg?" Dennis asked with a smile, handing a cup of coffee to the man named Ed. "My father ran into some issues in Freiburg, so I came back to help out." Ed took the coffee, sipped it lightly, and then set it down on the table as if he had no appetite. "I heard Freiburg U17 defeated the strong youth team Hamburg U17 at home today." Ed seemed reluctant to discuss why he returned to Freiburg and shifted the topic to football. He and Dennis were both from Freiburg and had known each other since childhood. They once joined the Freiburg club's youth training team as assistant coaches. A few years ago, Ed went to the Duisburg first team in the 2. Bundesliga as an assistant coach, while Dennis was promoted to head coach of the Freiburg youth training team. Being a native of Freiburg, Ed still considers Freiburg as his second team and pays close attention to the youth training situation of his old friends. Chapter 21. The Freiburg center back, named Barry, was hiding behind a sign, his eyes somewhat evasive. Tried to avoid the gaze of head coach Dennis and not be discovered by him. However, Dennis had already seen him, and he could only respond timidly. "Good evening, Mr. Dennis. What are you guys doing here?" Dennis asked, his voice a bit harsh and filled with confusion, as he slowly walked towards Barry. Before Barry could explain, Dennis had already reached the sign and took in the situation at the tavern entrance. Staring back at him was Alge, the captain of the Freiburg youth team, with other members of the Freiburg youth training team standing behind him. "Oh God, how could we be so unlucky? We ran into Mr. Dennis on the first try." One Freiburg player hiding behind couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Alge adjusted his head and awkwardly said, "Good evening, head coach." Dennis ignored Alge's greeting. His eyes filled with disgust and sternly questioned, "Alge, how did you end up here at the nightclub?" As he spoke, he slightly wrinkled his nose. The strong smell of alcohol from the players immediately hit him, making him instinctively cover his nose. Chapter 22. After finishing breakfast, Dennis was the first to stand up from his seat. "Steven, I'll 1T be going to the morning training session later. When you go, let Feng come to my office." Assistant coach Steven had to be present for morning training every day, while head coach Dennis only went to check in when he had nothing else to do. After seeing Steven nod in agreement, Dennis returned to his office. At 8 in the morning, the bright and warm sunlight shone down on Freiburg's youth training base. Assistant coach Steven stood on the sidelines, counting the number of players. After confirming that everyone had arrived, he issued orders to the players. "Alge, take the team to warm up first. We will have technical training shortly. At 10 o'clock, be on time in the locker room for a review of yesterday's match." Suddenly, Steven stopped speaking, his gaze fixed on a black-haired teenager in the crowd. "Feng, wait a moment. Mr. Dennis wants to see you in his office." Feng nodded, stepped out of the group, and stood next to Steven. He didn't feel too surprised about today's situation. Chapter 23. After that, Feng returned to the team with Alge and continued with the technical training. When 10 o'clock arrived, assistant coach Steven promptly called for everyone to stop their activities and head to the locker room on the sidelines. In the Freiburg Youth Training Base's locker room, besides a blackboard for tactical discussions, there was also a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall for coaches to review matches and analyze the playing styles of other teams. For issues from the last match, assistant coach Steven thoroughly analyzed for a whole hour, pointing out all the players' shortcomings. Of course, while reviewing the footage, Steven also specifically highlighted some of Feng's issues during the match, such as not making proactive runs forward and not actively coming back to receive the ball. Feng nodded, stating he would strive to avoid such issues in the next match. But how exactly to play better next time was still a question. After Steven finished analyzing the problems from the match against Hamburg, head coach Dennis stood up from his sofa and walked to the flat-screen TV. "All right, we have a little time left, so let me tell you about the opponent we will face in the next league match." Chapter 24. The next morning, Monday, in the Freiburg Administrative Building, in the head coach's office. On the desk of first-team head coach Streich was a thick document accompanied by a USB drive. As an established football club, Freiburg has a very complete youth training system. This document was compiled by the assistant coach responsible for data statistics at Freiburg. The USB drive contains some exciting videos of the youth players' matches. Every Monday following a match day, these materials will be delivered promptly to the head coach's desk. Freiburg's goal for the 2015 season was to be promoted from the Bundesliga to the Bundesliga. However, due to financial issues within the club, they did not make many reinforcements this season, instead promoting several talented defenders from the youth team to the first team. Streich sat in his office chair, resting for a moment while drinking coffee, and began to read the youth training documents on his desk. The data was organized by age, from U8 to U17. Young players' matches generally lack entertainment value, and Streich couldn't possibly consider promoting players from the younger age groups to the first team, so he looked through them very casually, merely skimming through a few pages. Chapter 25. In the following days, Freiburg U17 continued with intense training. Feng maintained a relatively regular daily routine, diligently completing the training tasks assigned by the coaches and spending all his free time playing pro evolution soccer in his dormitory. He didn't waste any rest time. Sometimes after meals or during training breaks, teammates would see Feng playing games on his phone. This led many players to believe that Feng had recently become addicted to video games, turning into a gaming addict. The team captain Alge, who shared a dorm with Feng, noticed all this. He thought about reminding Feng to spend his extra time on training. However, considering that Feng's skills were already outstanding in the team and he was performing well in regular training, he felt that such a reminder might come off as rude, so he swallowed his words. Thursday morning, the Freiburg youth training team conducted an internal training match as usual. Head coach Dennis made changes to the starting lineup based on discussions with the coaching staff, substituting the underperforming winger Balk and adding a defensive midfielder, switching the formation to 4-4-2. Chapter 26. Feng raised his hands, showing no signs of tension, and looked at Dennis nonchalantly. "Oh, Mr. Dennis. I was lying on the equipment resting after training just now." Upon hearing this, a look of suspicion crossed Dennis's face, unable to believe Feng's words. His disdainful gaze swept over Feng, and after careful scrutiny, he ultimately found the flaw in Feng's statement. "You were doing strength training, but not a drop of sweat is on you." Dennis spoke while pointing harshly at Feng's head with his finger. Seeing his excuse exposed by head coach Dennis, Feng felt a bit embarrassed and could only sigh, expressing his true thoughts. "Well, actually, I didn't train just now because I felt my strength had already met the standard and there was no need for further strength training. Instead, it would be better to improve my vision in football games." Dennis couldn't help but laugh out of anger. It was the first time he had heard such a ridiculous excuse. Setting aside whether his strength was up to standard, improving vision in football games? What nonsense was that? Moreover, as a forward, what does he need vision training for? He is not a midfielder who needs to organize attacks, right? Chapter 27. As the Dortmund forward charged into the penalty area, Freiburg's defense quickly retreated, realizing that his shooting route was about to be blocked. The Dortmund forward chose to shoot from the corner of the penalty area. Bang! The ball soared into the air. Perhaps the Dortmund forward focused too much on the power of his shot and neglected the angle, causing the ball to fly over the goal. In the stands, Dortmund fans were not disheartened by the missed shot. Instead, their cheers grew louder. In less than 5 minutes into the match, the effectiveness of Dortmund's counterattacking strategy was evident, almost breaching Freiburg's goal. The game continued with both sides stuck in a tense back and forth. In the 38th minute, during a speed tussle between Alge and a Dortmund center back, Fabian Ruiz suddenly intercepted the passing lane of Alge and Hardy, completing another tackle. After regaining possession, Dortmund did not delay the counterattack and sent a long pass directly to their forward, who was making a quick run. Dortmund fans' hearts lifted once more. After receiving the ball, the Dortmund forward controlled it and charged toward Freiburg's territory in large strides. Chapter 28. "All right, Mr. Steven." Feng nodded and got up to warm up at the sideline. He was not surprised to be called to play. As long as head coach Dennis wanted to win the match, substituting him in was the best choice. This was Feng's confidence, a confidence stemming from a high recognition of his own skills. No matter how solid Dortmund's defense was, could a bunch of 17-year-olds with an average rating of 60 stop him from scoring? 10 minutes later, both teams walked onto the field as the second half was about to begin. At this moment, The fourth official raised the substitution board. Freiburg's other forward was substituted off, and number 87, Feng, was put on the field. Since it was a halftime substitution, the previous forward did not come on and sat on the bench looking gloomy. Next to him sat the original left-winger Balk. Both of them were starters for Freiburg U17, but now they were both sitting on the bench together. At the sideline, Feng took a deep breath, bent down to touch the grass of the Hubisop Arena, and then ran onto the field. Chapter 29, Awesome Feng. You are the savior of the team. That volley completely stunned Dortmund. After scoring, Freiburg's players rushed to surround Feng, celebrating the goal. His goal lifted the gloomy atmosphere of Freiburg in the first half and broke the deadlock after a long period of attacking without success. However, although the score was still 1-1 and Freiburg had not definitively defeated Dortmund, this goal was irreplaceable in boosting the morale of the entire Freiburg team. While Freiburg players celebrated, the Dortmund players, in stark contrast, wore expressions of shock and frustration. The promising situation had disappeared in less than 10 minutes after the start, which was an unacceptable reality for them. On the field, star player Fabian Ruiz turned to Dortmund's coach, shrugging his shoulders to express that he had given his all in defense and could not remedy the situation. He then went over to encourage his fellow defenders by patting their shoulders. Chapter 30. Just as Fabian Ruiz got close, the sharp Feng had already seen everything. He used his right foot to flick the ball in the opposite direction of Ruiz, then leaped over Ruiz's foot. What? The fallen Fabian Ruiz showed a shocked expression on his face. He did not expect Feng's reaction time to be so excellent, able to evade his powerful sliding tackle at such a short distance. Nevertheless, he could not intercept the ball at Feng's feet and could only rely on the other three Dortmund defenders for help. After dodging Dortmund's Fabian Ruiz's tackle, Feng steadily advanced with the ball, quickly approaching the penalty area. At that moment, the second Dortmund defender also blocked Feng's path, preparing to use his strong body to keep him out of the penalty area. Bang, bang, bang. Feng skillfully dribbled the ball back and forth, the crisp sound causing the Dortmund defender to lower his center of gravity, trying to judge Feng's breakthrough route. But in the next second, Feng made a feint, using the tip of his right foot to flick the ball through the defender's legs. Chapter 31. After Dortmund finished substituting, the match quickly resumed. Dortmund's coach made a clear move by substituting in a forward, indicating that he did not want to settle for just 1 point against what seemed like a weak Freiburg team. However, the game did not unfold according to the Dortmund coach's expectations. Although the ball was mostly at the feet of Dortmund players, they could not organize a favorable attack. Every time the ball approached Freiburg's penalty area, it would encounter fierce interceptions from Freiburg's defense. Feng, having scored 2 goals, significantly boosted the morale of the entire Freiburg team. They might not be able to break through Dortmund's goal, but stopping the opponent's attacks within their own penalty area was still within their capabilities. As the game reached the 90th minute, it was about to enter stoppage time. Freiburg's midfielder seized on a passing error from Dortmund, intercepting the opponent's pass just outside their own penalty area. The ball changed possession, and the referee raised the board to indicate 3 minutes of stoppage time. In these final 3 minutes, all opportunities were in Freiburg players' hands. They could organize one last attack. Chapter 32. Not long after, the match restarted. The Dortmund players went crazy, trying to make a comeback in the last 1 or 2 minutes. But this impulsive and aimless charge only made things worse. The young players lacked composure and couldn't handle playing against the wind. Beep, beep, beep. Before the ball even entered the Freiburg penalty area, the referee raised the whistle and blew for the end of the match. Freiburg U17 defeated the strong youth team of Dortmund away. This was an outcome that no one had dared to imagine. But today, thanks to Feng's outstanding individual ability, the result of the match changed. Dortmund lost at home, and the young players hung their heads in disappointment as they slowly walked toward the locker room, knowing they would surely face a scolding from the head coach upon returning. Meanwhile, the Freiburg players continued to sweat on the field, celebrating their victory. Thank you, Feng, for your first goal of the season, and it turned out to be a game winner. I've never played in such an exciting match. Chapter 33. After the match, under Dennis's leadership, the Freiburg players boarded the bus back to Freiburg City. This big win even led the usually serious Dennis to generously give the whole team a day off. Feng's impressive performance in this match earned him 3 more swagger points, making him feel increasingly hopeful about his future. After returning to the training base, team captain Alge was ready to invite Feng out to celebrate again, but he specifically emphasized that they wouldn't go to a nightclub this time. However, Feng naturally declined. First of all, not go to a nightclub was just a waste of time. The morning match left him no time for his special training. And he also needed to prepare for joining Freiburg's first team in the future, needing to improve his attributes of other types. For now, lying in the dormitory playing games was a good choice. At 5 in the afternoon, at Duisburg Club, in the head coach's office, the head coach, Heibestan, leaned back in his office chair to rest after finishing his work. After a while, he took a sip of coffee and decided to review a scouting report just delivered by an old scout from the club before leaving for the day. Chapter 34. Confused. Strelick was not in a hurry to look at the offers from various clubs. Instead, he picked up the data report on his desk and flipped straight to the final U17 data. In the match against Dortmund U17 last week, he played for 45 minutes, contributing 2 goals and 1 assist. Seeing this data, Strelick gasped, his eyes filled with shock. Because in last week's match, Freiburg had only scored 3 goals in total, which meant that almost all of them were scored by Feng through his individual skill. This kind of performance truly showed outstanding potential, making it possible for other clubs to poach him. But the next moment, when Strelick saw Feng's running distance, he angrily slammed the data report on the table right in front of Bruns. Only running 800 meters in the entire second half? What was this kid doing? Assistant coach Bruns was taken aback. This data could indeed make all coaches furious. In modern football, which player runs less than 8,000 meters in a match? Running just 800 meters in the second half while fully energized, what could possibly be the excuse for that? Chapter 35. Hello, who are you? Feng stopped his training and responded with confusion. Bruns chuckled softly and explained, "You might not know me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Bruns, the assistant coach of the first team. It's normal that you don't recognize me since I haven't shown up much in U17. After saying this, Bruns looked at the black-haired Chinese boy in front of him, sizing him up. Feng, right? The first team head coach, Strelick, asked me to invite you to his office. Alge was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized what this meant. Being directly called to the head coach's office meant he was being promoted to the first team, right? Understanding this, his eyes showed immense envy. At the same time, he knew that this was an achievement Feng deserved for his excellent performances in recent matches. He wasn't jealous. He just equally longed for the day he could experience this. He just didn't know when that day would come. 10 minutes later, in the Freiburg administrative building, in the head coach's office, Feng walked in with anticipation, sitting across from the Freiburg head coach for the first time. Chapter 36. That's right. Feng shrugged, indicating that this was not his idea alone. After considering the situation of the Freiburg first team, Alge ultimately had to agree. The first team indeed did not lack forwards. Loaning Feng out would be more beneficial for his future development. Well then, brother, I wish you success in your first season with Paderborn, making a name for yourself. Alge stepped forward and hugged Feng, both happy and envious that he could compete in the second division so early and become a key player for a team. At the same time, he encouraged himself to work harder to keep up with Feng's pace, aspiring to play in higher leagues together in the future. After this little episode, Feng quickly returned to his dormitory, packed his luggage, and followed Paderborn's assistant coach, Bladrick, to the airport. In the taxi, Bladrick smiled as he sat next to Feng. I see your teammates call you Feng, so I'll call you that too from now on. Mr. Bladrick. That's of course fine. Feng nodded and smiled in response. All right, Feng, I wish you a smooth debut season at Paderborn. Once you arrive at Paderborn, if you have any issues in life or training, feel free to come to me, the assistant coach. I'll do my best to help you. Chapter 37. Strelick calmly picked up his coffee from the table and took a sip, then spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't this simple? A player with a very negative attitude and even basic professional ethics issues. Does the club really need to keep him? Such a player would never enter the first team at Freiburg, now that he has scored a few goals while young. Isn't loaning him out to gain some profit only reasonable? Moreover, this loan was personally decided by the club president. Can't he decide on the personnel changes of your team? Dennis seemed to be amused by the anger, lighting a cigarette for himself, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke before continuing. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, easily fooled? If a club wants to loan my player, shouldn't the president first consult my opinion? I thought you would definitely agree. Stretch opened his arms, indicating that he really did not mean it. After thinking for a moment, he took out last week's youth training camp data report from his desk, flipped to the last page, and brought it to Dennis, hoping to persuade him with the data. Chapter 38. the focus returns to the field. 17-year-old Feng, though tall, appeared somewhat frail standing among these seasoned players who had fought in the Bundesliga 2 for many years. However, it was fortunate that this was only in the Bundesliga 2, where physical collisions were not as intense as in the Premier League. Hey, are you just standing there strolling? Don't you know you should actively move around? How am I supposed to pass the ball to you? Red team midfielder Wydra stood impatiently in place after a failed offensive organization, angrily addressing Feng. He had intended to pass the ball to Feng so he could showcase his skills, but after the passing lane was blocked, Feng surprisingly continued to stroll in place, showing no intention of moving to create space. It was clear that anyone selected to play for a Bundesliga 2 club was not a useless player. They must understand the basics of movement. So his attitude in the game seemed overly passive. In response to Wydra's criticism, Feng waved his hand and said nothing. He continued to stroll around the field as if unaffected. Just now, when Wydra was organizing the attack, there was a clear flaw. There were two yellow team defenders right next to Feng, making it impossible for him to receive a pass. Yet he still wanted to pass the ball to Feng to let him show off. Chapter 39, yeah. After scoring, Feng stood in place, raised his hands, and waved in celebration. He felt extremely excited. This goal was of great significance to him, completely different from before. It was his first key assist while playing with real professional players in the first team. Although this was just an ordinary training match in the Bundesliga 2, it still proved that his skills had fully reached the level of the Bundesliga 2. Whether it was his footwork, passing vision, or football intelligence, it demonstrated that he could hold a place in the team. Of course, the head coach of Paderborn, Gerald, could also see his abilities from this goal, leaving a deep impression and allowing him to debut in the league sooner. This was a significant step in his career, proof of successfully integrating into the Bundesliga 2 from the youth team. Good job, kid. That was a beautiful pass. The red team players all ran over to high-five or hug Feng in celebration after the goal. Although the goal seemed to be scored by another forward, the credit belonged to Feng, who had made the breakthrough and delivered the assist. Chapter 40. Soon, both the red and yellow teams resumed the match, eager to showcase themselves in this limited-time training match, hoping for more playing time in the next game. On the sidelines, head coach Gerald and assistant coach Bradrick couldn't help but nod in approval of the spectacular goal. It was indeed an impressive performance. The footwork and ball-handling awareness were at the level of the top 5 leagues, and it seemed that our temporarily lone player did not disappoint us. Gerald patiently analyzed Feng's performance, squinting as he spoke. The only issue now is his attitude on the field. Or rather, can he actively move around during the game? Given his current situation, it will be difficult for him to adapt to our Paderborn style of play. Can we make some adjustments to encourage him to be more active on the field? Bradrick scratched his head, pondering for a moment before he couldn't help but share everything he knew. Head, I think it seems quite difficult if not impossible. From the data I received after the loan from Freiburg U17, Feng has played this way since joining Freiburg U17. Moreover, I've asked Feng, and he said he prefers this style of play. Chapter 41. As the training match approached its final minutes, Feng once again found a good opportunity from the top of the penalty arc. Red team midfielder Wydra intercepted a pass from the yellow team near the center circle and immediately launched a counterattack. At this moment, Feng keenly detected a defensive flaw from the yellow team, skillfully turned and moved forward to create space while raising his hands to ask for the ball. Bang! After scoring last time, Wydra no longer had concerns about Feng, so he immediately kicked across, aiming for the space behind the yellow team defenders. However, his pass seemed to lack the right force and was slightly too forward. A yellow team defender, leaving the goal, quickly rushed out of the penalty area to head the football away. The ball flew swiftly towards the penalty area. A yellow team center back ran towards the landing point of the ball, preparing to stop it with his foot. But the slowly moving Feng had already appeared near the landing point of the football. Before the yellow team player could stop the ball, Feng stretched out his foot from the side, lifting the football high over the head of the yellow team defender. Seeing the goal wide open, the yellow team goalkeeper once again rushed out of the goal, trying to block Feng's shooting path. Chapter 42. Gerald nodded, thought for a moment, and then continued. However, if we really want the team to successfully avoid relegation and achieve better results, we may still need to make some changes to better fit in with the team. I believe that in next week's debut, he will realize the gap between the Youth League and the Bundesliga 2, and then correct the bad habits he had in the Youth League. These shortcomings will be nearly insurmountable in the professional league, even in our lower Bundesliga 2 team. Bradwick nodded and did not continue speaking. Gerald's handling of this matter was excellent. He did not engage in a heated argument with the player over minor issues. Paderborn is in need of an excellent forward at this moment, and it can be said that Feng is their last hope. Although this hope may not have an immediate effect, it is still visible through effort. Allowing Feng to recognize his own issues and correct them is undoubtedly the best solution, which may also be the reason why Gerald can lead Paderborn to achieve a 3-tier jump. Chapter 43. Handling Personal Matters? Gerald frowned, realizing that Feng, who had just arrived at Paderborn and was temporarily living in the youth training dormitory, indeed needed to find a temporary apartment near the club. All right, I'll give you half a day off today. However, since you are unfamiliar with Paderborn, let Bradwick accompany you. If you need anything on the way, just ask him directly. Okay, Mr. Gerald. Feng nodded in agreement. He had many things to do in Paderborn today, and indeed needed someone familiar with the surroundings to help him. Not only did he need to rent an apartment, but he also needed someone to help him get acquainted with the environment so that he could find time for special training. After their discussion, Bradwick took Feng to lunch before leaving the training base of Paderborn Club. The training base is located in the northwest corner of the city, surrounded by beautiful scenery and convenient transportation. Many first-team players live in apartments about 1 kilometer away from the training base. After a brief introduction, Feng chose to live in this apartment. The rent was not very high, and professional players receive housing subsidies from the club, so Feng did not mind the rent much. Chapter 44. The next day, the first-team players of Paderborn underwent a day of tedious technical training. After the training ended, many first-team players chose to go home directly, without staying at the training base to have dinner and do extra training alone. Feng went alone to the canteen at the training base, planning to have dinner before going to the entertainment room to relax for a while. Today, assistant coach Bradwick specifically came to tell Feng that the logistics department of the club had replaced the snooker table in the entertainment room with a new one in the afternoon, so he didn't have to go far to relax at the square anymore. Feng was very grateful for this action. It not only showed Bradwick's noble qualities, but also represented Paderborn Club's emphasis on him. Feng, are you also having dinner in the training base canteen tonight? Just as he was thinking, first-team player Vidila, holding his tray, sat down beside Feng. It seemed like he was preparing to do extra training at the training base tonight. After yesterday's training match, most of the first-team players had already recognized this young player. At least his skills ranked among the top in the team. Chapter 45. Feng put away his cue and smiled while drinking water as he answered Vidila's question. Yes. Back home, I had a wide range of interests, but I ultimately chose my favorite sport, football. Now that I have become a professional player, I still participate in other recreational activities during my free time to relax. Vidila's eyes widened in surprise, and he froze in place. He wanted to refute Feng's words. Shouldn't a professional football player prioritize football? The career span of professional athletes is not long, and most players choose to retire in their 30s. Wasting time during their youth undoubtedly betrays their career. However, upon reflection, Feng's explanation also made sense, and perhaps they had different perspectives. He didn't want to continue arguing with Feng about this issue. In fact, many sports share commonalities. Seeing Vidila's astonishment, Feng turned to lean on the snooker table and adjusted his stance to aim at the black ball on the table. Look, even though it seems like I'm playing snooker, there are many principles in snooker that are similar to football. You need to use the cue to pot the other balls with the black ball, which is akin to organizing an attack on the football field. Chapter 46. 1 minute later, head coach Gerald angrily kicked open the door to the entertainment room. As expected, Feng and Vidila were engaged in an intense match around the snooker table. What time is it now? You two are still playing snooker in the entertainment room? Gerald stood at the door, pointing angrily at the clock on the wall, not hiding his fury at all, and sternly reprimanded them. Can you have a basic sense of time? Don't you know there's a tactical analysis session in the afternoon? Huh. Vidila was flustered for the first time in such a situation. Aren't we supposed to do strength training in the afternoon? Don't you check the notifications on your phones? Gerald frowned and shouted loudly, spitting as he spoke. The coaching staff and other players are waiting for you two in the locker room. But you two have come to the entertainment room to play snooker. Being late for tactical analysis, is that something a professional player should do? Recently, Feng had plenty of rest time and could easily complete special training in the entertainment room. Therefore, he generally wouldn't choose to be late for training. It was entirely unnecessary. Chapter 47. Seeing his name appear on a roster of 18 players, Feng was not very surprised, but but he still felt a bit excited inside. Having crossed over to this world, he had spent more than half a year here. Originally, he was just playing around in the youth league, but now he was really stepping into the professional league. Moreover, although he was only on the bench, according to head coach Gerald, he would definitely get on the field in the second half to adapt to the rhythm of the game. The time might be short, but for a newcomer just joining the Bundesliga, it was enough. At the age of 17, being able to join the first team as a forward and having the opportunity for a debut could be said to exceed the experiences of most historical players. Feng, congratulations on making it to the roster for the next match. Paderborn's captain Hummels came over to Feng, patted him kindly on the shoulder, and encouraged him. According to the coach's habits, you will definitely make your debut in the next match. I believe you could score a goal then. Hummels' words were actually polite. Many forwards in football history couldn't score on their debut, let alone in a morale-dwindling team like Paderborn. Chapter 48. The phone rang for a while before it was answered. On the other end, Gerald's somewhat tired voice came through. Mr. Stretch, why are you calling me so late? Is there something important? Stretch forced a smile, his tone softening as if trying to mask his thoughts. It's nothing important. Just wanted to ask if you were still preparing for tomorrow's match against Sandhausen? Yes. Sandhausen is not a strong team in the Bundesliga, and their performance in the last 2 matches has not been good. Perhaps tomorrow is our chance to achieve our first victory. If that's the case, then I should congratulate you in advance on your victory, Mr. Gerald. Suddenly, Gerald's voice on the other end became somewhat impatient. Stretch, just say what you need to say. I have a lot of work waiting for me to handle, and no time to chat about these trivial matters. Seeing Gerald's impatience, Stretch didn't continue to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I'm calling to ask how Feng is performing with you in Paderborn. Has he met the requirements to be a substitute player for your club? Chapter 49. Before long, the fans in Hart Forest Stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Hart Forest Stadium underwent a renovation after Sandhausen was promoted to the Liga in 2008, and now it can accommodate about 14,000 spectators, with all seats filled. However, among these people, the vast majority are fans of Sandhausen, with only a small portion being fans of Paderborn. They are all looking forward to the start of the match, hoping their home team can achieve victory today, especially the fans of Sandhausen, who are at home today, enjoying a natural home advantage, hoping to break the team's streak of not winning in the previous 2 rounds of the league. Currently, Sandhausen has played 2 matches with 1 draw and 1 loss, accumulating 1 point, sitting at the bottom of the league standings, but it's still much better than Paderborn's 0 points. Bang, bang, bang. On the sidelines, fans are holding high flags emblazoned with the Sandhausen team emblem, rhythmically swaying to the beat of the drums. This is the fans cheering for the Sandhausen players, hoping to ignite their fighting spirit and secure these crucial 3 points against Paderborn at home. Chapter 50. In the stands, Sandhausen fans immediately stood up from their seats, waving their arms and erupting into cheers to celebrate this spectacular goal. The Sandhausen midfielder who scored the goal quickly ran to the goal line, showing his jersey to the fans. Other players who came over hugged him together, celebrating his breakthrough of Paderborn's defense. On the other side, Paderborn fans wore expressions of despair and booed loudly, creating a stark contrast with the excited Sandhausen fans. Sitting on the bench, Feng felt the atmosphere of the goal on the field and became increasingly eager for the match. This feeling indeed left him, as a young player, somewhat unable to grasp, making him want to step onto the field immediately and score his own goal, enjoying that sense of accomplishment. Moreover, this is just a home game for a lower-tier team in the Bundesliga. What would it be like in the stadiums of top Bundesliga clubs like Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, or Bayer Leverkusen? Chapter 51. After the German commentator finished his introduction, he couldn't help but cast his gaze on Feng. Undoubtedly, in his impression, China has always been a football desert in the world, with very few decent players able to make a mark in European competitions. Even Zhang Shizhe, who joined Bundesliga club Wolfsburg, has only made a substitute appearance in a friendly match against Gdansk. Therefore, he genuinely believes that Feng will not have any outstanding performance in this match. Moreover, this is the 3rd round of the Bundesliga. Isn't it a bit too radical to bring in a young player who just came out of the youth training camp as a substitute? In the stands, both sets of fans showed puzzled expressions when they saw Feng come on. For Paderborn fans, in such a critical match of the 3rd round of the Bundesliga, how could the head coach let a young player they had never heard of take the field as a substitute? Where did this kid come from? This was the most straightforward doubt in the minds of Paderborn fans at that moment. Also, can China even play football? I have hardly seen any players from there in the top 5 leagues. Chapter 52, with a swift volley. Feng executed the shot cleanly, keeping the ball low. The football maintained a height of about half a person's height, flying towards the left corner of the goal. However, as soon as Feng raised his hand to signal for the ball, Sandhausen's goalkeeper had already sensed he might shoot, so he was quite focused. When the ball came spinning at high speed, he leaped to the left side of the goal to make a diving save. Fortunately, the Sandhausen goalkeeper did touch the ball, but the powerful shot hit his hand, preventing him from securely holding onto it. Butterfingers. The ball rolled from his hands and, propelled by its remaining speed, rolled into the goal. Beep. The referee immediately blew the whistle, pointing to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. The goal is in. Feng's volley sent the football crashing into the opponent's net. In his debut, he scored his first goal, which is also Paderborn's first goal of the season. Oh! Instantly, Paderborn fans stood up from their seats, waving their arms, celebrating this crucial goal. Chapter 53 on the other side, Sandhausen's players looked dejected, heads down, with their hands a loss, faces filled with disappointment. The goalkeeper was even covering his face, lying on the ground crying, seemingly unable to forgive himself for the blunder he just made. They couldn't believe that the advantage they had worked hard to secure in the first half was suddenly equalized by a young player making his professional debut. While there was some luck involved in the goal, without that young player's high-level volley, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. Moreover, this goal was scored just before the end of the match. This not only infuriated Sandhausen's players, but also left the fans unable to accept it. They didn't know whether to lament Feng's good fortune or to blame Sandhausen's goalkeeper for his blunder. Damn it, where did this kid from China come from? He just stepped on the field and equalized the score? Isn't it said that their football level is very low? Why was his shot so accurate? Can Sandhausen show some spirit? Are they really going to hand over the 3 points that were almost in their grasp? Sandhausen fans loudly expressed their dissatisfaction in the stands. Chapter 54 at this moment, all the Sandhausen fans stood up, their eyes fixed on the ball, hoping it would go in. Duong. A dull clang echoed as the ball hit the crossbar and bounced out of play. Sandhausen fans let out a sigh, regretting that this goal didn't go in. Ah! The Sandhausen left winger who took the shot lay on the ground, pounding the grass in frustration. If this goal had gone in, it could have almost killed the suspense of the match. In the remaining minutes, it would be incredibly difficult for Paderborn to pull one back. Then, Paderborn's goalkeeper anxiously took the new ball thrown by the assistant referee, preparing to take a goal kick. Sandhausen's players, too, couldn't afford to feel dejected, quickly turned and ran back to their half to prepare for defense. In the final moments, if Paderborn doesn't make a mistake, they will have one last chance to organize an attack. Whether Sandhausen secures 1 point or 3 will depend on Paderborn, so Sandhausen's players dared not take it lightly, obediently retreating to their half and forming a defensive wall. Chapter 55, the penalty spot. Feng gazed intently at the Sandhausen goal, slowly exhaling a breath. He is making his debut in the professional arena, and it's impossible to say he isn't nervous while taking this penalty kick. This penalty could determine the outcome of the match. Whether Paderborn will secure 3 points at the city ground or settle for a draw with Sandhausen is still unknown. Beep. The referee on the field blew the whistle, signaling that the penalty kick could begin. The Sandhausen goalkeeper quickly became focused, bending down to keenly watch Feng. He knew this kid had excellent shooting skills, making it hard to save the ball. Moreover, at this critical moment in the match, he felt immense pressure. But whether for the team or for himself, he had to give it his all and perform at his best. At that moment, it felt as if time had stopped in the entire city ground. The packed fans and everyone on the substitutes bench stood up, tiptoeing to focus on the penalty spot. There was no noise, no shouts, and they could even hear their own hearts pounding. In front of the penalty spot, Feng took one last look at the goal before shifting his gaze to the ball and slowly began his run-up. Chapter 56 indeed. Feng's performance in this match was truly stunning. Bladrick covered his face with both hands, seemingly trying to hide his excited tears. He had waited too long for this victory. After 2 rounds of the new season, Paderborn had failed to earn a single point, and the entire coaching staff had lived under a cloud of pressure for the past half-month. Now, he could finally hold his head high in front of the Paderborn management. After briefly controlling his facial expressions, Bladrick walked over to Gerald and clapped him on the shoulder, saying with some emotion, "In the future, we can give Feng more playing time. If he can maintain this performance in every match, I believe he will become the most lethal weapon on Paderborn's front line." Gerald stood up, slightly fixing his disheveled hair from excitement. Don't worry, Bladrick. After the match, I will devise a tailored strategy for Feng based on his playing style. I won't let Paderborn easily be relegated to the 3rd division. Chapter 57. Logically, having such a player should make the entire coaching staff happy. However, Feng bore the weight of a buyout contract with Paderborn. The better he performed, the more likely Paderborn would have to fulfill the buyout clause, ultimately causing Freiburg to incur greater losses. At just 17 years old, Feng made his debut as a substitute for about 60 minutes and scored twice, helping the team come from behind against Sandhausen. There is no doubt that this statistic is quite terrifying, as long as he isn't just a flash in the pan and maintains stable performances this season. It won't be long before he might compete in higher-level leagues. Take the Bundesliga, for example. He could easily start as a forward for a mid to lower-tier team, in which starting forward in the Bundesliga has a market value below 15 million euros. None. Moreover, if he shines this season with Paderborn and helps the team achieve good results, even if he doesn't move to a higher league, he could still have a market value of over 10 million euros by the end of the season. By this calculation, regardless of how it plays out, Freiburg's loss of nearly 10 million euros is already a certainty. Chapter 58. After a brief celebration at the City Ground, the Paderborn players followed head coach Gerald out of the stadium, boarding the bus to return to Paderborn. The long-awaited victory put Gerald in a very good mood on the bus. With a wave of his hand, he granted all the players a day off. This meant that once the bus arrived at the Paderborn training center, they could go straight home to rest and wouldn't have to come to the club for training the next day. Feng, do you have any plans for tonight? Vidila, sitting next to Feng, gently nudged him while he was resting his eyes. Despite lowering his voice, his excitement was still evident. Not yet, why? Are you planning to take me out? Feng opened his eyes, flashing a bright smile. Vidila didn't directly respond, but instead gave him a thumbs up. The two relatively young players didn't need much verbal communication to finalize their plans for the evening. As for where to celebrate tonight's victory, they could decide once everyone gathered together. Chapter 59. A middle-aged man enthusiastically approached Gerald, placing his glass on the bar and warmly shaking his hand. Mr. Gerald, it's great to meet you here. Are you and the Paderborn players here to celebrate the game? Haha, today's match was truly exciting. Substituting Feng was a perfect decision. Being recognized by fans in the nightclub and discussing the victory was usually a very pleasant experience. However, what this fan said made Gerald furrow his brow. What did he mean by celebrating the game with Paderborn players? This nightclub was owned by an old friend of Gerald's, who was also a longtime Paderborn fan. Gerald had come alone tonight to enjoy a drink with his friend and share the joy of the team's first win of the season. But what was up with the other Paderborn players? Did they also come to this nightclub to drink? In professional teams, drinking is strictly prohibited, but some older players still occasionally have a drink with friends. Chapter 60. Prijovic lowered his head in shame, feeling embarrassed about his performance since returning to Paderborn this season. Hull City Football Club is, after all, a club that has long fought in the Premier League. Yet Prijovic, returning from the Premier League to the 2nd division, did not experience the expected drop in competition level. Instead, he became indistinguishable among the crowd, failing to score in 3 matches. Mr. Gerald, I will work twice as hard in future matches. Prijovic shyly scratched his head, his eyes filled with melancholy. Now, I will go home to rest well and practice at the training ground tomorrow. Gerald shot him a stern look and waved his hand, speaking somewhat harshly. That's not necessary. Since you guys are already drunk tonight, just rest at home tomorrow. However, the club has rules and will impose corresponding penalties on you. Don't expect any bonuses for winning this match. Here, Gerald looked at Feng, paused for a moment, and finally just said, go back early before turning to leave. Chapter 61. In the following days, Feng returned to his normal training routine. Head coach Gerald, as he had said back at the nightclub, deducted all the match bonuses from Richvich and Feng. The other players of Paderborn were initially shocked when they saw the news. After all, Feng was the team's biggest contributor in the last match against Sandhausen. Scoring twice in his debut match, he had already been fully accepted by the Paderborn players. However, due to Gerald's authority in the team, the players could only feel pity for Feng, who had encountered the head coach on his first visit to a nightclub. No one dared to directly plead for Feng, as they were all hoping their recent performances would catch Gerald's eye and earn them a spot on the roster for the next league match. In this atmosphere, more and more players began to stay after training each afternoon to work on their skills. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Su Feng observed all of this. Although he didn't need to sweat it out on the training ground, he still enjoyed the atmosphere. Chapter 62, as Gerald's words fell. The Potterborn players in the locker room were momentarily stunned, then erupted with mixed emotions. It turned out that the two players who had been rotating in the center forward position felt a bit dejected, lowering their heads. Even though they had seen the last match against Sandhausen and knew that Su Feng would eventually take their positions, was this day coming too soon? Having joined the team for less than half a month, and at just 17 years old being named Potterborn starting center forward, was Gerald being a bit too aggressive? In professional teams, if a player with better ability emerges in the same position, it is inevitable that you will be pushed out of the starting lineup. Perhaps it is this healthy competition that has led to the current state of football development. The other Potterborn players expressed sentiments of admiration and envy, but most offered Su Feng their heartfelt congratulations. After all, his tactical skills were evident, and placing him in the starting lineup greatly enhanced Potterborn's overall attacking capability. Chapter 63, on the sidelines. Potterborn's head coach, Gerald, sat on the bench with his longtime partner Bradrick, looking a bit heavy-hearted. Facing a strong team like Bochum, which ranked high in the league, they couldn't possibly feel relaxed on the sidelines. The gap in strength between the two teams made it highly probable that Potterborn would end up losing. Gerald could accept the loss, but if they conceded one goal, it wouldn't be too embarrassing at Bentler Arena. However, if Bochum unleashed their firepower and scored 3 or 4 goals, the confidence Potterborn had just built would crumble, and he would face the wrath of the traveling Potterborn fans. Bradrick, do you think Feng can score another goal in this match? Gerald suddenly posed a tricky question to Bradrick while scanning the Potterborn players on the field. How to answer this? World-class forwards like Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic, and Messi can't guarantee a goal in every match. And to expect a 17-year-old kid, making his debut in the second division, to score frequently? Chapter 64, perhaps, it was because this match was being played at Potterborn's home ground. The players were spirited and played quite well, spurred on by the cheers from the sidelines. Both teams pressed hard, with possession frequently changing hands in the midfield, rarely entering dangerous areas. But they managed to create several offensive and defensive efficiencies. And just like that, the first 15 minutes of the match flew by. On the spectators' stands, many Potterborn fans noticed an issue with Su Feng on the field. Why was this number 23 player so passive? He wasn't even tracking back. This was the first impression of fans watching Su Feng's match for the first time. Such a playing style is rarely seen in modern football. The modern football philosophy requires players to move frequently on the field to create attacking space and opportunities. For example, years later, when leading Manchester City to win the Champions League, Coach Guardiola always thought about how to have more players in the midfield than the opponent when studying tactics. Then, relying on the numerical advantage in the front line, they would frequently reposition to create attacking space and strike a fatal blow against the opponent. Chapter 65. The Potterborn fans at the scene saw the hope of a goal and instantly stood up from their seats, waving their arms and shouting. The two wingers coming back to defend had no idea what was happening, and when they turned around, the sight before them left them agape. They saw a player wearing Potterborn's number 8 jersey charging in at high speed towards the ball, preparing to shoot at the goal. Damn, that pass was perfectly placed, finding the gap in Bochum's defense. As the defender turned to look at the ball, he could only silently pray that his goalkeeper would block the shot. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Pritchvich lifted his foot and shot towards the goal. At such a close distance, the result was not what the Bochum player had expected. Whack! A crisp sound echoed as the ball undoubtedly smashed into Bochum's goal. No one could have anticipated that after Su Feng's rainbow flick. A delicate pass helped the team score the first point, nor did anyone expect that the weaker Potterborn would take the lead in this match. Chapter 66, that was amazing. On the press stand, the German commentator rapidly narrated the entire process of the goal to the fans watching the match on TV. The young Chinese player from Potterborn had actually dribbled past Bochum's defender with a rainbow flick. Then he made a direct pass to the advancing Potterborn right winger, Pritchvich, successfully helping Pritchvich score his first goal since returning to Potterborn this season. This combination was truly shocking. The new attacking combination for Potterborn had produced a wonderful chemistry, leading to frequent goals in recent matches. However, compared to the assist, I am more eager to see Su Feng continue to have other brilliant performances on the field and score goals. At the same time, on the sidelines, Bochum's young coach Butcher was angrily shouting at the central defender who had just failed to cover Pritchwitz due to a defensive lapse, spreading his hands in confusion. Fack! Fire! What are you doing running into the middle of the penalty area to assist in defense? Chapter 67, near the center circle, waiting for the kickoff. Su Feng's eyes were filled with passion, and a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. He was not feeling disappointed or frustrated about the goal conceded by Paderborn. Instead, he felt a bit excited. ISNT, such a rapid transition between offense and defense, the true essence of football. Competition is what showcases the charm of the game. So what if a goal was conceded? We could just score 2 more later. After the game resumed, the fighting spirit of both sides was ignited, and the midfield pressure continued. However, the pace seemed not as rapid as at the beginning. After all, the players' physical stamina was a factor, and relentless sprinting would only lead to exhaustion and substitutions. Beep, beep. In this situation, the referee quickly blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Both teams had scored 1 goal each and returned to the locker room to rest. Bochum's wingers' wish to score another goal and enjoy a comfortable halftime did not come to fruition. 15 minutes passed quickly, and after the players hydrated and stretched, they soon returned to the field. At the start of the second half, both Paderborn and Bochum made substitutions. Chapter 68, Su Feng successfully judged the landing spot of the second ball, getting in front of the Bochum player and controlling the football at his feet. This was one of the few counterattack opportunities for Paderborn in the second half. And at this moment, the one with the ball was the young rising star who had emerged from Paderborn in the last 2 matches. In front of him stood 2 Bochum defensive midfielders. What dazzling performance will Feng show us in this attack? Let's wait and see. The German commentator for this match had watched Paderborn's previous game against Sandhausen and greatly appreciated the young player Su Feng, even feeling somewhat impressed by him. As he saw Su Feng with the ball, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he passionately shouted about the situation on the field. Paderborn fans, upon seeing Su Feng in possession, couldn't help but stand up and cheer for him, recalling his brilliant rainbow dribble earlier. Meanwhile, the few Bochum fans looked on with concern, fearing that he might deliver another devastating last-minute blow to Bochum like he did in the previous match. Chapter 69, it seems Su Feng noticed the mindset of the 2 defenders in front of him and flashed them a brilliant smile. Then, he stopped the ball with a shoulder drop, suddenly changed direction, and pushed the football towards the right. As the ball came about half a meter to his side, Su Feng timely followed up, again using his left leg to stop the ball right at his heel. Following this was a right-footed nutmeg, a flick, and a leap to dribble past. Another incredibly smooth rainbow dribble unfolded at Benthiler Arena. The entire viewing area erupted with deafening cheers from both Paderborn and Bochum fans. In recent years, it has been rare to see such an exciting rainbow dribble in the top 5 leagues. Even Samba dancer Neymar uses this skill only in the remaining time of matches without suspense. Yet in this crucial early season matchup in the 2. Bundesliga, to witness a young player consecutively using the rainbow dribble to break through is truly shocking. This move requires not only exceptional skill, but also a calm and confident demeanor on the field. Regardless of the match's outcome, this will be a memorable game. Chapter 70 Fact. Just as the Paderborn players celebrated, the Bochum defender who had been humiliated by Su Feng's rainbow dribble twice couldn't help but walk over to their direction, angrily cursing at them. What the hell? So what if you have some skills? If you have the ability, come do it again and see if I won't break your legs. In European football culture, using a rainbow dribble or nutmeg is considered a provocation and a sign of disrespect towards the opponent. The defender had been a bit dazed during the defensive play. Otherwise, he would have angrily tackled Su Feng down on the spot after being toyed with twice. However, whether he committed a foul on the pitch or provoked the opponent after scoring, it only highlighted his incompetence. His lack of skill was why he was outplayed by a rainbow dribble. In football, the strong are respected. If someone can skillfully dribble past you, why get angry? Sensing the situation was escalating, other Bochum players quickly pulled this defender back to avoid further conflict. Meanwhile, the Paderborn players were too far away and caught up in the joy of their goal. Thus, they did not hear the defender's curses. Chapter 71, So Beautiful. Another 3 points in the bag. On the sidelines, Paderborn's coach Gerald wore an excited smile and couldn't help but applaud Su Feng on the pitch. Even the substitutes from Paderborn stood up behind Gerald, waving their hands in celebration of the team's victory. On the pitch, before Su Feng could run to the sidelines to celebrate, his teammates surged forward, surrounding him in the middle and embracing him in celebration. Feng, we actually beat Bochum. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. Thank you, Feng, for scoring that crucial goal. Fact, Feng is only 17, and he has scored 3 goals in 2-2 Bundesliga matches. This is definitely talent. At this rate, we won't have to worry about relegation anymore. In stark contrast to the celebrating Paderborn players were the dejected Bochum players. Some had their hands on their hips, some helplessly lowered their heads, and others even buried their heads in their hands, despairingly lying on the ground, unwilling to get up. This season, the upper management of Bochum had set the goal for them to rise to the Bundesliga. Chapter 72 seconds later, the reporters regained their composure and immediately rushed to continue questioning Feng as if they had gone mad. Mr. Su, what made you so confident to directly say you were competing for the 2 Bundesliga Golden Boot in your debut season? Mr. Su, Paderborn was only ranked 15th after the last victory. Do you really think there is hope for promotion to the Bundesliga this season? What do you think the chances are? Paderborn is in great form right now. Can you tell us if it's because Coach Gerald made any tactical changes? In fact, scoring 3 goals in 2 rounds is not an exaggerated statistic in professional football leagues. After all, some excellent forwards can complete a hat trick in a single match, or even achieve 4 goals. But what gives a 17-year-old newcomer making his debut in the 2 Bundesliga the audacity to speak so boldly? As a result, these journalists did not have a very good first impression of Feng, thinking he was a bit too young and arrogant. However, an excellent professional journalist does not care about such things. They only need to extract some highlights from the interviewee's words to attract traffic. Even if they are not optimistic about Feng, they will continue to pay attention to his performance in the remaining matches of the 2 Bundesliga. Chapter 73. Feng's speech at the press conference undoubtedly became the explosive news of this issue in the 2 Bundesliga. In fact, the attention on 2 Bundesliga news in Germany is not very high. But a 17-year-old young talent from Huagua, he actually declared that he would lead Paderborn to the Bundesliga and compete for the top scorer award in this season's 2 Bundesliga. What fan wouldn't be confused upon seeing this news? It should be noted that winning the top scorer award in the 2 Bundesliga almost guarantees a starting position in a mid to lower Bundesliga team. And a 17-year-old rookie in Paderborn dares to be so arrogant? Stretch quickly browsed through several top-ranking news articles, then sighed and angrily threw his phone onto the sofa. The news exaggerated Feng's speech at the press conference and naturally included his recent performances in Paderborn. Seeing this, how could Stretch tolerate it? This player came from the Freiburg youth training camp and is now firmly seated as a starter in Paderborn. If he leads Paderborn to achieve a good result this season and manages to rank among the top scorers, how much will his market value be at the end of the season? Chapter 74. As Stretch fast-forwarded, the video on the computer showed Feng advancing with the ball. Facing the close marking of a Bochum defender, Feng moved swiftly and smoothly executed a rainbow flick. After getting past the defender, he controlled the ball and quickly noticed a winger making an overlapping run, passing the ball to him. In the end, the winger scored as expected. The entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers, while the powerful Bochum players hung their heads in frustration. Witnessing this scene, both Stretch and Bruns showed a hint of shock in their eyes. Initially, they couldn't perceive Feng's strength just from the statistics. But now, seeing the scene in the video where Feng executed a rainbow flick and assisted his teammate in scoring, the movements were fluid with no unnecessary actions. Is this really a young player who was recently training in a youth academy? Stretch shook his head, hesitant to make a quick judgment, and continued to drag the video progress bar to the next Paderborn goal. At this point, the match was nearing its end, with Paderborn and Bochum tied at 1-1. Chapter 75. In this somewhat unfamiliar city, Feng's social circle was small, limited to the players of Paderborn. And those who could recognize him in this small tavern were undoubtedly fans of Paderborn. Yes, that's me. Feng was slightly taken aback, then smiled and nodded in response. Hearing Feng's affirmative answer, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat excited and limped over to sit in front of Feng. I can't believe I would meet you in my tavern. Paderborn hasn't had a talent like you in years. From the middle-aged man's mannerisms, Feng felt he was not an ordinary fan. He seemed to have a deep sense of identification with Paderborn, stronger than that of a typical fan, perhaps even surpassing that of a Paderborn player. It's great to meet you here, sir, Feng said, handing a bottle of beer to the middle-aged man in front of him. After receiving it, the middle-aged man casually opened the beer and took a big gulp, then tilted his head and continued, back in my day, when I played for Paderborn, we were still in the regional league. Chapter 76. Given Feng's current state, where do you think his future lies? After a while, assistant coach Bradrick nudged the silent Gerald, who was deep in thought. Gerald pondered for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "It's hard to say, but at the very least, he won't belong to the two. Bundesliga. His ability has already conquered you and me. The rest is up to time." Gerald's assessment was quite fair. It can be said that under Gerald's leadership, this Paderborn team has fully accepted Feng, who runs very passively on the field. The results have also been optimistic, as he helped the team achieve a good performance. If we set aside this flaw of his, Gerald could guarantee that Feng would certainly achieve excellent results in the future, standing on a higher stage to compete for the highest honors in world football. However, given the current situation, he couldn't know whether Feng would be utilized by those European giant clubs. Bradrick nodded and chose not to continue discussing the topic. After a while, Bradrick picked up the whistle in his hand and blew the final whistle to signal the end of training. Chapter 77. Local time, 1:30 p.m. At MSV Arena, the players of Paderborn and Duisburg were warming up on the field. The fans from both sides were almost all in place, and the stands where Paderborn fans were located were passionately chanting the name of a Chinese player. Hearing these cheers, Duisburg's head coach, Aldrich, couldn't help but furrow his brows and asked his assistant coach, Ed, in confusion. "Ed, the kid that Paderborn fans are shouting for is that one from the Freiburg Youth Academy, right?" As the head coach of Duisburg, he had naturally researched the profiles of Paderborn's first-team players and watched videos of their previous matches. The once struggling Paderborn suddenly found their form, achieving 2 consecutive victories in the league, and the reason for this was actually that player who had been rejected by Duisburg. This made Duisburg's head coach, Aldrich, feel miserable. Ed glanced at Feng, the lone player for Paderborn, who was training on the field, feeling a bit melancholic. He had met Feng back in Freiburg and easily found his figure in the squad. Chapter 78. Bang. In the 11th minute of the match, Paderborn seized the advantage in midfield and quickly launched a counterattack after intercepting the ball from Duisburg. Duisburg's defense, not pressing forward too far, quickly retreated towards their own penalty area. After receiving the ball, Vidra advanced with it into the opponent's half. He initially intended to pass the ball to Feng, who would then make a breakthrough. However, Duisburg's defensive midfielder tightly blocked Feng's receiving route, leaving Vidra without a good passing option for a moment. Seeing this, Pritchvich on the right immediately raised his hand to signal that he wanted to take the ball and penetrate into Duisburg's territory. Subsequently, Vidra played the ball to Pritchvich. After receiving the ball, Pritchvich glanced up to observe the situation on the field. Duisburg's diamond midfield positioning allowed Pritchvich to have ample space to carry the ball along the wing, and he easily dribbled past Duisburg's left midfielder. "Stop him!" Duisburg's attacking midfielder captain, Janic, shouted loudly towards his defensive line. The left back immediately rushed to close in on Pritchvich. Chapter 79. Soon, the match resumed. Feng took the kickoff from the center circle again. Paderborn slowly organized their attack in midfield, while Duisburg, buoyed by their recent goal, fiercely contested possession with Paderborn in midfield. Overall, Paderborn had a numerical advantage in the midfield and maintained control of the ball for a longer time. However, Duisburg's tight defense led to frequent transitions between attack and defense, causing both sides to become locked in a tense struggle without anyone gaining a clear opportunity. On the sidelines, Paderborn's coach Gerald looked somewhat nervous, gripping his hands tightly and not taking his eyes off the field. "Calm down, it's still early in the match. Trust that Paderborn's players will definitely equalize soon," said Bladrick, patting Gerald on the shoulder and offering a comforting smile. Hearing this, Gerald sighed and shook his head. "It's not that simple. Duisburg has completely shut down Feng, leaving him with no suitable chances to touch the ball." As he spoke, he raised his hands, pointing at Paderborn's defensive line, and continued, "There are significant issues in the defense. Roos and Handel simply can't handle Duisburg's speedy forward." Chapter 80. Goal. The score on the field is now 1-1. Feng once again utilized his signature volley to equalize the score and rescue Paderborn from slump. "Oh!" A deafening cheer erupted from the stands. Paderborn fans stood up, waving their black and blue scarves wildly, celebrating Feng's goal. "It's Feng again. He's truly the best gift from God to the team this season. At this rate, I believe he will definitely win the Golden Boot in the 2. Bundesliga this season. This victory will still belong to us." Paderborn. On the sidelines, after the goal, an excited Gerald raised his fists above his head and sprinted back and forth in the coaching area, celebrating Feng's contribution to leveling the score. "See, I told you. Feng would make his mark," Bladrick said, opening his arms to embrace Gerald joyfully. Ha ha ha. Gerald chuckled lightly, feeling very good. I have a feeling this victory will be ours, Potterborn. Chapter 81. After controlling the ball with his chest, Feng observed the situation on the field. At this moment, Duisburg's defenders were all glaring at him, wary of his potential to push forward into the penalty area for a shot. The nearest center back rushed towards Feng immediately, trying to deny him an opportunity to break through. Bang! As Feng advanced with the ball, he quickly engaged in a confrontation with this center back. However, it was clear that this Duisburg center back was somewhat young and lacked experience. After a shoulder drop feint, Feng executed a smooth and stylish Marseille turn to easily get past him. Realizing he had been outsmarted, the center back turned and chased after Feng. Just as Feng was about to step into the penalty area with a big stride, the center back reached out from behind, grabbing Feng's jersey and pulling him down. Beep! The referee, standing nearby, immediately blew the whistle for a foul, approached the Duisburg center back, and showed him a yellow card. He then pointed near the penalty area, indicating that Potterborn would be awarded a free kick. However, from a distance, it was evident that Feng had fallen inside the penalty area after being pulled down. Chapter 82. After scoring, Feng ran towards the Duisburg fan stand and performed a sliding celebration. When he came to a stop at the corner area, he spread his arms wide and slightly raised them towards the sky, signaling for them to cheer louder. This action was a provocation to the Duisburg fans. In other words, he was responding to the disrespect shown by Duisburg fans towards Potterborn players. Feng, so brilliant. We need you to step up at critical moments. You are the hero sent by God to save Potterborn. The Potterborn players rushed in, piling on top of Feng in a celebration reminiscent of a human tower. Get up, you're going to crush me. Feng joked, slightly out of breath. While he wasn't in danger of being crushed, having so many people on top of him made him sweat. He hadn't sweated much throughout the match, and he couldn't let it affect his stylish hairstyle. On the sidelines, Duisburg's coaching staff watched the Potterborn players celebrate with anger, and the head coach, Aldrich, kicked a bottle of mineral water away in frustration. Chapter 83. The traveling Potterborn fans quickly stood up from their seats, erupting in a roar like a tidal wave. A hat trick? Feng completed a hat trick in this match. They absolutely adored Feng. Beautiful. On the sidelines, Potterborn's coach, Gerald, also jumped up in excitement, hugging his assistant coach, Bladrick. 3 goals? Feng is incredible, pulling off a hat trick. With about 15 minutes left, it's going to be difficult for Duisburg to score 2 more goals. It can be said that these 3 points are already quite secure. Even the other Potterborn substitutes, sitting on the bench, stood up, waving their arms to cheer for the team. Feng's performance on the field was truly astonishing. On the field, Potterborn's players sprinted towards Feng with great excitement. They didn't wait for Feng to perform a slide knee celebration, but directly surrounded him in the middle, celebrating with hugs and high fives. Feng, amazing. You completed a hat trick. Fuck. I can hardly believe it. Feng has only been in the German 2nd Division for such a short time and has already completed a hat trick. Chapter 84. Peterson wore the number 9 jersey and played for Bayern Munich in the 2011 to 2012 season. However, his performance in the highly competitive Bundesliga wasn't very impressive. After several transfers, he was brought back to the Dreisam Stadion by Freiburg's coach strike in the 2015 to 2016 season. Arriving in the 2nd Division, Peterson seems to have found a new lease on his career, scoring a hat trick in his first match against Duisburg. This season, he has played 5 league matches for Freiburg and scored 8 goals, currently sitting at the top of the 2nd Division's scoring chart. He is Freiburg's strongest hope for winning the 2nd Division championship this season. Consequently, Freiburg, leading the points table, has become a favorite to win the championship among netizens. Freiburg fans even jokingly refer to Peterson as the general. In this context, if Feng wants to compete for the 2nd Division Golden Boot, he must inevitably step over Peterson. This made it hard for Freiburg fans to accept, and they took to the internet in a frenzy. As the online debate intensified, many fans began to look forward to the 10th round of the 2nd Division, where Potterborn would face Freiburg away. Moreover, Feng is a player loaned from Freiburg's youth academy to Potterborn, adding dramatic tension to the match. Chapter 85. On October 6th, in Freiburg, Baden-Württemberg, the Black Forest Stadium, which can accommodate 25,000 spectators, was packed. Among them, over 20,000 were Freiburg fans, while fewer than 4 000 were Paderborn fans who traveled for the match, with the rest being neutral fans working in Freiburg. Although this match wasn't a final of a major tournament, it still attracted significant attention. The title contenders Freiburg faced this season's dark horse team, Paderborn. Adding to the excitement was the young Chinese player who emerged in the second division at just 17 years old, tied for the top of the scoring chart with General Peterson. Who wouldn't find that intriguing? On the sidelines, Freiburg's coach Streich arrived early at the stadium to lead the team in warm-up training. Dennis, the head coach of Freiburg U17, stood beside Streich. Since his team didn't have a match today, he decided to follow Streich to the first team's home game to watch closely. After all, Feng was once his player, and he wanted to see how much Feng had improved. Chapter 86. As the players walked out of the tunnel, the stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Freiburg, 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 Freiburg. Because the majority of the audience were Freiburg fans, the name Freiburg echoed throughout the Black Forest Stadium. Meanwhile, the Paderborn fans seated across the stands were nearly inaudible to Feng. Peterson, Peterson, show that Chinese kid who's boss. You are the top scorer of the second division. Peterson, destroy Paderborn. When the players began the pre-match ceremony on the field, Freiburg fans organized themselves to chant the names of their star players. Hearing the cheers from the stands, Freiburg's number 9 player Peterson couldn't help but glance over at the Paderborn players, spotting the young Feng with black hair and yellow skin. He indeed looked very young. Peterson quietly remarked, a hint of rivalry in his eyes. He had also noted Feng's goal statistics, and despite having played 2 fewer matches, he was tied for first place. Chapter 87. Haha. On the sidelines, Freiburg coach Streich raised both hands in excitement, celebrating while also turning around to signal the fans behind him to cheer louder. Less than 10 minutes into the match, Freiburg had already penetrated Paderborn's defense. To him, it felt as if victory had already been secured. Bruns, I told you, right? The strength of Freiburg and Paderborn is simply not on the same level. This victory will ultimately belong to us. Bruns also excitedly high-fived Streich, nodding in agreement with his words. On the other side, Paderborn's coach Gerald looked somewhat grim. Paderborn had indeed not faced a strong team like Freiburg in the first 10 rounds. He knew this match would be a tough nut to crack, but he didn't expect it to be so painful. Hummels, make sure the players stay alert. Don't push the defense too high up. Remember, our primary goal in this match is to secure a point. Stabilize the situation. A somewhat anxious Gerald shouted towards Hummels in the distance. Chapter 88. In stark contrast to the celebrating Paderborn players, the Freiburg players stood frozen in place. How could that goal go in? Was the collective bewilderment in their hearts? If it weren't labeled as an ordinary match in the second division, one might think that Feng's incredible goal had occurred in the Champions League. How could anyone believe that a 17-year-old Chinese kid, having been in the second division for less than a few months, could score such a goal? This should likely be nominated for this year's Puskas Award, right? Oh my God, this is simply unbelievable. Freiburg's captain Griffer raised his hands in disbelief, staring at the sky as if questioning the logic of the universe. Just then, center forward Peterson walked over to him. He widened his eyes in astonishment, clearly still in shock. Griffer, that kid's goal just now reminded me of a superstar. Hearing this, Griffer lowered his hands and looked at him suspiciously. Who? Peterson hesitated for a moment, then slowly exhaled before speaking. Chapter 89. In the locker room, Gerald took advantage of the break to comfort the Paderborn players. Boys, don't be discouraged. After all, we are facing the title contenders Freiburg in this match. Just forcing a draw and taking a point will complete our task successfully. Immediately after, Gerald looked toward Hummels, who was sitting in the middle of the locker room. However, there were significant issues with the defense line in the first half. Besides marking Peterson from the opposing team, Hummels, you should also organize the defense well, trying to have the defensive midfielders step up to create a large-scale sweep, and not let Freiburg gain too many good opportunities in the front. After discussing some adjustment strategies for the second half, the halftime break was already running out. Gerald was the first to arrive in the middle of the players, extending his right hand, suspended in the air. In the second half, let us go. Even if Freiburg takes us down, they should at least lose a few teeth. That's right. Hummels was the first to stand up, echoing head coach Gerald, while placing his right hand on top of Gerald's hand. Chapter 90 Bang. In the second half, during the 71st minute of the match, Prijovic, after losing hope on the wing, passed the ball to Feng, who was standing at the top of the penalty area arc. After receiving the ball, facing the entire Freiburg defense line that had retreated, Su Feng attempted another long-range shot. The quality of this shot was average, and the angle wasn't particularly outstanding. After being blocked by a Freiburg defender in the penalty area, it bounced out of play. Su Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows again. He hadn't acquired the long-range shooting skill yet, and his long-range attributes were somewhat low. Faced with a Freiburg defense line that was close to Bundesliga level, his attempt still couldn't break through with that long shot, but fortunately, it earned Paderborn a corner kick. This kid from Huagua is really a bit funny. His long-range shooting level is not high, frequently wasting the team's opportunities. If I were there, I would definitely choose to slowly reorganize the attack. That's right. It seems that all his goals have a lot of luck involved. On the sidelines, Freiburg fans burst into mocking laughter. They had already seen Su Feng's attempts at long-range shots, none of which found the net, and couldn't help but feel that this kid's previous stunning volley was completely a fluke. Chapter 91 on the sidelines. Freiburg's coach Streich had a bitter expression on his face. Although Paderborn's goal count was still less than Freiburg's, they managed to score one goal against Freiburg's solid defense. Could they not score a second? Moreover, this goal was still somewhat shocking. Streich did not expect Paderborn to break the deadlock in this way. This made him feel a sense of unease again. Franz, you haven't achieved victory in a match yet. Could you please use that damn brain of yours? Don't do anything so foolish, okay? Streich slowly exhaled a breath of frustration, his chest slightly rising with anger, and then quickly walked to the sidelines, scolding Freiburg's defensive midfield players. Your only task on the field is to ensure that Paderborn's number 23 center forward is marked tightly. Meanwhile, the other assistant coaches of Freiburg stood behind Streich. Wearing bitter smiles, not one of them moved. There were still nearly 20 minutes left in the match. At this awkward moment, Paderborn surprisingly pulled one back, and Freiburg was only leading by one goal, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Chapter 92. The ball, lifted off the ground, successfully landed at the back post in the penalty area after passing over several Freiburg players' heads. And nearby, Su Feng had been waiting for a long time. Vidra dared to make this pass, aimed at Su Feng, as he longed to help Paderborn equalize against Freiburg and also wanted to rack up a few more assists. Judging the landing point of the ball, Su Feng quickly sprinted, displaying a determined momentum. On the spectator stands, countless Freiburg fans buried their heads in their hands. Their eyes filled with disbelief, some even dare not to face it and close their eyes. Paderborn fans also stood up from their seats, raising their hands high, cheering for the team, while hoping that Su Feng could score. Su Feng did not disappoint everyone. His height was already outstanding among many forwards. Moreover, now with the added skill of Van Persie's volley, his judgment of the ball's landing point and height had surpassed that of most forwards in the top 5 leagues. He leaped high and delivered a powerful header, smashing the ball towards the goal right in front of him. Chapter 93. Mr. Streich. What do you think about Paderborn's unexpected equalizer against Freiburg today? What are your plans for Freiburg's future performance? Mr. Streich, do you believe that the main reason for Freiburg being equalized by Paderborn today is because of the lone young player Su Feng? Did you originally anticipate this result today? Paderborn's number 23 player, Su Feng, successfully scored a hat-trick in this match, which may make him the top scorer in this season's 2. Bundesliga. What do you think about a Freiburg lone player achieving such remarkable results? At the Black Forest Stadium, in Freiburg's press room, head coach Streich sat in the middle with a long face, facing a barrage of questions from reporters. Many of these questions were directed at Freiburg, but most of the focus was on Su Feng. After all, he was now the media's focus, and only by digging out some information about him from Streich could they gain newsworthy content. Hearing these questions, Streich suppressed the anger in his heart, glaring at the reporter who asked those sensitive questions as if he wanted to chase them out of the press room. Chapter 94. Not long after, in the office of the general manager of Don't Show Network, a middle-aged man stared wide-eyed, incredulous. Are you sure this is a player from our country? The data analyst stood in front of the desk, placing his laptop in front of him to show him. That's right, the German commentator wouldn't be mistaken. This player is indeed from our Huagua. The middle-aged man frowned, looking at the screen of the laptop. Even though he didn't understand German, after doing data statistics for so many years, he could still recognize the characters for Huagua in German at a glance. This shouldn't be. If this kid is from Huagua, we should have had some news about him. Moreover, when clubs send players to Europe, they usually announce it. I have never heard of a kid named Su Feng. No matter how he thought about it, he felt it didn't quite add up, prompting him to raise a question. Could it be that the 2. Bundesliga made a mistake? This kid is actually of Chinese descent? The data analyst shook his head, firmly denying. the probability of such a situation is very low. The commentator might get a player's name wrong, but they would never mistake a player's nationality. Chapter 95, just as the news was fermenting domestically. In the administrative building of Evergrande Football Club, discussions have begun in the chairman's office regarding the acquisition of Feng for Freiburg. This player, who has achieved remarkable results in the German second division, is expected to perform well after joining Evergrande in the future. Wokingan, while handing out the organized data reports to everyone, did not forget to express his expectations for Feng. Upon hearing this, a suave middle-aged Western man sitting on the sofa frowned. Director Wu, you don't seem to have the authority to interfere with the first team's player roster, do you? I'm not familiar with this player at all. Moreover, we already have Allen and Alkson in the forward line, so we don't need to spend money on another forward. Wu Kangan's expression turned slightly grim. The one who had just contradicted him was none other than Carlo Ancelotti, the head coach of Evergrande's first team, who holds considerable power within the club. Mr. Ancelotti, bringing in Feng is a unanimous decision from the club's higher-ups. It doesn't matter if you're not familiar with him. I will send you all the information about this player after the meeting, and I'm sure you will be satisfied after reviewing it. After a while, assistant coach Bruns called Feng, who was training earnestly, to the head coach's office. Once Feng sat down opposite the office, he went on to handle other matters and casually closed the office door. Feng, have some water. Gerald, looking radiant, poured a glass of water for Feng before sitting down across from him. This was not the first time Feng had visited Gerald's office, but now, having become the absolute core of Paderborn, sitting here felt entirely different. Mr. Gerald, I wonder why you called me to your office today? Feng asked, taking a sip of water. Ha ha ha. Gerald chuckled lightly, spreading his hands as he replied, what could it be? The team is in such great form right now. I don't have to worry too much. I just wanted to have a casual chat with you. Feng nodded, unsure of what Gerald was really getting at, and waited for him to ask again. How have you been living in Paderborn lately? I heard you and the other players have been living in an apartment not far from the training base. Are you getting used to it? Gerald looked at Feng's determined eyes, feeling somewhat touched. He could clearly see what kind of person Feng was. Such a person, once they make a promise, will do their utmost to fulfill it and will not easily go back on their word. At the same time, they have their own aspirations and will work hard, grounded in reality, to achieve their dreams and reach the pinnacle of football. This made Gerald admire Feng even more. Paderborn, as the first club Feng played for in his career, would help him gain more glory. However, what is Paderborn's situation? It's just small-town football. Ultimately, it cannot accommodate such a great talent as Feng. As he grows, he will definitely join one of those prestigious clubs in Europe to compete for greater honor. Paderborn may sign Feng for a time, but they cannot keep him forever. Gerald could only accept this reality, waiting for the moment when Feng grows to the point that he can no longer be matched with a Paderborn player, which would also be the moment he leaves. It could be half a season or a full season. It all depends on Feng's growth speed. In this situation, Gerald could only bring Feng to Paderborn, striving to lead the team to win the German second division championship, while he remains, adding a bit of honor for everyone in the team. Local time, 2 p.m., in the German capital, Berlin, near the old forestry management field. Fans have been arriving one after another, traveling from the city center through a wooded area to reach the old forestry management field in the suburbs. This stadium could only be described as shabby. It can accommodate only 20,000 fans and is not a fully enclosed 360-degree stadium. It cannot be compared to the Berlin Olympic Stadium, which has hosted the Olympics and World Cup and is the home ground of Hertha. However, it is worth mentioning that this stadium was built and renovated in 2008 with the help of over 2,000 fans after Union Berlin was promoted to the second division. This stadium, which appears to have countless flaws, is like a child raised by the fans of Union Berlin. Regardless of its looks, it is beautiful in their eyes. We are Berlin United, together we stand. Oh, we'll fight until the end. Oh, together we transcend. Good evening, football fans on Dongshow Network. Welcome to the live broadcast of the German second division, round 11, featuring Paderborn away against Union Berlin. In the Dongshow Network broadcast room, commentators Jean Jun and He Wei, dressed in jerseys with the Dongshow Network logo, have taken their seats in the commentary booth, feeling unprecedentedly excited. After many years, they have finally reunited in the broadcast room to commentate on a player from their own country, which feels nostalgic. However, this time, the player from their country is not an old player familiar to fans, but a 17-year-old newcomer, Feng. Coincidentally, This situation means that Feng has already reached the peak of his predecessors' careers, with very few players able to compare with him. This has filled Chinese fans, including the commentators, with great anticipation for him. The good news to start is that the weather at the match venue is very ideal. Zhang Jun, with his signature hoarse voice, excitedly begins, "I am football commentator Zhang Jun, and today I will be commentating on this match with teacher Hiwei." Next up is a German second division showdown, which is sure to be very exciting. An exciting long-range shot. As Zhang Jun commentated on the match, he naturally stood with Paderborn, so he only briefly mentioned Union Berlin's goal, focusing on Paderborn's subsequent performance. Paderborn's center back, Horndell, made a clear mistake in the backfield. He did not apply pressure to the Union Berlin forward, allowing the opponent to easily take a long shot from the top of the penalty area. Hiwei nodded in agreement, confirming Zhang Jun's analysis. Indeed, it is evident that Paderborn's defense is not as good as Union Berlin's. Hopefully, in future matches, head coach Gerald can learn from the experience of conceding goals in this match and improve the team's defense. In the broadcast room, Chinese fans also began to lament. Paderborn's defense is really terrible. I could do it too. I really don't know how Feng can still become the top scorer with teammates like this. There's no need to criticize the other players of Paderborn so harshly. Feng is part of the whole team. Feng, hurry up and score a goal. Go! Feng, go Paderborn. Chapter 101. Clap, clap, clap in the VIP viewing box. The representatives of Evergrande, led by Wu Kang'an, applauded Feng's wonderful goal. That volley was impressive. Whether it was his ability to compete for headers or the final chip shot, it showcased his excellent personal skills. Wu Kang'an, seated at the main position, looked towards the celebrating Feng on the field and spoke confidently. As an outstanding football businessman, he certainly has a good understanding of football. At least his judgment is exceptional. At 17, he can show such astonishing talent. His future achievements are immeasurable. Bringing such a player to Evergrande will definitely yield great profits in the future. It's just that I wonder if he can change his lazy attitude towards games. Unconsciously, Wu Kang'an had already begun to consider what would happen after Feng joined Evergrande. However, his assistant threw him a difficult question. Feng indeed has a good talent, and his strength seems to surpass that of some foreign players. The only concern is that Freiburg might not easily let such a football genius go. Chapter 102. The Berlin Union forward, running with the ball, had an excited expression on his face. At this moment, in his eyes, there is only the Paderborn goal in front of him. If he scores this goal, without a doubt, he will be the hero of the match for Berlin Union. Berlin Union. Berlin Union. In the viewing box, the fans of Berlin Union stood up, raising their hands to cheer for their forward. In contrast, the Paderborn fans beside them looked terrified, seemingly afraid to open their eyes to watch what would happen next on the field. But at that moment, some Paderborn fans widened their eyes in disbelief. Wearing the Paderborn number 2 jersey, Hummels suddenly accelerated, clearly gaining momentum to catch up with the Berlin Union forward. Hummels stepped up and was about to catch up with the Berlin Union forward. In the commentary room of Dongxiu Network, the main guest Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it weren't for being live, he might have been so excited that he would be dancing. There was no way around it. Hummels rushing over was completely Paderborn's savior. Feng might be a sharp blade on the team's front line, but Hummels was the shield stepping up to block the opponent's attack. Chapter 103. On the field, Feng couldn't avoid the tactical foul by the Berlin Union players, but that didn't mean he would directly fall to the ground. Some players might lie down, even for a minor foul, to win a good free kick for their team. However, let's not even mention whether Paderborn has players who can take that free kick from this position. Just from Feng's character, he wouldn't easily make such a move. As he fell, Feng gritted his teeth, tried to control his falling posture. He was tripped from behind, and his whole body fell forward. Taking advantage of his descent, he hurriedly extended his right hand to support himself before hitting the ground. Then, using his right leg to push off, he surprisingly stumbled and stood back up. This made the referee, who was about to blow the whistle to stop the game, pause for a moment. Ultimately, based on the principle of advantage for the attacking side, the game continued. Paderborn, Feng. Unlike the shock of the Berlin Union fans, Paderborn fans erupted in cheers again when they saw Feng get back up and push forward with the ball, filling the old Forest Management Stadium with their shouts. Chapter 104. Beep, beep, beep. With the referee's whistle, the battle between Berlin Union and Paderborn finally came to an end. Paderborn secured 3 points at the old Forest Management Stadium. steadily moving towards the promotion zone of the second division. Paderborn. Paderborn. The entire Old Forest Management Stadium was once again filled with voices, becoming like Paderborn's home ground, with all the fans shouting at the top of their lungs. Meanwhile, the more numerous Berlin Union fans stood up with disappointed faces and left the stadium. Since Berlin Union lost the game, they naturally wouldn't hold any celebration ceremony after the match. Staying there would only make the fans look like clowns. The match finally ended, and, as expected, Feng scored twice, sealing the victory against Berlin Union. Jean Jun's slightly hoarse voice rang out, full of passion, like a god descending to earth. He scored 15 goals in 9 rounds, gradually leading Paderborn to the top of the league. Genius. Genius. Beside him, Hue couldn't help but praise, saying that his playing style was graceful and elegant, dancing on the field, able to score the ball. Chapter 105. Feng, are you seriously injured? At this moment, Gerald, having changed from his earlier excitement, frowned with a worried expression and asked, Mr. Gerald, I'm fine. Feng touched his head, feeling a warmth in his heart from Gerald's concern. The team doctor had already treated me, and I can move around now. Resting for a few days won't affect the upcoming matches. Hearing Feng's words, Gerald finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the Paderborn team, Feng was undoubtedly the most important player. Gerald couldn't let him have any more accidents, or Paderborn season would really be over. That's good. Actually, staying in Berlin for a day today, I have some other thoughts. I'm thinking you could try to contact some agent companies in Berlin tonight to see if you can find a good agent. This would be beneficial for your future development. Gerald paused for a moment, revealing a hint of regret on his face. Although doing so might make your chances of staying in Paderborn even slimmer. I don't want to hinder your future career. Do you understand? Chapter 106. Mr. Raiola, compared to your status in football, I'm just a young player who's just starting out. I shouldn't be worth your trouble to come all the way to Berlin to see me, right? Facing Raiola's straightforward words, Feng didn't show much enthusiasm, but rather displayed a hint of confusion on his face. According to common sense, when a young player just steps into the professional arena and encounters an outstanding agent, it would help him avoid many detours. However, Feng's situation is somewhat special. As a player of Chinese nationality, it is not easy for him to gain a certain level of fame in the European Second Division League. Some agents might approach him because of his Chinese identity. After all, China has a population of over 1 billion and is currently in a golden era, with clubs in the Chinese Super League willing to spend money to bring in new players. Selling players to China usually results in a considerable commission. Although Feng is aware of Raiola's reputation in the football world, he does not know why Raiola approached him. Is it because he values Feng's talent? But does he have other intentions? Chapter 107. I don't want to transfer out during the winter window. I want to stay at Paderborn and help the team win the second division championship. This response was within Raiola's expectations. After hearing Feng's story, whether for the honor of the second division championship or to repay the team that recognized his talent, it is reasonable. Moreover, most top teams in the 5 major leagues already have a complete system in place, and generally, head coaches do not look for suitable forwards to fill gaps in the lineup. Teams at the bottom, fighting for relegation, face uncertainty about whether they can remain in the 5 major leagues next season, so there is no need to transfer. After all, Feng is likely to win the Golden Boot Award in the second division this season, and it is appropriate for him to compete in the 5 major leagues. Therefore, Raiola agrees with Feng's thoughts. Once their ideas align, there is no need for further discussion. At this point, Raiola seems to have satisfied his hunger. After exchanging contact information with Feng, he took the initiative to settle the bill, and the two left the restaurant, saying goodbye as they parted ways. Chapter 108. I really didn't expect the Freiburg management to be so foolish. Purely stupid. After a while, Wukingan walked out of the Freiburg training center with a dark face, cursing. The other members of the Evergrande team behind him wore similar expressions. Who could have imagined that Freiburg would sell a 17-year-old second division top scorer for 2 million euros? If it weren't for considering the feelings of Freiburg's head coach, Streich, Wukingan would have already scolded Freiburg in the office. As a club manager and a football businessman, he cannot accept such things happening. What should we do now? Coach Wu, should we talk to the Paderborn management? Assistant and pouted, clearly still in shock from earlier. What else can we do? After the winter window, Feng will likely transfer to Paderborn. We can only negotiate with them. As he spoke, Wukingan thought about how Feng had already established himself as a core player in Paderborn and led the team to the top positions in the league. It can be said that the money required to buy Feng from Paderborn will be significantly higher than that paid to Freiburg. Chapter 109. Shifting the focus back to North Rhine-Westphalia at the Paderborn training base. In recent days, Feng has not changed much and has not paid attention to some developments in the Chinese forums, repeating his daily training routines. Of course, after training in the evening, he would seize the time to conduct his own special training. After several months of mixed training, he can clearly feel significant improvements in his basic skills and physical strength. It is possible that by the end of this season, his passing, shooting, and other attributes could increase by several points, and his overall evaluation would improve significantly. By next season, he will be able to establish himself in the 5 major leagues and compete in the highest football leagues in the world. Detected that the host has played the game for half an hour, dribbling ability 0. That night, Feng completed his game training for the day, increasing his dribbling ability by 0.01 points. He exhaled a breath of stale air, tossed his phone onto the sofa, and reclined comfortably. Open the System Attribute Panel. Chapter 110. In London, England, in the office of the head coach of Tottenham Hotspur. A handsome middle-aged Argentine man is seriously watching match footage on the computer at his desk. Other staff members from the first team are also sitting around him. This man is Mauricio Pochettino, the then head coach of Tottenham. Since taking over as head coach, Pochettino has won the Premier League Manager of the Month award multiple times and led Tottenham to a 5th-place finish in the Premier League last season, achieving the runner-up position in the English League Cup. He has played a crucial role in establishing Tottenham as a competitive team. Pochettino is known for his distinctive personality, talent for nurturing young players, and merit-based selection. Young players like Harry Kane and Dele Alli were nurtured under his guidance after he joined Tottenham. For example, during the summer transfer window of 2015, he set a transfer fee record for Asian footballers by bringing Son Heung-min from South Korea to Tottenham for 30 million euros. Thus, Pochettino has a keen eye for developing young players, and he is also very interested in Feng, who has performed excellently in the 2nd division. Chapter 111. Lucien. Is this data reliable? Blair took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner shock. Mr. Blair, do you think I would make such a low-level joke? Lucien scoffed, spreading his hands as a gesture of his anger toward Blair. You foolish guy. Do you know the enormous losses your unilateral decision has brought to the team? I'm even starting to doubt whether you're brain dead. Is interfering in the team's affairs fun? Now you must be regretting it. Lucien continued to curse, and by the end, he was almost laughing in anger. Undoubtedly, Blair's actions were extremely confusing and would become his greatest shame, and he would need to bear the consequences. Being scolded by a subordinate pointing a finger at him made Blair, who was trying hard to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, finally lose his composure. Lucien, is this how you speak to me? Even if I did something wrong, it's not up to you to lecture me. I will explain it to the chairman myself later. And please, keep your damn sense of shame for the team and see what the team's performance has come to. Can we still qualify for the Champions League this season? Chapter 112, October 29th, Germany, Hesse, Frankfurt. The Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena, a large stadium that can accommodate 52,000 people, is packed to capacity. Among them, more than 45,000 are Frankfurt fans, creating a very strong home atmosphere. With the team's relegation worries in the new season, Frankfurt fans have turned their attention to the DFB Pokal. Is relegation difficult this season? No problem. They don't expect head coach Webster to accomplish the relegation task. As long as he can bring some results in the DFB Pokal, that would be enough. Not to mention the championship. Reaching the semifinals would make this season acceptable, and there would be no need to demand Webster's dismissal. Frankfurt. On the sidelines, head coach Webster stands there, his gaze fixed on the players warming up on the field, feeling a bit oppressed. The shouts of the fans, besides encouraging him, seemed to urge him from behind to lead the team to good results. Before this match, Webster had a fierce conflict with the club's management. Chapter 113, Beep. With the referee's whistle, the Frankfurt center forward initiated the kickoff. They quickly organized an attack in the midfield, attempting to tear a hole in Paderborn's defense. Perhaps feeling frustrated after a series of losses in the Bundesliga, Frankfurt truly looks down on Paderborn, a 2nd division team. They frequently organized attacks, pushing the ball forward, and even if they lost possession in the midfield, they showed no fear. At this moment, Frankfurt's players are confident and in good touch, having thwarted several of Paderborn's attacks in their passing. It must be said that Frankfurt's overall strength is much higher than Paderborn's. In this initial phase, facing Frankfurt's strong pressure, Paderborn is struggling to breathe. Gerald on the sidelines knows this is the most difficult time for the team. As long as they withstand Frankfurt's fierce attacks and wear them out, the game will become much easier. Prijovic, Saglic. You two wingers fall back and help the team defend. Leave Feng alone in the front. Chapter 114. In the first 30 minutes of the match, Frankfurt's goalkeeper has been quite idle, as Paderborn has hardly posed any threat to him. However, Paderborn center forward makes a breakaway, causing the rookie goalkeeper, who has been honing his skills in the Bundesliga, to feel a bit nervous. After predicting the direction of the ball, he immediately dives to save. Whoosh! The ball flies past Frankfurt's goalkeeper's fingertips like an arrow and crashes directly into the net. Goal! After more than half an hour of high pressure from Frankfurt, they still failed to score, allowing Paderborn to take the lead. Oh, Paderborn! Paderborn! The Paderborn fans in the South Stand immediately stood up, waving their arms and celebrating this brilliant play by their team. Facing a Bundesliga team, they were worried that Paderborn couldn't recover from Frankfurt's pressure. But the result was that they took advantage of a mistake by Frankfurt and launched a quick counterattack, catching their opponents off guard. Amid the loud cheers from the fans, Feng sprinted to the corner area after scoring this goal and performed a smooth sliding celebration. Chapter 115. After several passes, the ball quickly found its way to Vidila's feet. Immediately after losing possession, Frankfurt's players launched a pressing attempt to stifle Paderborn's quick counterattack. If it were the beginning of the match, it would have been difficult for Vidila to organize an attack and connect the midfield with Feng. But just now, Feng had dropped back. He could fully trust Feng, passing the ball to him so he could make a long run and score. Bang! Without thinking much, midfielder Vidila lifted the ball from the edge of his own penalty area to Feng, who was standing in the central area. Upon receiving the ball, Feng immediately turned while glancing at the situation on the field. At the sidelines, Webster's panicked shouts rang out as Frankfurt's defenders began to retreat in an orderly manner, while the holding midfielder also closed in, preparing to block him. Without overthinking, Feng began to advance with the ball. He hadn't gone far when Frankfurt's two attacking midfielders also desperately started to chase back. At this moment, the score between the two teams was still just 1 point apart. They couldn't bear to be scored on twice in the first half by a second division team. Sprinting with the ball, Feng glanced back at the two opposing players behind him and then nudged the ball with his left foot, charging towards the right side. Chapter 116. Haha. I never expected to defeat Frankfurt in the DFB Pokal and advance to the round of 16. Seeing the favorable situation on the field, Gerald crossed his arms and began to chat leisurely with Bladrick. Bladrick nodded, his eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. That's right. Just now, Feng actively dropped back to the midfield. That decision was simply brilliant. Otherwise, even if the holding midfielder intercepted the ball, they wouldn't have been able to immediately push the ball forward to organize an attack. If Feng could run this actively in every match, that would be fantastic. After hearing Bladrick's words, Gerald shook his head, saying that this situation probably wouldn't occur. You know Feng's playing style. He would drop back. This match was just because Frankfurt was pressing too hard. During the winter transfer window, we still need to find some good fullbacks to strengthen the overall defense, so we can go further. Bladrick smiled and nodded. After partnering with Gerald for so many years, they had developed a lot of tacit understanding. The team's fullbacks have always been a flaw, relying solely on Feng to build the team. This defect must be addressed. Chapter 117. It's simply impossible to communicate. An angry Webster slammed the phone he was holding to the ground. The assistant coach nearby looked at this scene with a puzzled expression. Mr. Webster, what happened? Seeing his assistant coach, Webster sneered, his gaze filled with a hint of disgust. After all, once he leaves the team, this assistant coach is likely to take over as head coach. Thus, it can be said that this person is the one who has taken his job. York, I know you've always held dissatisfaction towards me. Now it's good. The club chairman has decided to fire me. And after this match, you will become the new head coach. Webster's silver teeth clacked, as if a burning fire was about to erupt in his chest, causing his heart to rise and fall violently. But before he could vent his anger, the situation on the field changed dramatically once again. After a corner kick was taken by the Paderborn player, the player who got to the ball didn't T-score. Instead, he was met with a punch from the Frankfurt goalkeeper, sending the ball out of the goal. Chapter 118. Beep, beep, beep. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, the Paderborn players celebrated excitedly on the field, It wasn't just about defeating the Bundesliga team Frankfurt and advancing to the round of 16 in the DFB Pokal. There were multiple scorers in this match. Besides Feng, there were also Prijovic and Widra who scored. It can be said that Feng's addition revitalized this struggling team. Originally, the team lacked a strong scorer, and there were always mistakes in crucial moments. But with the emergence of Feng, the top scorer, the other players in Paderborn gained confidence. With someone able to score, they could win matches, and their confidence naturally increased significantly. They would no longer hesitate to take that step. Feng was also pleased by this scene. Football is a team sport, and having others step up, even if it means fewer opportunities for him, is what should make one happier. After a brief celebration on the field, the Paderborn team prepared to take the bus back to the training center. Chapter 119, so it's decided. We will buy the broadcasting rights for the remaining DFB Pokal matches. The CEO of Dongxiao, Comden T asked for anyone else's opinion and immediately began to assign tasks. The upcoming match between Feng and Dortmund will still be commented on by Zhang Jun and He Wei. The copyright matters were quickly settled, and a response was made to the fans on the official website. All right, hopefully, the price can be negotiated down a bit. The scene shifts back to Germany, in the city of Paderborn. After their victory in the DFB Pokal, Paderborn enjoyed the warmest welcome from the fans. As the Paderborn team rode the bus back, countless fans spontaneously gathered at the entrance of the training base to send their blessings to the team. In the following days, an endless stream of fans blocked the entrance to the base, hoping to get autographs and photos with Feng. Even many local young female internet celebrities threw flirtatious glances at Feng during their breaks, hoping to share a candlelit dinner with him to discuss football and other topics. However, all these female internet celebrities were rejected by Feng. Being young, he should continue to strive in football. It wasn't yet time to enjoy the soft comforts of life. Chapter 120 at 2 in the afternoon, the Westfalenstadion began ticket checks, and more than 80,000 fans came to watch the match, flowing orderly into the stadium. Das Vereinslied. Oho, wir halten fest und treu zusammen. Oho. Once seated, the Dortmund fans began to sing the team anthem in unison, starting their most fervent pre-match activity. At that moment, the atmosphere in the stadium was ignited. More than 70,000 Dortmund fans were fulfilling their traditional customs, telling every team that came to Westfalenstadion that this was Dortmund's home ground, a place where no team was allowed to run wild. In the north stand, the loyal Dortmund fan area lit up with a giant Tifo mosaic. From a distance, the mosaics held by the Dortmund fans came together to form a massive black and yellow telescope. This breathtaking giant Tifo was a telescope looking towards the championship, expressing the hopes of Dortmund fans for their team to win this year's DFB Pokal championship. Chapter 121. The scene shifts back to inside the Westfalenstadion. Beep. Soon, after both teams were ready, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. The first half was kicked off by Paderborn. Feng passed the ball back to midfielder Widra and then turned to slowly run towards the front. In this match, Gerald had emphasized before the game not to play too aggressively. Against this Bundesliga powerhouse, just playing according to the team's accustomed tactics would suffice. After receiving the ball, Widra, following the head coach's instructions, didn't launch an immediate attack. He began to pass the ball back, waiting for the Dortmund forwards to press before actively cooperating with passes, patiently controlling the ball and waiting for opportunities to organize an attack down the flanks. However, Dortmund's players came up to press fiercely, clearly intending to put pressure on Paderborn from the very start, preventing them from organizing any suitable attacks throughout the match. In the 6th minute of the game, Dortmund's midfielder Gundogan keenly anticipated Paderborn's passing route and intercepted their pass. Chapter 122. Oh, the fans in the stadium had already started celebrating early. After all, in their eyes, Aubameyang's shot was of high quality, and Paderborn's goalkeeper had already lost the best chance to save it. It could be said that this shot was almost destined to penetrate Paderborn's goal. But just as the ball was about to fly into the small penalty area, a player wearing Paderborn's number 2 jersey dashed in. He leaped high into the air, using his stunning posture to deflect the almost certain goal out of bounds. Hummels, the captain of Paderborn, stood up once again, saving the entire team. An excited Zhang Jun clenched his fists tightly, his expression filled with satisfaction and joy, and his shouts were filled with excitement. Paderborn was indeed more solid than steel. Every defender was doing their utmost to stop the opposing team's attacks. They collaborated closely, forming a defensive line that Dortmund could not break through. They defended the dignity of the team with their persistence and efforts. Chapter 123, seeing Hummels rushing towards him. Aubameyang didn't know why he didn't choose to pass the ball back to his teammate behind him. He continued to charge forward with the ball, seemingly wanting to change direction and get past Hummels. But at this moment, the distance between the two was already enough for Hummels to defend. Bang! Hummels winced in pain, but he still decisively executed a sliding tackle. The sliding tackle from this player is textbook level, directly aiming for the ball and sending it flying away. Aubameyang also lost his balance and fell to the ground due to Hummels' interference. The ball rolled towards the midfield, where another center back from Paderborn timely stepped in to control the ball at his feet. He then made a long pass, sending the ball to the rapidly sprinting Vidra. The referee, who was not far away, saw Hummels on the ground in pain, but this was a crucial opportunity for Paderborn to counterattack quickly. Therefore, based on the principle of advantageous offense, he did not stop the game but signaled for it to continue. Vidra, receiving the ball in midfield, quickly turned around to observe the situation on the field. Chapter 124. Gerald, who has coached Paderborn for several years, has a deep bond with the team's veteran captain. When he came to coach the team, Hummels was already the captain of Paderborn. His quick integration into the team naturally started with this captain. Therefore, Gerald knew that despite Hummels being injured, his mind was still deeply concerned about the match against Dortmund. After hearing Gerald's words, the painful Hummels forced a smile and removed the captain's armband from his arm, placing it in Gerald's hands. Following this, staff members carried Hummels off the field. Antoine, you're coming on as a substitute. With a worried look, Gerald turned to the bench and handed the captain's armband to Antoine. Once on the field, he passed the captain's armband to Feng and told him to remind all players to avoid any further injuries in this match. Antoine nodded and followed Bladrick to handle the substitution with the fourth official. Soon, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Chapter 125, good job, guys. After entering the locker room, Gerald began to encourage the players by patting their shoulders. The defensive counterattack in the first half was well executed, with Vidra's passes being good, and Feng seizing the opportunity. In Gerald's mind, scoring against the strong Dortmund team was already a significant achievement for Paderborn. After all, Dortmund is a powerhouse in the Bundesliga, boasting a star-studded lineup, while Paderborn was just a relegation-threatened team at the beginning of the season. Not being intimidated at the Westfalenstadion was already commendable. Gerald praised the players' outstanding performance in the first half, covering almost every player, which served to comfort the wounded spirits of the players. All right, now let us discuss adjustments for the second half. Except for Feng, all other players will withdraw and focus on defense and counterattacks. As long as we can prevent Dortmund from scoring again, I believe the victory will ultimately belong to us, Paderborn. Let's go. After encouraging the players, Gerald and Bladrick moved to a corner of the locker room to quietly discuss other matters. Chapter 126. Just as Jean-June and Hiwei were still discussing Paderborn's defensive line issues, the situation on the field changed again. The Paderborn goalkeeper took a goal kick. However, this time, facing Dortmund's high pressure, he did not choose to pass directly to Su Feng's position, but slightly off target. By the time Su Feng ran towards the dropping ball, two Dortmund players were already nearby, waiting to contest it. Bang! Sure enough, before Su Feng could position himself, a Dortmund player managed to get a touch on the ball, directing it towards the Paderborn penalty area. The ball soared high, tracing an arc in the air. Both Dortmund and Paderborn players looked up, waiting for the ball to descend. I got it! Khedira, near the dropping point, shouted to his teammates and dashed forward, winning the second ball and heading it towards his own wing. The difference between the players was evident here. Khedira's judgment of the ball's landing spot was significantly better than that of Paderborn's second division players. Soon, the ball reached the wing, where Reyes skillfully controlled it at his feet. Chapter 127. Bang! A dull collision sound echoed. Su Feng suddenly felt a powerful force hit him, causing him to lose his balance and crash hard to the ground. Beep! The referee nearby did not hesitate to blow the whistle for a foul, pointing towards the penalty spot in front of Dortmund's goal. He then jogged over to Papastathopoulos, showing him a red card. However, Papastathopoulos, standing next to Su Feng, did not choose to help the fallen Su Feng up. Instead, he spread his hands toward the referee, expressing dissatisfaction with the decision. But the referee ignored him and turned to signal the Paderborn team, doctor, to enter the field to check on the player's injury. Seeing this, Papastathopoulos snorted disdainfully, glaring provocatively at Feng, showing no remorse for his earlier foul. This scene infuriated the other Paderborn players. Hummels was already injured due to a defensive play, which had left the other teammates somewhat dissatisfied, and now they were committing fouls against Feng. What is Feng's status among the Paderborn players now? Chapter 128. Why did Mr. Gerald choose to substitute me at this time? Feng shouted loudly at Bladrick, clearly unwilling, while also stretching his legs in front of him. I'm fine, I can continue playing. Bladrick frowned, momentarily stunned. He knew Feng had a competitive spirit and would do everything he could to stay on the field and help the team win. However, this DFB Pokal match was not part of the team's plans. Perhaps having Feng on the field could indeed help Paderborn regain momentum and keep the score close against Dortmund. But so what? Paderborn needed to stabilize their chances of promotion to the Bundesliga this season, not focus on this cup match. Realizing this, Bladrick spoke again. Now is not the time for you to throw a tantrum. You must obey the coach's arrangement. At this point, Gerald's substitution instruction had already been given and could not be retracted. Even if Feng stayed on the field, he would be forced off by the referee. It seemed that following Gerald's orders was the only path available. Chapter 129. The focus returned to the Westfalen Stadion. The match quickly resumed. Bang, bang, bang. After the kickoff, Dortmund did not give up on high pressing due to the absence of a teammate in the backfield. Instead, they quickly organized an attack without any fear. They passed rapidly in the midfield, attempting to replace defense with offense. Among the Dortmund players, the most threatening to their defense was none other than Feng, wearing jersey number 23. However, Feng had been substituted by the coach due to an injury. In this case, who else could break through Dortmund's defense? With only one less player, the four defenders should still be more than enough to handle the current Paderborn attack. In the 72nd minute of the match, a Dortmund player seized the opportunity created by a gap in Paderborn's defense, delivering a through ball directly into the space on the flank. The fast-starting Reyes quickly surged forward, skillfully maneuvering past Paderborn's defenders and striding confidently into the penalty area. At this moment, the weaknesses of Paderborn's defense were once again exposed. The fullbacks could not stop the opposing wingers from cutting inside, and although the center backs were tall, they were ineffective against technically skilled forwards. Chapter 130. Beep, beep, beep. With the referee blowing the final whistle, this German Cup match for a spot in the quarterfinals came to an end. Dortmund won 5-2 against Paderborn, advancing to the quarterfinals. Bang, bang, bang. Dortmund, Dortmund. Bang, bang, bang. Dortmund, Dortmund. Instantly, the entire Signal Iduna Park saw Dortmund fans rise to their feet, rhythmically beating drums and cheering for the team. On the field, Dortmund players reveled in the cheers from the fans, gathering together to celebrate their victory. Meanwhile, the Paderborn players walked off with their heads down, looking dejected as they headed towards the locker room. All right, dear viewers. In the commentary booth, Jean Jun's voice carried a hint of regret as he concluded, this German Cup round of 16 match has come to an end. It was no small feat for Paderborn to score 2 goals against this star-studded Dortmund team. Feng played for 70 minutes, scored 1 goal, and earned a penalty in the box, which can be considered an excellent performance. Chapter 131. After hearing Feng recount his experiences abroad, Jean Jun couldn't help but nod. To be honest, in the current dark situation of Chinese football, it is quite difficult for professional players from the Chinese Super League to get opportunities to play in Europe. However, Feng is a product of a strong European youth training system. Naturally, this identity makes more Chinese fans recognize his talent, believing he is the future of Chinese football. I heard that not long ago, the Chinese football club Evergrande invited you to join, but you declined. With a smile, Jean Jun threw out a tricky question. Have you not considered returning to play in the Chinese Super League? That's right. I haven't considered returning to play in China for now. Upon hearing this question, Feng candidly stated, without giving any face to Chinese football, my future plan is to play in one of the top 5 leagues. I am still young and need a higher level of competition to improve my skills. Therefore, in the coming years, I will continue to strive for the Champions League. Speaking of this, Feng paused and frowned slightly, but I'm a Chinese player, and if China needs me to join the national team in the future, I will consider it. Chapter 132. Hearing Gerard's words, Feng showed a hint of annoyance on his face. Media reporters thrive on hot topics. Whenever something arises, they focus solely on traffic, reporting without discernment. Naturally, there will be many rumors and subjective assumptions. For example, after Paderborn's loss in this German Cup match, Media reporters would likely forcefully link Feng to Paderborn's defeat against Dortmund, citing poor performance, late-night drinking, and other reasons. But in reality, what does Feng have to do with Paderborn losing to Dortmund? He did his best. Perhaps if Feng had not been substituted by Gerard, Paderborn could have scored 1 or 2 more goals. However, against a powerful Dortmund, those goals wouldn't solve the problem anyway. And what is the reality? Feng only spent a little over an hour at the nightclub. After completing his special training task, he returned early to rest, which did not affect his performance in the next day's match. Mr. Gerard, I returned home very early last night. Vidra can attest to this, as I even brought him a late-night snack when I got back. Upon hearing this, Gerard turned his gaze towards Vidra, as if ready to scold him if he didn't tell the truth. Chapter 133. The notice regarding Feng's punishment was quickly reposted on the German football forum. This naturally sparked further discussions among fans, as it appeared to be a punishment announcement. However, with a little thought, one could realize that the severity of this punishment was quite mild. A fine of €1,000 is insignificant even for a second-division player, let alone for big stars worth tens of millions of euros. One can only say that the Paderborn Football Club's attitude towards punishment is there, but it is merely an attitude. The next day, in a luxurious office in Rome, Italy, a famous agent, Raiola, was lounging on the sofa, quietly enjoying his afternoon tea. However, this pleasant atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by an assistant who barged in. The somewhat nervous assistant chose not to speak, but directly placed a document on Raiola's tea table. What is this document? Raiola put down his teacup, and seeing that the assistant did not respond, he frowned slightly and picked up the document to read. What caught his eye was, of course, the recent media reports about Feng. Chapter 134. Mr. Bladrick. I actually came to find Feng because of the recent public opinion regarding him. Realizing that the matter could not be concealed any longer, Raiola decided not to hide it any further and directly expressed his thoughts. You should know that I am Feng's agent, and I do not wish for him to have any blemishes in his career. Regarding his talent, every coach who sees him cannot help but marvel. But in terms of his personal life, I must know what he is doing every day, and I need to give him a wake-up call. Saying this, Raiola revealed a somewhat lewd smile. In the future, if he wants to send him to a big club and secure a hefty transfer fee, he must maintain a good reputation. These words struck a chord with Feng, as Raiola understood that a talent like Feng could not possibly remain at Paderborn forever. The best course of action for Paderborn would be to sell him at a high price to a top-tier team. After deducting Raiola's commission, this transfer fee would be the best gift Feng could leave for Paderborn. Chapter 135. Faced with Feng's sudden questioning, the usually proud Raiola found himself somewhat at a loss for words. To be honest, he hadn't even watched the recent DFB Pokal match between Paderborn and Dortmund before coming to speak with Feng. With so many players signed under him, Raiola was generally sensitive to player statistics. After a game, one could easily assess contributions just by looking at the data. However, when it came to Feng, Raiola instinctively thought about handling Feng's personal life issues and subconsciously instructed his assistant to downplay the media's influence without focusing on the real situation. Of course, part of the reason was that many people nowadays are influenced by the subjective reporting of the news and do not pay much attention to the actual circumstances. I didn't fully address your performance in the last match. I was just asking about your personal life, Raiola slowly exhaled, his tone lacking the firmness it had when he first arrived. You're almost an adult now. You should know what you should and shouldn't do. Chapter 136. November 28th. In the 16th round of the Bundesliga, Paderborn's match was set to take place. The opponent was a formidable one. Currently ranked first in the league, RB Leipzig. RB Leipzig had made successful signings this season, and the players were well coordinated, demonstrating excellent teamwork. In the previous 15 matches, they had 10 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, totaling 33 points. Paderborn, on the other hand, had 9 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses, with a total of 31 points, temporarily sitting in second place in the league. If Paderborn could win this match, it would be their first time topping the Bundesliga this season, greatly increasing their chances of winning the league title. However, unfortunately, in the last DFB Pokal match, Captain Hummels was injured and unable to play. As a result, Paderborn, a team that was previously in good shape, would lose a significant portion of its defensive capability. The substitute Antoine was unable to shoulder the responsibility of being the core of the defense, and head coach Gerald didn't hesitate to bench him again, opting for a younger player instead. Chapter 137 Frankfurt City, Frankfurt People's Bank Stadium. This small stadium, which can accommodate 12,000 people, was packed to capacity. Many disappointed Frankfurt fans came to watch this match against their city rivals, curious to see how they would fare against the underdog Paderborn. As the match began, the players of FSV Frankfurt kicked off with high spirits, launching an attack. Facing a Paderborn side with diminished defensive capabilities, FSV's coach decided to adopt RB Leipzig's tactics, pressing high up the pitch. Since they couldn't contain the current top scorer Feng, who was temporarily serving as Paderborn's captain, they opted for an attacking approach. This tactic proved successful at the start. In the 21st minute, FSV Frankfurt seized the opportunity and scored first, breaking through Paderborn's defense and taking a 1-0 lead. In the Paderborn coach's area, head coach Gerald had a dark expression, looking despondent at the performance of the starting center back who replaced Hummels. He silently vowed to bring in a few talented young defenders during the winter transfer window to develop them for future needs. Chapter 138 Mr. Chairman, I'm here. Gerald entered after knocking, sitting across from the chairman of Paderborn at his desk. This was about the contract details for Feng's buyout, and the club management had already discussed the salary budget. The Paderborn chairman spoke cheerfully as he handed a folder to Gerald. When you negotiate with Feng's agent Raiola, just make sure to stay within this budget. It was clear that since they only needed to spend €2 million to buy him from Freiburg, it was an excellent deal. A 17-year-old talented forward, fresh on the scene, was already sitting at the top of the scoring chart in the Bundesliga. Such a performance could easily fetch tens of millions of euros from a top football club, yet Paderborn only spent €2 million. The Paderborn chairman was very satisfied with this deal and naturally didn't have much leeway to cut Feng's salary. The salary offered was very competitive, even considering a substantial signing bonus for Feng. As long as that vampire Raiola didn't overreach, the management of Paderborn would be able to accept it easily. Chapter 139 Seeing Butcher walk towards Feng, a look of disdain appeared on Gerald's face. There was no need to think too much. Butcher was approaching Feng with a single purpose in mind, to extend an olive branch and entice Feng to join Bochum. However, Butcher was unaware that Feng's loan contract with Freiburg included a priority buyout clause. This meant that during the winter transfer window, as long as Paderborn and Feng reached an agreement, he could only transfer to Paderborn, leaving no opportunity for other two Bundesliga teams. Mr. Feng, hello. I'm Butcher, the head coach of Bochum. Upon reaching Feng, Butcher extended his right hand with a gentlemanly demeanor. Hello, Mr. Butcher. Feng shook hands with Butcher briefly, his expression neutral. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've actually been paying attention to you for a while, Mr. Feng. I really admire your abilities and playing style. I wonder if you have decided on your destination for the winter transfer window? Butcher said, a confident smile spreading across his face. I believe you wouldn't want to stay at Freiburg any longer, right? After all, they have already loaned you out to another team. Chapter 140 Other Teams Transfer Requests. Suddenly, Stretch felt a jolt in his heart, and a bad feeling surged up. He suppressed his unease and casually picked up a few fax documents to start reading. As soon as he glanced at the first one, Stretch felt an explosive sensation in his heart. This transfer request fax was sent by Bundesliga powerhouse Dortmund, and the content was straightforward. They were interested in paying €10 million to buy the young Chinese player Feng. €10 million. Stretch took a deep breath, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. This €10 million was the offer made by the Bundesliga giant Borussia Dortmund, and if it was already this high, how much would the other Premier League giants offer? It was likely to be even higher, right? Stretch controlled his facial expression and continued to flip to the second page. What caught his eye was the emblem of the Premier League champions, the Red Devils, Manchester United. The fax requesting the transfer made the situation even more explosive. Manchester United hoped Freiburg would end Feng's loan at Paderborn during the winter transfer window and was willing to pay €15 million for Feng. Chapter 141 The well-known 17-year-old Chinese player is stubbornly sold by Freiburg for only €2 million. Shocking. The reason Freiburg sold the €2 million young player Feng to Paderborn is actually this. Freiburg coach Stretch's foolish operation could lead to a loss of tens of millions for Freiburg. It was unclear who exposed the priority buyout clause concerning Feng's transfer between Freiburg and Paderborn. The focus was directly on coach Stretch. It was as if the last fig leaf covering Freiburg and Stretch had been torn away. Immediately, fans who had long been active in football forums noticed these posts and began to comment, pushing them to trending topics. I'm dying of laughter. Is Freiburg's coach Stretch a money tree? How foolish must one be to agree to a €2 million buyout clause for Feng? I can already imagine how uncomfortable Stretch will feel. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you a joke. Freiburg sold their genius young player for €2 million to Paderborn, causing Paderborn to equalize against Freiburg. They also have a great chance of missing out on the Bundesliga 2 championship this season. Chapter 142 at 10 o'clock in the morning. In the press room of the Paderborn Training Center. At this moment, this small but exquisitely decorated room was filled with sports media from Germany. Just yesterday, Paderborn's official website announced that they would live stream the signing ceremony with Feng this morning. Although many fans already knew about it in advance, the emotions still erupted when the signing ceremony took place. Once the live stream started, Paderborn's coach Gerald came out looking radiant. After a brief opening statement to the camera, he arrived at the most critical moment of the signing ceremony. Let's give a warm welcome to Paderborn's new player, Mr. Feng. The media reporters on site immediately turned their cameras to a large door on the side after Gerald finished speaking. Under the focus of countless cameras, Feng soon walked out from the door. He walked in with a light step, a satisfied smile on his face. Feng had never experienced such a scene before. He thought he could remain calm during the signing, having seen pigs run on his phone. Chapter 143, I never expected that one day a Chinese player could become a star in European leagues. This all feels so surreal. I feel that it won't be long before China stands up in football. With such strong talent, he must not return to the Chinese Super League. He should play well in Europe, join a top team in the future, and compete for the Champions League title. In the future, will I also see Chinese players lift the Champions League trophy? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. It seems that Chinese people are not incapable of playing football. It's just that talented kids haven't been discovered and are busy studying hard. Thus, Feng's popularity in China rose to a new height. Even many self-media bloggers gained millions of followers overnight by editing highlights of Feng's performance in the Bundesliga 2. Seeing these videos, Chinese viewers were surprised to discover that Chinese players could pull off such amazing moves. Long-distance runs, rainbow flicks, Marseille turns, and volleys were all possible. This inadvertently sparked a wave of football enthusiasm in China. Many kids who watched Feng's videos were deeply impressed by his outstanding performances, reigniting the football dreams buried in their hearts. Chapter 144, February 2nd, 2016. In the training field of the Paderborn Training Center, Coach Gerald stood opposite a group of players, starting to introduce the new players brought in during the winter transfer window to those returning from vacation. This winter transfer window, Paderborn indeed had no extra transfer budget, but that didn't mean the team wouldn't have any personnel changes. The most significant transfer amount involved was a player from 1860 Munich, who was originally a starter at Paderborn. However, due to Feng's arrival, Gerald chose 2 midfielders in his formation, retaining only 1 defensive midfielder. The player who served as the second defensive midfielder had hardly gotten any playing time in the first half of the season. Therefore, when 1860 Munich extended an olive branch, this player did not hesitate to choose another new team to compete for playing opportunities. At the same time, Gerald used this funding to purchase a decent center back from Hamburg in the Bundesliga to replace Hummels. Hummels' injury would take about 3 months to recover, and as of now, he was almost fully healed. Chapter 145 time flew by, and it was now late February. Paderborn had one more match in February, facing Karlsruhe, who is currently 5th in the Bundesliga 2 standings at home. Paderborn had not managed to defeat this team in the first half of the season, making it clear just how strong their capabilities were. On February 27th, Paderborn hosted Karlsruhe at Benthiler Arena. It had just rained in the city that morning, and the afternoon weather was foggy, which still affected the match's progress and viewing experience. However, this did not deter the passionate Paderborn fans from coming to Benthiler Arena to cheer. With the referee's whistle, Karlsruhe kicked off the match first. Meanwhile, the Chinese New Year holiday was coming to an end, and in the live broadcast room of Dongqiu, the familiar voices of Zhang Jun and He Wei were still accompanying the fans supporting Feng. All right, viewers, the 23rd round of the Bundesliga 2 is about to begin. In a commentary booth, Zhang Jun's hoarse voice began to introduce the current league situation to the Chinese fans entering the live broadcast room. Chapter 146 Bang. A heavy sound of body collision rang out. The Karlsruhe player raised his arm high and slammed into Feng's shoulder. However, he did not feel a sense of victory in the confrontation. Instead, a tremendous force surged through him, making him grunt and uncontrollably fall to the ground. What the hell? The Karlsruher player's eyes revealed a hint of shock. On the surface, Feng seemed to be slightly taller than him, but in other aspects, he really did not appear to be better than this Karlsruher defender. He looked pretty average in terms of build, but how could he hit so hard? He couldn't understand how, in just a few months, Feng's ability to withstand challenges had become so impressive. At that moment, while the Karlsruher defender was still pondering, Feng successfully contested for the ball and managed to get a touch on the long pass. However, the quality of the ball was poor, and Feng couldn't direct it into a forward position to immediately follow up with the ball. Therefore, he could only slightly control the second bounce of the ball, using his chest to stabilize it before continuing his dribble. But in those few seconds, the other Karlsruher defenders had all retreated. Chapter 147, Feng glanced up to observe the situation on the field. After confirming the positions of his teammates, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he approached the two defending players with a bicycle kick. The Karlsruher defenders had a numerical advantage and weren't particularly afraid of Feng. What puzzled them was why Feng displayed an incomprehensible confidence in his eyes. Then, a Karlsruher defender seized the opportunity and kicked out, preparing to clear the ball. But this action allowed Feng to seize the chance, quickly changing direction and breaking into the penalty area from his side. The two other defenders immediately positioned themselves to guard against Feng's sudden strike. However, they misread Feng's intentions. He never intended to go for the goal directly. Bang! Just as the ball was about to roll out of bounds, Feng instantly crossed it. A low cross. The ball swiftly headed toward the goal, but it wasn't a high ball. It was relatively low. Prajovic, who was waiting for the opportunity in the penalty area, was already poised and rushed toward the near post, using his body to shield the Karlsruher defender while flicking the ball forward with his foot. Chapter 148 on March 2nd at the Dragonhof Sports Park. The 24th round of the Bundesliga was upon us. The fans of Paderborn, filled with excitement, flocked into the stadium, eager to witness the first match of their old captain Hummels after his return. This made it nearly impossible to secure a seat in the already limited Dragonhof Sports Park. Many Paderborn fans went so far as to pay high prices for scalp tickets, sitting in the first fan section and pretending to be supporters of the opposing team. Paderborn. Amid the enthusiastic cheers from the Paderborn fans, the players were particularly excited and performed even better. Before the end of the first half, Paderborn was already leading 2-0. In the 20th minute, Feng scored with a long-range shot, and in the 36th minute, Prajovic scored with a follow-up shot in front of the goal. Given this favorable situation, the Paderborn players were assured by head coach Gerald that if the team was ahead, he would not hesitate to let Hummels come on. And now, with Paderborn leading by a large margin, they could naturally let Captain Hummels come on to gradually find his rhythm and regain his form. Chapter 149. After the conclusion of the 24th round of the Bundesliga, the state of all Paderborn players had reached a new height. Although the team's performance had been steadily improving, the injury of their old captain had been a concern for many players. Now that Hummels had returned to the field and performed well after coming on as a substitute in the match against Fürth, head coach Gerald assured him that he would gradually return to the starting lineup in upcoming matches. Of course, the prerequisite was that Hummels should not have any significant injuries in the next few games. Soon, the March fixtures of the Bundesliga followed one after another. In the 25th round, Paderborn faced the strong team St. Pauli at home. With the advantage of playing at home and Gerald making substitutions midway through the first half, Hummels was brought on along with Sajic. Their simultaneous entry allowed Paderborn to shift from a 5-defender formation to a more suitable 4-defender, 3-forward setup for Feng. With these changes, Paderborn grew stronger and defeated St. Pauli 3-1 at their home ground, Benthiler Arena. Chapter 150. As of now, Feng had accumulated 102 points of style value from the system's rewards. Although this may not seem like a lot, it was something Feng had worked hard to accumulate over nearly a season. This amount was enough for Feng to make 5 consecutive draws at the system mall. Moreover, according to the system's own rules, a 5 consecutive draw would guarantee a Black Star skill. This meant that, in addition to Van Persie's volley, Feng would receive another Black Quality Star skill. At present, Paderborn was about to face Freiburg at the Black Forest Stadium in a crucial match for the top 3 in the Bundesliga. Whoever wins would have the advantage in the final rounds of the league. Paderborn's goal this season was to win the Bundesliga championship. so they naturally needed to give their all in this match. All players would strive to fight on the field for victory. But to be honest, judging by the current form of both Freiburg and Paderborn, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. However, Paderborn could not afford to lose if they wanted to secure victory. In such a situation, Feng had a better option. Chapter 151, the starting players of both Paderborn and Freiburg were warming up around the penalty areas on either side of the field. Meanwhile, the substitute players were gathered in a circle, practicing a bit further away near the midfield. Feng walked straight toward the center circle. As he passed by the Paderborn substitutes, he simply exchanged a few greetings and did not linger. After all, he wasn't there to chat with the Paderborn substitutes. The reason was simple. The roster for today's match had already been announced after Paderborn's team bus arrived in Freiburg. Unsurprisingly, Feng's old friend, the former captain of Freiburg U17, Alge, was once again a substitute for this match. At this moment, Alge was not far from the substitutes of Paderborn. The match was about to start, and Feng's presence at the Freiburg substitutes position would not cause any negative impact. As Feng walked towards the Freiburg substitutes, Alge stood at the edge of the team, somewhat lost in thought, looking in Feng's direction. Long time no see. I never expected that one day I would stand on the field of the Bundesliga 2 to compete against you, but as opponents. Chapter 152. Only by understanding Feng well enough can one find the right solution. And Dennis happened to be the coach familiar with Feng. The diamond-shaped midfield positioning could cover most midfield positions and had suitable passing routes. However, by tightening horizontally, the goal was to block the connection between Paderborn's midfield players and Feng. This exposed a problem. The space on the flanks would be very open, which would leave many opportunities for Paderborn. But analyzing the specifics, Paderborn's main scorer is Feng, the lone striker, right? The wingers on both sides, like Prijovic, have indeed scored, but most of his scoring chances came from rebounds or assists from Feng. As long as Feng is tightly marked, Paderborn's offense can be dismantled. Back on the field, Freiburg's new tactics were indeed having a serious impact on Paderborn. The space on the flanks allowed Paderborn's central midfielders to push forward freely, but all passing routes that could connect with Feng were blocked by Freiburg's defenders. Chapter 153. On the field, Paderborn was pressing hard. Prijovic was advancing with the ball, quickly organizing an attack from the flank. It seemed that Gerald was not that great after all. Dennis couldn't help but shake his head, seeming to deny the Paderborn coach. In this situation, how could they let the wingers carry the ball and cross it? Isn't that seeking death? Feng in that position was being interfered with by two defenders and couldn't receive the ball to shoot. Before Dennis could finish speaking, Prijovic with the ball had already dribbled past the defender and sent a cross towards the center. At this moment, Freiburg's penalty area was crowded. The small penalty area was filled with 4 Freiburg defenders, 1 defensive midfielder, and Paderborn's number 23, Feng. The ball, soaring high, slowly descended towards the center of the penalty area. As the height decreased, it became clear that the cross was landing near the penalty spot. It was indeed very well placed. But at the same time, it was too well placed. In this position, even if Feng went for the header, he would face a sandwich from 2 Freiburg center backs. Chapter 154. In the Paderborn locker room, head coach Gerald excitedly walked up to Feng. "Kid, when did your heading ability become so outstanding?" Gerald beamed as he embraced Feng, patting his back. He then, still in disbelief, patted Feng's shoulder to check how strong his muscles were. When he felt the solidness of the muscles, Gerald could finally confirm that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Feng chuckled lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "Not that strong, I just guessed." Gerald blinked, clearly not believing Feng's words. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how Feng had knocked down 2 Freiburg center backs. "When did you secretly practice behind my back? I never expected you to master heading so quickly. And your physicality has really alleviated the team's urgent needs." Gerald continued to praise Feng. As the team's head coach, he was not as serious as some coaches and often managed to connect with players through his social skills. Chapter 155. When Schwolo instinctively dived to save, the ball had already reached him. Thud! The dull sound of the ball hitting the net followed. When the ball completely crashed into the net, causing it to bulge, Schwolo fell heavily to the ground, a bitter expression on his face. Undoubtedly, he had overestimated his abilities or underestimated Feng's skills. The Black Forest Stadium fell into a dead silence. Whether it was Freiburg's players or the fans in the stands, time seemed to pause as they stood there in shock. How could Freiburg, who had the upper hand in the first half and sounded the horn for a fierce attack in the second half, concede a goal so quickly. Moreover, from others' perspectives, Feng's shot seemed a bit rushed. After all, a Freiburg center back had just been interfering with him. Oh, Feng! 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 Ultimately, the deafening cheers of Paderborn fans shattered the silence of the stadium, pulling the stunned Freiburg players and fans back to reality. Chapter 156. Don't drop too far back. Block him, and don't leave any gaps in the flank. The captain of Freiburg's center backs shouted to his teammates. Everyone was well aware of Feng's shooting ability in front of the goal. Therefore, they had to ensure that no other Paderborn players could pass the ball through the flanks. In this way, Paderborn's attacking threat would be significantly reduced. At most, it would be a long-range shot from other wingers or midfielders. However, Freiburg's players definitely would not just sit back and wait for Paderborn's long shots. Even if the chances of scoring from long range were slim, they needed to keep applying pressure to ensure nothing went wrong. After hearing the captain's instructions, the other Freiburg defenders immediately moved inwards as instructed, trying to disrupt the connection between Feng and the other Paderborn players. Inside the penalty area, Feng had already started moving, trying to shake off the two defenders trailing him. Meanwhile, he kept an eye on his teammates behind him, hoping the ball would successfully come through. As Freiburg's defenders closed in on Paderborn's ball carrier, the pressure gradually increased. Chapter 157. Hearing the jeers from outside the field, Dennis felt a bit ashamed and lowered his head, wanting to find a crack to hide in. In his position, he had to bear the pressure of public opinion from the fans. However, wasn't this pressure a bit too much? The Freiburg ship was already in turbulent waters. The pressure from fans nowadays can truly force team presidents to restructure their teams due to public opinion. If that happens, the head coach will certainly be the first to be let go, who, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, sighed and said to his assistant coach Bruns, "Given the current situation, it's better to let the team give it their all and fight for the last bit of dignity at home." Bruns, do you understand what I mean? Bruns nodded in response. He wasn't foolish and naturally understood the pressure Freiburg was under from the fans' opinions. They had to do everything possible to equalize the score, at the very least, to leave the Black Forest Stadium with a point of dignity. Arrange for Alge, Andre, and Manstand to go on the field. Freiburg can lose, but they can only lose in attack. Chapter 158. A quadruple. Feng performed a quadruple. This is the first time a Chinese player has achieved this in the Bundesliga. In the Dongxiu live broadcast room, the excited John June couldn't help but raise his hands, his hoarse voice unable to conceal his excitement. I believe that after this match, more people around the world will remember Feng's name. At the same time, let's congratulate Paderborn in advance for winning this key match in the Bundesliga. At this moment, there were only a few minutes of stoppage time left in the game. At such a crucial moment, if the score were 3-2, there might still be a chance for a draw. But now, Feng had changed the score to 4-2. Was it still hoped that Freiburg players could score 2 goals in the final moments? This was clearly almost impossible. So many fans, like Jean June, had already come to believe that Paderborn had secured the victory. Guided by this thought, many Freiburg fans slowly stood up, their eyes filled with regret and anger. They left the Black Forest Stadium with dejected steps. Meanwhile, Paderborn fans repeatedly cheered and shouted from the stands. Chapter 159. Just as the Paderborn players were on the bus returning to the training center, German sports media reporters naturally reported on the fierce battle between Freiburg and Paderborn again. Feng scores a quadruple. Freiburg is nearly out of the running for this season's Bundesliga championship, the biggest dark horse in this season's Bundesliga. Paderborn's journey to the championship. Who will win the championship in this season's Bundesliga? How likely is Paderborn to win? Soon, news reports about Paderborn defeating Freiburg and Feng scoring a quadruple quickly went viral in Germany. Fans were also actively discussing the championship in the news comment section. Currently, RB Leipzig is only 1 point ahead of Paderborn. However, with Feng, who is likely to break the Bundesliga's top scorer record, many fans are still more optimistic about Paderborn. In the upcoming matches, Paderborn will face teams that are in the lower half of the league, so there is not much to worry about. Therefore, the key match that will determine the Bundesliga champion will be the match between Paderborn and RB Leipzig in the 31st round. Chapter 160. On April 23rd, in the Leipzig Basin, the home ground of RB Leipzig was packed, with tens of thousands of home fans eagerly awaiting this battle. At 7:30 p.m., under the cheers of the fans, The starting players from both sides stepped onto the field one after another. At this moment, the atmosphere at RB Leipzig's home was at its peak. Crush Paderborn. RB Leipzig is the champion. No team can stop our progress. Victory belongs to RB Leipzig. We are the champions. It was clear that the RB Leipzig fans were full of confidence for tonight's match. In the Huawei Live broadcast room, Jean Jun said in his iconic hoarse voice, "The focus battle of the 31st round of the two. Bundesliga is about to kick off. RB Leipzig is currently ranked first in the league, leading second-place Paderborn by 1 point. This match will be crucial for both teams." At this time, Huawei also interjected. In the first round, RB Leipzig achieved a thrilling 3-1 victory at Paderborn's home ground. I think tonight will also be a revenge match for the Paderborn players. Chapter 161. Before this match, RB Leipzig had also watched a lot of Feng's match footage. They were well aware of how outstanding Feng's shooting ability was. Therefore, the RB Leipzig head coach specifically instructed two center-backs to mark Feng. Both center-backs were over 185 centimeters tall and had rich defensive experience. Despite this, during a corner kick attack, Feng still successfully got the first touch. The teammate's pass was aimed at the near post. Feng made a curved run inside the penalty area and suddenly circled around to the front point. At the same time, the two RB Leipzig center-backs dared not be careless and did everything they could to interfere with Feng. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Feng was a step ahead, successfully getting to the ball before the two center-backs. The ball arrived just as he did. Feng leaped up and with a powerful header, firmly struck the ball into the RB Leipzig goal. The speed was so fast that the two center-backs behind could only watch in awe. In an instant, the ball perfectly breached the RB Leipzig goalkeeper's defenses. Wow, 2-1. This Klinsmann Golden Bomber's heading ability is indeed amazing. Chapter 162. At the Red Bull Arena in the away stands. Hundreds of Paderborn fans who had traveled from afar wore excited smiles on their faces, shouting hysterically, "Oh, Paderborn! Paderborn! Feng! Feng! Feng!" Paderborn fans saw the dawn of victory. Every fan was filled with confidence in Feng's abilities. They believed that victory would belong to Feng and to Paderborn. At this moment, the vast Red Bull Arena felt like Paderborn's home ground. Pressure filled every RB Leipzig player's mind. On the Leipzig bench, head coach Rock quickly regained his composure. He did not sit idle, but immediately shouted to his players, "Attack! Attack! Control that damn football with your feet, and give the opponent no chances. Control the pace." RB Leipzig is a team that focuses on ball possession. Head coach Roth naturally hopes his players can firmly control the football during this period. In his view, there is still plenty of time in the match. As long as his players can find their rhythm again, RB Leipzig can definitely take the lead once more. Chapter 163. Oh, Paderborn! Paderborn! Feng! 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 On the away fan stand at the Red Bull Arena, the Paderborn fans have gone completely crazy. Every fan is hysterically shouting the name of Feng. Another shot from Feng. This is an almost zero-angle volley. The RB Leipzig goalkeeper has done his best, but unfortunately, Feng's shot is too powerful, leaving the goalkeeper with no chance. The score is now 3-2, and Feng has completed the winner. Jean Jun's tone is filled with excitement. On the Paderborn bench, Gerald is also sincerely giving Feng a warm round of applause. Undoubtedly, Feng's performance tonight is almost perfect. Huawei can't help but praise. Another hat trick, and achieving a hat trick in such a crucial match. Feng can definitely be called a big game player. While some are excited, others are disheartened. On the RB Leipzig bench, head coach Roth's expression is ashen, shaking his head helplessly. He complains to his assistant. The opponent's number 23 player is simply a goal machine. We can't stop his goals at all. Chapter 164 in an instant. After crossing the halfway line, the football perfectly lands at Feng's feet in the front field. Without a doubt, this is a great opportunity for Paderborn's counterattack. Feng is not a player known for speed, but relies on changes in rhythm, stopping and turning to successfully shake off multiple Munich 1980 players' interference. 3 seconds later, Feng is already at the top of the big penalty area with the ball. This is a great chance to shoot. The moment Feng makes the shooting motion, the Munich 1980 defenders also make their interference moves, but at the same time, Feng changes his action. In 1 second, Feng transforms from shooting motion to a passing one. With a slight flick of his wrist, the football instantly reaches the feet of Protkovic on the right side. At this moment, there are no defenders around Protkovic. Thus, this player takes a fierce shot. Whoosh! The football securely lands in the goal, 1-0. Paderborn takes the lead. Throughout the Benthiler Arena, tens of thousands of Paderborn fans are ecstatic. Oh, Paderborn, Paderborn. In fact, many fans begin to loudly chant that we are the champions. Chapter 165. The sky above Benthiler Arena bursts into brilliant fireworks. This is Paderborn's moment. They have finally won their first championship in over 100 years since the club was established. The Paderborn players also take the initiative to circle the field, thanking the fans for their support in this way. Feng! 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 At this moment, the entire stadium erupts with shouts for Su Feng. All Paderborn fans know very well that without Su Feng, this season's Paderborn could not have created such a miracle. Winning the two Bundesliga championship, that would have been impossible. But now, Su Feng has made everything a reality. Back in the locker room, assistant coach Brad Eric has already brought in a large box of champagne. Instantly, the entire locker room is filled with the smell of champagne, even led by Captain Hummels. Many mischievous Paderborn players take bottles of champagne and cause a ruckus at the press conference. They directly pour champagne on head coach Gerald's expensive suit. After this match, Su Feng's former teammates from Freiburg also left messages congratulating him on winning the championship. Meanwhile, in the Far East, Chapter 166, at 6 o'clock in the evening. Inside the Paderborn club, after thanking the players for their hard work this season, head coach Gerald announces the end of the season and the holiday officially begins. Upon hearing this news, the Paderborn players are incredibly excited. Finally, after a season of hard work, they can now enjoy the joy of vacation. Although the season has ended, Gerald's days as the team's head coach are not easy. While the players enjoy their vacation, Gerald worries every day about the arrival of the new season. Gerald knows very well that although Paderborn has dominated the two Bundesliga and won the championship around early, it will not be easy for them to establish themselves in the Bundesliga with the current strength of the players. It's important to know that the Bundesliga and two Bundesliga are not the same concept. If Paderborn wants to establish themselves in the Bundesliga, in addition to maintaining the current squad, they also need to bring in a few strong foreign players, which may make it possible to avoid relegation in the new season. Therefore, on the first day after the season ended, Gerald continuously communicated his recruitment plans to the team's general manager. Chapter 167. Not only Bayern and Dortmund in the Bundesliga, but also Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid in La Liga are interested in Su Feng. At the same time, all of the Premier League's Big Six have sent offers to Raiola. Even Ligue 1's Paris Saint-Germain, Serie A's Inter Milan, and Juventus have contacted Raiola. When Raiola informed Su Feng of these offers, to be honest, Su Feng had no idea how to choose. For Su Feng himself, he hasn't thought about whether to leave Paderborn. After all, Su Feng has been doing quite well at this club. Moreover, they have just been promoted to the Bundesliga. And most importantly, Su Feng is currently the absolute core of Paderborn. If Su Feng joins a big club like Bayern or a Premier League team, he might be able to play in high-level competitions like the Champions League, but he would also have to face competition at the same position. It's a double-edged sword. Su Feng must consider carefully. Su Feng has time to think, but his suitors cannot wait. In order to seize the initiative in the battle for Su Feng, these European giant clubs have also employed various methods. Chapter 168. After Raiola received Su Feng's call, he immediately contacted the heads of the three clubs. Chelsea and Manchester United have clearly stated that 30 million is their bottom line. No matter how Raiola argued, these two clubs showed no signs of budging. On the contrary, Arsenal has shown great sincerity. As Arsenal's head coach, Wenger has extensive authority in player recruitment. As long as Wenger identifies a player, the club's sporting director is generally very supportive. In fact, during the winter transfer window, Wenger had shown great interest in Su Feng, but at that time, Arsenal had no available spots, so he had to give up. Now, half a season has passed. Su Feng's performance in the two Bundesliga has been nothing short of perfect, not only helping Paderborn win the two Bundesliga championship, but also breaking the single-season goal record and winning the Best Player award. Therefore, when the transfer window opened, Wenger was the first to contact Paderborn and Raiola. In Wenger's view, Su Feng perfectly fits into his tactical system. Chapter 169. After the press conference, Arsenal Football Club promptly released a photo of Su Feng in an Arsenal jersey on social media, accompanied by the caption, "The Chinese genius becomes the new owner of Arsenal's number 8. Once this tweet was posted, It attracted numerous comments from Arsenal fans. Go Feng. Hope you can help Arsenal win the championship. 17 years old. The future is bright. As a Chinese student studying abroad, I finally have a reason to watch the game at the Emirates Stadium. The most important signing. Feng's strength is really strong. Hope the Chinese Dragon can sweep through the Premier League. While some Arsenal fans supported the signing of Feng, there were also quite a few who were dissatisfied with the club's decision. Although Feng scored 55 goals in the Bundesliga, whether he can adapt to the intensity of the Premier League is still unknown. To be honest, spending $35 million to buy a 17-year-old Asian player is definitely a foolish decision. I really don't understand why Wenger appreciates Feng. It is said that this player has a mediocre character and often frequents nightclubs. Chapter 170. Coach Wenger hopes to assess the player's conditions through an internal practice match, preparing as much as possible for the new season. The teams are divided by drawing lots into the white team and the red team. Feng was assigned to the white team. Other players in the white team include Ramsey, Walcott, Chambers, Bellerin, and Ospina. The red team consists of Sanchez, Iwobi, a false nine, and Welbeck. When a match began, the red team players kicked off. From the personnel configuration, the strength of the red team is clearly superior to that of the white team, where Feng is. Therefore, once the match started, the white team players retreated to defend in the midfield. In the second minute of the match, the red team gained a great attacking opportunity. Midfielder Iwobi attracted the attention of two white team players and suddenly passed the ball to the false nine on the wing. The latter sent a through ball without stopping the ball. The ball appeared at forward Sanchez's feet in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, white team defender Chambers reacted quickly. He managed to block Sanchez's shot before he could take the shot, successfully neutralizing the opponent's attack. After that, the red team continued to apply pressure on the white team's goal. Chapter 171. After downing 3 cups of white wine, Ramsey was already slightly tipsy. He also entered the phase of casual conversation after drinking. Ramsey grasped Feng's hand and seriously said to him, Feng, do you know? My biggest dream is to help Arsenal win the Champions League. Since joining Arsenal in 2008, I have been at this club for a full 8 years, but unfortunately, in these 8 years, due to various factors, Arsenal has never won that damn big-eared trophy. I have been an Arsenal fan since I was young, and I hope to personally lead Arsenal back to the top. This season, let's work hard together. Last season, Leicester City actually won the Premier League title. So Arsenal can certainly win the Champions League. When the day of the Champions League final comes, we both must start. I will definitely assist you just like today. After Ramsey finished speaking, Feng gradually realized that Ramsey was already a bit drunk. He continued along with Ramsey's words. The reason I chose to join Arsenal is naturally to win the Champions League. Chapter 172. During this time, Arsenal's training has also started to increase in intensity. After all, the league is about to begin, and for Coach Wenger, he must try to get his players back in shape within a limited time. This summer, the players went on vacation, and quite a few of them have shown signs of being out of shape. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct a certain degree of high-intensity training to ensure the players can sustain 90 minutes of play. Time flies, and soon it was the end of July. Feng's 18th birthday finally arrived. 2 days before his birthday, Feng informed his Arsenal teammates about his birthday party plans. On this day of training, Feng was very active. At the Arsenal training base, the team was still engaged in high-intensity physical training. After the training ended, Feng specifically invited the first-team players of Arsenal to attend his birthday party. However, the false nine and Welbeck were not invited by Feng. The reason is simple. After Feng joined Arsenal, these two had publicly humiliated him, and although Feng had already taken revenge, even dominating the false nine in a training match. Chapter 173. You have something to talk to me about? Go ahead if I can solve it. I will do my best. Feng quickly smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing much. In a couple of days, it will be my 18th birthday, so I hope to invite you and the coaching staff to have a meal together. Upon hearing this, Coach Wenger did not hesitate at all and readily agreed. Since you invited us, we naturally have to honor the invitation. However, if we coaches go, the players might feel a bit uncomfortable. Feng decisively waved his hand and said, Don't worry, coach. I've already given them a heads up, and they all welcome your arrival. Assistant Coach Bold smiled and said, Good. Since that's the case, we will definitely go. 2 days later, at a Sichuan restaurant in London's Chinatown, the place was bustling with noise. Feng specifically booked a large private room. After all, even though this is Chinatown, is London's Chinatown, and with Coach Wenger's influence. If they ate in the main area, they would definitely be recognized by fans. So Feng chose a private room. Although it cost a lot more euros, it was definitely worth it to let the players enjoy a good meal. Chapter 174. Time flew by, and soon it was the first round of the Premier League. Arsenal's first match in the Premier League was against Watford. This team's strength is basically at the lower mid-level of the Premier League, and considering Arsenal's current strength, defeating Watford and securing a winning start in the Premier League shouldn't be a problem. After the training that day, assistant coach Bold posted the squad list against Watford in the locker room, and then left directly. Feng was not included in the starting lineup, but was placed in the substitute list. However, his rival, the dead man attacking midfielder, made it into the starting lineup. Obviously, at the moment, the dead man attacking midfielder's position in Arsenal is still more important than Feng's. After seeing the starting list, the dead man attacking midfielder suddenly thought of a good idea. He immediately found Welbeck nearby and whispered, "If Feng comes on in the next match, we must show him a thing or two. The best way is to deliberately pass him a difficult ball, making him collide with the opposing defender. If he gets injured, that would be even better." Chapter 175. On the left flank, Arsenal's speedy winger, Walcott, received the ball and immediately accelerated. As we all know, Walcott is an extremely fast player. When he picks up speed, very few players can keep up with his sharp pace. In a flash, Walcott successfully dribbled to the edge of the goal line. At this moment, Walcott did not choose to sweep the ball across the goal, but rather opted for a cutback pass, which was undoubtedly a very correct choice. Bang! In an instant, the ball appeared at the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, Ramsey just happened to be in position. Faced with this perfect shooting opportunity, Ramsey naturally did not miss it and chose to strike the ball fiercely. The ball flew into the bottom corner of the goal like a cannonball. 1-0. Ramsey successfully helped the team score. The Watford fans in the stands instantly fell silent. Undoubtedly, this was not the outcome the Watford fans wanted to see. After scoring, Ramsey rushed to the bench and embraced Feng tightly. Chapter 176. After the match between Arsenal and Watford, far away in Huaxia, the largest sports forum, Decadent, reported on the match immediately. Arsenal defeats Watford away, successfully achieving their first win of the season. Feng remained on the bench and did not get the chance to play. Water cooler administrator. Feng did not get the chance to play in his first Premier League match. A large number of fans flooded into Decadent's comment section. Really? I don't understand why Wenger didn't let Feng play. Exactly. Even in garbage time in the second half, he didn't let Feng on. What does Wenger mean? I believe that as long as Wenger gives Feng a chance, he will definitely help the team score. It's really too unreasonable. No matter what, Wenger should give Feng a chance. Although Arsenal won this match, to be honest, Arsenal's offense was too monotonous, and if they encountered a strong team, they could very likely lose. In fact, with the current strong squad of Arsenal, it's quite normal for Feng not to get playing time. Chapter 177. 15 minutes before the match started, Arsenal and Leicester City both announced their starting lineups. The Huaxia fans were extremely disappointed to see that Feng was once again left out of the starting lineup. Feng was once again on the bench. The reason why Coach Wenger chose to bench Feng was largely because he did not believe that Feng could score in this match. Last season, Leicester City won the Premier League largely due to their ironclad defense. They were the team that conceded the fewest goals in the entire Premier League. So, to be on the safe side, Coach Wenger did not start Feng. Arsenal versus Leicester City starting lineup released. Huaxia forward Feng once again appears on the substitute list. In the comment section of this news, a large number of Huaxia fans began to express their disappointment. Why? Why not let Feng play? No way. Has Wenger lost his mind? Brothers, don't panic. Tonight Arsenal's front line includes Sanchez. Do you really think Feng is stronger than Sanchez? Chapter 178. Just when all Arsenal fans thought the suspense of the match would be completely lost, an unexpected event occurred. The Leicester City players did not give up. Instead, they began to show the true strength of the defending champions. On the sidelines, Coach Ranieri was continuously directing his players to push forward and attack. Tonight, Leicester City's only goal at the Emirates Stadium was to secure a victory. After Arsenal took the lead, it meant that Arsenal had little time left. They had to launch a full-scale attack. Thus, under the constant shouts of Coach Ranieri, Leicester City's players began to frequently create threats towards the opponent's goal. On the right flank, Mahrez received the ball. Mahrez is also humorously referred to by fans as the king of football. This player's ability to break through on the flanks is quite sharp. To be honest, once Mahrez starts dribbling, there aren't too many players who can easily stop his advance. This time was no exception. When Mahrez received the ball, he didn't hesitate for a moment and suddenly made a powerful move with his right foot. Chapter 179. The dead man attacking midfielder did not drop back to midfield, but frequently made forward runs, which left Arsenal's midfield lacking in numbers. It's important to note that the dead man attacking midfielder's strength is actually in passing. When he makes frequent forward runs, he naturally cannot showcase his passing skills. Just now, Leicester City was able to score precisely because one of their defenders intercepted the ball from the dead man attacking midfielder. This led to a counterattack opportunity. The reason the dead man attacking midfielder chose to make forward runs frequently in tonight's match was simple. He craved a goal. He wanted to score a beautiful goal to mock Feng, who was sitting on the bench. But unfortunately, not only did the dead man attacking midfielder fail to score, but he also caused the entire Arsenal attack to stagnate, while not providing any help on the defensive end. Soon, the match entered the last 5 minutes of the first half. For the current Arsenal players, there was no way out. All that was left for Arsenal was to attack. On the sidelines, the Arsenal coach was continuously shouting the names of his players, urging them to stay focused and face the match in their best form. Chapter 180. In the stands of the Emirates Stadium, most Arsenal fans were not confident in Feng. Why did Coach Wenger send an Asian player onto the field? No way, no way. Has Wenger lost his mind? Who is this Feng? I've never heard of him. You guys are fake fans. This is the forward that the team spent a lot of money to bring in from Bundesliga 2's Paderborn this summer. Don't underestimate this Asian player. He was the top scorer in Bundesliga 2, scoring 55 goals in a single season, just as the Arsenal fans were discussing. Feng had a great opportunity at the edge of the penalty area. This chance came from a pass by Ramsey. Since Leicester City's defenders were not familiar with Feng's individual capabilities, when Feng received the ball at the top of the penalty area, there were no Leicester City players immediately interfering with him. After glancing at the position of the Leicester City goalkeeper, Feng decisively took a shot at the opponent's goal. Bang! The ball actually hit the goalpost. What bad luck! In the commentary room, Jean Jun also expressed his regret. This shot was powerful. The only pity is that the luck was just a little off. Chapter 181. Although Ranieri usually gives the impression of a gentle and refined elder, once Leicester City players do not follow his tactics during the game, he transforms into a grumpy old man. After the restart, the Arsenal players playing at home began to take control of the game as pace. Feng's goal undoubtedly gave the Arsenal players a glimpse of victory, instantly boosting their morale. During this time, Arsenal began to launch an assault on Leicester City's goal, while the away team struggled to cope and could only fall back to defend. At the same time, having realized Feng's capabilities, Leicester City's defenders began to focus their attention on him. But, despite this, Feng still managed to create opportunities. He started to make runs. This was a very dangerous signal for Leicester City's defense. In order to regain possession, Feng proactively dropped back to midfield to receive the ball. Seeing Feng return to midfield, his friend Ramsey immediately understood his intention and quickly passed the ball to Feng. At this moment, several Leicester City midfielders had already appeared around Feng. Chapter 182. It must be said that Ramsey is quite exceptional in his passing skills. The ball quickly traced a beautiful arc over Leicester City and perfectly landed on Feng's head. Without a doubt, this was a great opportunity for a header. At that moment, Feng showcased his jumping ability as he awakened Klinsmann's heading prowess. Despite two Leicester City center-backs attempting to interfere with him, and those two center-backs being Huth and Morgan, who had impressive physical attributes, Feng still managed to win the ball in the face of their interference. The most important point was that Feng executed the header. With Klinsmann's heading ability backing him up, Feng's header was powerful, crashing into the net like a cannonball. Even though Huth and Morgan both made physical challenges against Feng at the moment he jumped, unfortunately for them, Feng did not give either center-back any opportunity. Chapter 183. As the referee blew the final whistle, the score was finally set at 3-2. In Arsenal's first home match of the new season, Feng's double and a last-minute header secured victory for the team. At this moment, the entire Emirates Stadium was wildly chanting Feng's name. Oh, Feng! 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 Oh, Feng! 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 Clearly, after tonight's match, every Arsenal fan had changed their view of Feng. The moment the referee blew the whistle, Ramsey was the first to run up to Feng, and the two embraced. Feng, you were truly outstanding tonight, especially that last header. To be honest, I never expected you to score a header while being interfered with by two Leicester City defenders. After saying that, Ramsey also gave Feng a thumbs up. Just then, Leicester City's goalkeeper Schmeichel came up to Feng and pointed at his jersey, saying, "Hello, Feng, congratulations on helping Arsenal secure victory. You were perfect today. Could we swap jerseys?" Chapter 184. At this moment, Ramsey's wife poured a glass of champagne for Feng and curiously asked her husband, "How's Feng's tolerance for alcohol? Is this a bit too much?" Unexpectedly, Ramsey's response left his wife utterly shocked. "Too much? Not at all. This little bit of alcohol isn't even enough to fill the gaps in Feng's teeth." After Ramsey finished speaking, his wife was greatly astonished. "But aren't professional football players not allowed to drink?" she questioned. However, Ramsey patiently explained to his wife, "That's right. Normally football players shouldn't drink. But Feng is not an ordinary player." Upon hearing Ramsey's sarcastic remark, Feng quickly clarified, "Actually, we Chinese have a higher tolerance for alcohol. After a tiring day of training, drinking a bit helps with sleep." Ramsey's wife continued, "By the way, I want to ask you a more personal question. Are you currently single?" Hearing this question from Ramsey's wife, Feng's pupils instantly trembled. He had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Chapter 185. From the current strength of Arsenal, it would be somewhat difficult to defeat Southampton, especially since it was an away game. Coach Wenger was also taking this match very seriously. He decided to experiment with the lineup. First, Wenger decided to cultivate the attacking midfielder as the absolute core. He wanted to see where the attacking midfielder's limits were, in order to allow the attacking midfielder to showcase his true abilities in tonight's match. Coach Wenger did not include Feng and Ramsey in the starting lineup. The reason for this decision was simple. Coach Wenger knew that the attacking midfielder and Feng, as well as Ramsey, were not on good terms. If these two players appeared in the match, it was very likely that the attacking midfielder would not be able to showcase his true abilities. In the locker room, when Coach Wenger announced the starting lineup for the match, the attacking midfielder instantly felt a surge of confidence, feeling that his status in the team had risen significantly. Soon, at 8:30 p.m., Southampton's home ground was packed, and the atmosphere was lively. Meanwhile, far away in China, the largest sports website, Dongxiao.com, was also live-streaming the match. However, when the two commentators saw Arsenal's starting lineup, their mood instantly dropped. Chapter 186. After Feng scored, he was naturally incredibly excited deep down. He immediately rushed to the corner flag and celebrated the wonderful goal with a sliding kneel. At the same time, several Arsenal players rushed to Feng. Feeling overjoyed and excited about his goal, Ramsey also gave Feng a big hug and, in an excited tone, shouted, "Well done, Feng. I knew you could score. Incredible." Other Arsenal players also sincerely praised him, saying, "As long as you're on the field, Arsenal will definitely win the match. Keep it up, brothers. We must win." Undeniably, Feng's goal greatly boosted the morale of the entire Arsenal team. At that moment, every Arsenal player felt confident, firmly believing that they could win the match. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Dongxiao.com, commentator Zhang Jun was equally thrilled. With his already hoarse voice, he continuously shouted in the microphone, "It's Feng again." At the most critical moment of the match, Feng decisively stepped up and helped the team equalize. Chapter 187. During this period, the pressure of the match fell once again on every Arsenal player. Southampton's frantic counterattacks completely disrupted Arsenal's defense. At the 70-minute mark, Southampton launched their second wave of attack. It was another break down the wing, but this time, the player making the breakthrough was Redmond. In today's match, Redmond had mostly been in a peripheral role and hadn't had the chance to showcase his true abilities. But now, a golden opportunity had arrived for Redmond. On the wing, after receiving the ball, Redmond immediately accelerated without hesitation. At this moment, most Arsenal defenders were focused on Tadic, inadvertently giving Redmond the chance to break through. On the wing, Redmond went all out, relying on his absolute speed advantage to sprint forward. In no time, Redmond had directly entered the opponent's penalty area arc. At this moment, Arsenal's coach Wenger finally realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly called for his defenders to create interference immediately. Chapter 188. The match continued. For Arsenal at this moment, they had completely taken control of the match. After all, they were currently leading. In the following time, Su Feng became the focal point of the team once again. As long as Su Feng received the ball in the front, Southampton's defenders would immediately rush to interfere. This time was no exception. At the edge of the penalty area, just after Su Feng received Ramsey's pass, several Southampton defenders rushed over, giving Su Feng no chance at all. Seeing this, the two commentators in Dongqiu.com's live stream started discussing, without a doubt, given Su Feng's current individual ability, he has completely qualified to be a starting player for Arsenal. His performance is simply outstanding. If I were Coach Wenger, I would definitely choose to make Su Feng a starter. After Zhang Jun finished this statement, a flood of comments appeared on the screen of the Dongqiu.com live stream. Chinese fans watching the match also began to express their opinions, agreeing that Coach Wenger should change the starting lineup. Chapter 189 in the Dongqiu.com live stream. The two Chinese commentators, Zhang Jun and He Wei, also praised Su Feng's goal endlessly. Here comes another goal from Su Feng. This goal is a complete reflection of his individual ability. Su Feng made a stunning breakthrough from the wing, executing the entire movement in a very elegant manner, leaving no chance for the opponent to react. After Zhang Jun finished speaking, He Wei added, "This should be Su Feng's first hat trick in the Premier League, and it was achieved as a substitute. It seems that after tonight's match, Coach Wenger will have to make some tactical adjustments. Playing in the Premier League seems to be no different for Su Feng than playing in the German second division. He is completely dominating the game, and the opponent's defense has no way to put pressure on him." In the live chat, many fans from Huaxia praised Su Feng's performance. It feels familiar. It seems like we're back to the days when he was dominating in Paderborn. Southampton's defense is really weak, especially these two center-backs, who can't pose any threat to Su Feng. With less than 80 minutes into the match, he already completed his hat trick. So it seems the suspense of this match is basically gone. Chapter 190. A reporter from Sky Sports asked Wenger a question. As a coach who has seen many ups and downs, Wenger was not angry about the sharpness of the question, but rather patiently explained to the reporter. Su Feng's performance has indeed been perfect, but before this, the coaching staff conducted a physical fitness test on Su Feng, which indicated that he has not yet adapted to the pace of the Premier League's physical confrontations. After taking a sip of mineral water, Coach Wenger continued, "Therefore, during this period, the team has also implemented targeted training for Su Feng. After training, Su Feng participated in confrontational training, and from what was displayed in today's match, the coaching staff's training for Su Feng was indeed helpful." Then, the reporter from Sky Sports continued to ask Coach Wenger, "Since that's the case, will Su Feng appear in the starting lineup for Arsenal's next match?" In response to this question, Coach Wenger first smiled and then continued, "There are still 5 days until the next match, and anything can happen during these 5 days. So I cannot guarantee anything." Chapter 191. Of course, not all Arsenal players enjoy champagne. Some more professional teammates chose to drink soft drinks instead. Nevertheless, most Arsenal players recognized Su Feng's strength. They genuinely believe that Su Feng has enough ability to be part of Arsenal's starting lineup. Before long, Su Feng was already heavily intoxicated. While other players sipped lightly, Su Feng chose to drink deeply, quite carefree. After the banquet, everyone returned home to rest. However, Su Feng did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and continued playing Pro Evolution Soccer. To enhance his attributes, Su Feng was quite committed. The next day, during regular training, in order to help the players better adapt to the rhythm of the game, Coach Wenger specifically divided the main players into 2 teams for a 5-side match. Throughout the match, Su Feng continued his previous excellent competitive form. When the ball came to Su Feng's feet, it seemed to be magnetically attracted to him. Chapter 192. The next day, at 7:30 p.m., prime time, in the stands of the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal fans were eagerly waiting for the start of this battle. Even before the match began, Arsenal fans started to cheer for their team with enthusiastic voices. "Oh, Arsenal! Arsenal! Oh, Arsenal! Arsenal! Oh, Arsenal! Arsenal!" Although Liverpool is a traditional strong team in the Premier League, to be honest, Arsenal fans were still full of confidence in their players, believing that Arsenal would defeat the hot Liverpool at home. On the stands for away fans at the Emirates Stadium, Liverpool fans also began to hysterically sing their anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone." Even before the match started, the fans of both teams were engaged in a vocal showdown. Half an hour before the match began, both teams announced their starting lineups. On Arsenal's side, Su Feng, who completed a hat trick in the last match, finally got his chance to start. Chapter 193. Amidst the hysterical shouts of Arsenal fans on site, the match officially kicked off. It must be said that Liverpool's strength is clearly more terrifying than the Premier League teams Arsenal faced before. After the match began, Liverpool, playing away, took the initiative and launched a fierce attack towards Arsenal's goal, successfully turning the tables. In the 5th minute, Liverpool got an excellent attacking opportunity. In the midfield, Henderson received the ball, and despite being disturbed by Arsenal's 2 players, he remained remarkably calm. After quickly controlling the ball with his right foot, he sent out a crucial through ball in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the ball appeared rapidly at Coutinho's feet. As Liverpool's number 10 player, Coutinho's individual ability is undoubtedly impressive. When he received the ball, he swiftly maneuvered, using his right foot to change direction multiple times, and within just 3 seconds, he evaded several defenders, eventually obtaining a superb shooting opportunity at the top of the penalty area. Coutinho's powerful shot was truly impressive, and in a flash, the ball flew into the goal like a cannonball. Chapter 194. This was an attack from Arsenal's wing. After Ramsey controlled the ball in midfield, he noticed that Feng and the player in front of him were not in optimal positions, so he chose to pass the ball to Sanchez on the wing. As we all know, last season, Sanchez was a key player for Arsenal. However, in the few matches at the start of this season, Sanchez's form has been quite average, and he hasn't been able to help the team. Nevertheless, Sanchez still possesses individual ability. Especially when Sanchez gets to the wing, both his dribbling and passing skills can shine. At this crucial moment, Sanchez did not choose to pass, but instead opted to go solo. At this moment, Liverpool's defenders Lalana and Moreno were on the scene. It is undeniable that both players are strong, and when faced with Sanchez's breakthrough, they decisively engaged in physical confrontation, attempting to use their strength to stop him. Unfortunately, these 2 Liverpool defenders underestimated Sanchez's abilities. Chapter 195. The match continues. However, Liverpool's coach Klopp noticed that Arsenal had defensive gaps. In fact, there weren't many players involved in Arsenal's central defense. Especially, the attacking midfielder from Arsenal often liked to make forward runs, and once he did, the midfield defense would be outnumbered. This is not good news. During this time, Liverpool began to consciously adjust their attacking tactics. On the sidelines, Coach Klopp frequently shouted at the Liverpool players, urging them to focus their attacks on Arsenal's central area. It must be said that Klopp is indeed a tactical master. He keenly identified Arsenal's defensive vulnerabilities. Thus, in the following time, Liverpool's players launched a frenzied attack on Arsenal's central area. Before long, Liverpool gained an attacking opportunity. In the 28th minute of the match, it was a counterattack chance for Liverpool. In the front, the attacking midfielder attempted to break through by relying on his personal skills despite several Liverpool players interfering. But unfortunately, he overestimated his abilities. Chapter 196. In order to drive Feng out of the team, the attacking midfielder naturally aimed for an outstanding performance in today's match. However, from the current situation, he had already made things worse. In the following time, Arsenal began to consciously focus on defense. But of course, if there was an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Liverpool, the Arsenal players would certainly strike. During this time, both Liverpool and Arsenal started to entangle in midfield. To ensure good defense, Feng frequently retreated to the central defense, which undoubtedly affected his stamina. Gradually, the time reached the 40th minute of the first half. As the first half was about to end, the home players from Arsenal clearly became anxious. Under the hysterical shouts of the Arsenal fans, the players decided to deliver a decisive blow to their opponents. Soon, Arsenal's midfield players, through continuous running, finally completed a steal in midfield. Defensive midfielder Coquelin intercepted the ball. After gaining possession, he wasted no time and passed it to Feng in the front. Chapter 197. At this moment, both Jean-Jun and He-Wei wore incredulous expressions on their faces. Clearly, these 2 commentators had no idea what Wenger's intentions were. The live audience of Chinese fans shared the same confusion. As the second half began, the live chat was filled with question marks. No way. Feng is off? Can someone give me a reasonable explanation? Does Wenger want to deliberately lose the match? I've watched football for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such an unbelievable substitution. Feng is the hero of the team. Feng is off. And then comes the mysterious substitution of Welbeck. Since Feng is off, I guess I'll go to sleep. That's right, I'm not watching anymore. On the field, after the second half began, Arsenal's attack did not become sharper without Feng. On the contrary, it was the opposite. After Welbeck came on, He moved around the penalty area like a lamppost, and even if Arsenal players passed the ball to him, it was highly likely that Liverpool's defenders would clear it first. Chapter 198. Liverpool successfully took 3 points at Arsenal's home ground. Watching the Liverpool players celebrate wildly on the field, Coach Wenger on the sidelines wore a look of dejection. This was not the result he hoped for. In Wenger's view, with the current Arsenal lineup, they could certainly defeat Liverpool. But in the second half, Arsenal was almost completely overwhelmed by Liverpool, with the control of the match firmly in Liverpool's hands. This inevitably made Wenger question his tactical philosophy to some extent, especially with the attacking midfielder. After all, in the first half, the team could still hold their ground against Liverpool, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. However, after the second half began, especially after Feng was substituted, Arsenal's attacking front completely collapsed. Soon, Coach Wenger found a reason. The attacking midfielder. Last season, he achieved double figures in the Premier League, with 11 assists and 10 goals, and was in great form. Arsenal's second-place finish last season was also due to his significant contributions. Chapter 199. Coach, I really don't understand why you chose to substitute me at halftime. I still have stamina, and I personally believe I can help the team score. Moreover, this is my first start, yet I only got to play half the match. I really cannot comprehend your intentions. In the locker room, Feng and Wenger exchanged glances. After Feng finished speaking, Wenger subconsciously adjusted his glasses and continued, "Go on." Wenger did not immediately refute Feng, but chose to listen further. This surprised Feng a bit. If I could play the full match, I believe Arsenal could win, and we could defeat Liverpool, even if substitutions are necessary. I shouldn't be the one coming off. After Feng spoke, the entire locker room fell silent. Wenger nodded, indicating he understood Feng's thoughts. Then, the Arsenal coach Wenger slowly shared his own thoughts with Feng. "Feng, when I insisted on bringing you from Paderborn for 35 million euros, the main reason was because I valued your goal-scoring ability." Chapter 200. The next day on the training ground. Due to Arsenal's loss to Liverpool at home in the previous match, Coach Wenger specifically increased the training intensity. In the coming period, Arsenal would face a packed schedule, including matches twice a week. In addition to the Premier League matches, the Champions League group stage is also about to begin. After having a heart-to-heart talk with Feng and assistant Coach Bold, Coach Wenger ultimately decided to give Feng another chance. Therefore, during this training period, Coach Wenger specifically arranged for Feng to be in the starting lineup. Wenger's intentions are very clear. He hopes to give Feng a starting opportunity in the next match. Due to Feng's positive performance in training, many Arsenal players have developed admiration for him, especially team captain Causality. Causality even joined a friendship group of Feng and Ramsey. After training, Causality would chat and laugh with Feng and Ramsey, which made the former attacking midfielder feel a bit uncomfortable. He never expected that his captain would become friends with Feng, which made him feel disdain towards Causality. Chapter 201. Match Day. At the stands of Parc des Princes, tens of thousands of Paris Saint-Germain fans are eagerly looking forward to the start of this battle. After all, for PSG fans, this team has become an unbeatable force in Ligue 1, continuously achieving victories at home. In fact, PSG fans have become disdainful of Ligue 1 matches. The match is about to begin. In a live broadcast room of Dongxiao, commentators He Wei and Zhang Jun are already in position. Premier League powerhouse Arsenal versus Ligue 1 champion Paris Saint-Germain. This first-round focal battle of Group A is about to kick off. Let us wait and see. Recently, Paris Saint-Germain's form has been outstanding, having won 5 consecutive matches in Ligue 1, displaying formidable strength. Meanwhile, Arsenal, in last week's match, unfortunately lost to Liverpool at home. It seems that in terms of match form, PSG is clearly in better shape than their opponents. I believe tonight's match will be an exciting battle. Chapter 202. Cavani is Uruguay's divine striker. In the Uruguay national team, there is another super striker named Suarez. Inside the penalty area, Cavani leaps high. Although at this moment, 2 Arsenal center-backs, Koscielny and Mustafi, are trying to interfere with Cavani. Unfortunately, Cavani's physical condition is just too explosive. He forcefully knocked over the 2 Arsenal center-backs in the air and completed a header on goal. The powerful header gave the defending players almost no chance. The next second, the ball quickly appeared in the net. The moment has come to test Arsenal goalkeeper Cech. However, although Cech had already positioned himself, he was unable to interfere with Cavani's shot in time because the Uruguayan striker's shooting speed was just too fast. In an instant, The ball had perfectly found its way into the net. By the time Czech attempted to make a save, it was already too late. Just like that, the home team Paris Saint-Germain scored a goal within the first 5 minutes of the match. 1-0. At that moment, the entire stands of Parc des Princes erupted into madness. Chapter 203. At this moment, the emotions of the two teams' fans are like a roller coaster. PSG fans were overjoyed for only a few minutes, only to see their beloved team's goal breached by an unknown Asian player, which made them feel frustrated and complain. This is their home ground. Meanwhile, Arsenal fans, who were just dejected a moment ago, now have bright smiles on their faces, happily singing the newly composed Su Feng song in the stands. The graceful coach standing at the sidelines couldn't help but be a bit surprised. When did Su Feng develop this ability? He and T noticed it during training. Not long ago, Wenger had his assistant coach help Su Feng develop a training plan to improve his individual confrontation ability. Unexpectedly, in this match, Su Feng gave him a lesson. Such outstanding confrontation ability thwarted the opponent's plan, reminiscent of the legendary Ronaldo. It seems Su Feng is indeed the kind of player who easily brings surprises. He cannot be constrained by the usual expectations of players. After conceding a goal, PSG's goalkeeper was quite displeased. His two center-backs allowed the opponent's forward to pass too easily. Chapter 204. Just as Su Feng had a chance to gain control of the ball, PSG's experienced center-back Thiago Silva would not let Su Feng have his way. He appeared to relax his marking on Su Feng, but it was just a tactic. As soon as Su Feng had a chance to gain possession of the ball, he immediately closed in. Thiago Silva had already calculated in his mind that even if Su Feng managed to control the ball against him, he would immediately commit a foul. After all, this was in the midfield, and his compatriot Marquinhos had already retreated. At worst, he would get a yellow card. Or the referee might just blow for a foul without showing a card, especially since this was PSG's home ground. However, Thiago Silva never expected that Su Feng would not even turn around. He directly performed a half-turn and executed a volley shot. Since Paris Saint-Germain's overall formation was pushed forward, their goalkeeper Areola had also advanced to the edge of the penalty area, collaborating with his defenders for a pass. Su Feng had already caught the movement trajectory of PSG's goalkeeper out of the corner of his eye, and the moment he saw the ball coming, he made a decisive judgment. Chapter 205. Look at Su Feng, calm and composed, facing this situation without any nervousness. Su Feng was putting some pressure on PSG's defense. Although he was currently standing there like a wooden stake, PSG's players really did not dare to be careless. However, there wasn't much he could do. Even if Arsenal could regain control of the ball, PSG's players were also very effective in counterpressing. Without making mistakes, Arsenal's players would have to either clear the ball out of bounds or kick it long. Su Feng's attitude was something even PSG had never seen before. The strength of PSG is so strong that when playing against weaker teams, some star players might show a bit of a casual attitude. But it hadn't reached Su Feng's level. Seeing several balls being passed from the backfield, Su Feng merely watched the ball roll out of bounds. And even PSG fans could hardly bear to watch. However, Su Feng just scored a stunning goal, which is like a golden ticket for him. On social media, there are Paris Saint-Germain fans criticizing Su Feng. What about that Asian forward from Arsenal? A human lighthouse? He's the most lackadaisical player I have ever seen. Chapter 206. Walcott came on as a substitute in the second half and was very energetic. Su Feng's pass was perfectly timed, giving Walcott the necessary lead to fully exploit his sprinting speed advantage. Originally, Brazilian international Marquinhos had already started to retreat ahead of Walcott by 2 body lengths, while dealing with his compatriot Diego Silva facing Su Feng. However, because Su Feng's pass was so precise, it prevented Marquinhos from making contact with the ball while also threading through the defensive line. The lead Su Feng provided was exceptionally accurate, allowing Walcott to gain control of the ball without having to slow down, ensuring that the Paris goalkeeper couldn't intercept the ball before Walcott. This was partly due to Su Feng's previous lob shot, which made the PSG goalkeeper hesitant to position himself too far forward. With all these factors combined, once Walcott received the ball, he surged into the penalty area but did not go for glory with the one-on-one opportunity. Instead, he passed it across the goal, allowing Sanchez on the other side to score effortlessly. Arsenal led Paris Saint-Germain 3-1. Goal. The two commentators in the studio couldn't maintain their neutral stance, speaking with a strong sense of pride. Chapter 207. It was absurd and no one was allowed to use their phones. Here, aside from drinking, you could only chat. When Su Feng received a call from Melissa Reddy asking to interview him, he wanted to decline, saying he was busy. Since it was his time to drink at the bar, Melissa invited him to the French house. The drinks there were not cheap, completely not meeting Feng's expectations for cost-effectiveness, as the system did not care whether you drank a bottle of royally worth hundreds of thousands or a bottle of cheap beer worth a few bucks. The attribute points added were the same. So, Feng naturally opted for the affordable option. Fortunately, this time, Sky Sports was covering the bill. Feng did not hold back. He held the bottle and said to Melissa, "Just in time, I also want to use your media channel to explain to the fans. Smoking and drinking are very bad behaviors. Please do not learn from me." Melissa was very curious. "Since you know these are bad behaviors, why do you still do them?" Feng spread his hands, looking very helpless. Just like Balzac couldn't create world masterpieces like the human comedy and the donkey skin without coffee. There's a poet in our country named Li Bai who can't write brilliant poems without drinking. And I can't perform well on the field without drinking. I do it for the team and for the fans. Chapter 208. Time flew by, and soon the next match day arrived. On this day, during the pre-match press conference for Arsenal against Hull City, Wenger unusually brought Feng with him. This is an unspoken rule. Typically, the head coach brings one player to the pre-match press conference, and this player is guaranteed to be in the starting lineup. So Feng was definitely not in the rotation. After Wenger answered a few questions, he realized that all the reporters' attention was on Feng. So he helplessly wrapped up his comments, giving the reporters a chance to ask Feng questions. Before his first appearance in a Premier League pre-match press conference, Feng had already been briefed by the Arsenal club's official spokesperson on what he could say and what he couldn't, advising him not to let the reporters trick him into saying anything. Feng finally understood why those stars spoke so mechanically during interviews. It turned out someone had coached them. Feng, since you are here at the pre-match press conference, it indicates that you will definitely be playing in the match against Hull City. Are you confident in leading the team to victory? Chapter 209. Ding. Host triggers a time task. Make 272 fade out of the first team lineup within half a year. Task reward. Grudge gift pack 1. Hearing this, Feng's gaze towards 272 became more intense. It was very obvious that Wenger sent out 272 for this match. Hull City is a weak team, and it is normal to set up a defensive formation against a strong team like Arsenal, which requires more creativity. 272 is now at the end of his career, with a significant decline in creativity and attacking ability, not to mention his lack of a proactive attitude. He only performed slightly better than Feng in training. However, he could still be useful against weaker teams. Especially after the last match was so intense, it was necessary to let the main players rest a bit. This also overlooked the personal grievances between Feng and 272. Although Hull City was a weak team, their lineup was not conservative. They employed a 4-3-3 formation, directly fielding 3 forwards, Snodgrass, Hernandez, and Diomand. Chapter 210. After making the pass, he realized he had actually passed to Feng. 272 immediately regretted it. How could he have passed such a good ball to Feng? Now, Feng was already quite arrogant. If his pass allowed Feng to open the scoring, wouldn't he be on the same level as the Sun? 272 felt like he was regretting it immensely. However, Feng watched the ball slide past him, pretended to chase it for a couple steps, then stopped and turned to 272, shouting angrily, "Damn it, why did you pass it so far? Do you think I'm Bolt? Can you even pass? Your basic skills are worse than AU10 kid, and you still call yourself the assist king, bragging." 272 was almost spitting with rage. This is clearly the evil person accusing the good one first. Such a good ball. Even a disabled person in a wheelchair could catch up. The fans looked on and wondered what's going on. Is there infighting? Suddenly, boos erupted. Wenger frowned on the sidelines. With a professional's eye, he could see that 272's pass didn't seem to have a problem because Feng's start was indeed a bit slow. However, the two had played together too few times to develop any chemistry. This could be excused. Conflicts between two players are not uncommon on a professional field. Many players on the same team who appear in the starting lineup can go for years without passing to each other. Chapter 211. 272 insisted on not passing to Feng and soon earned a lot of boos for himself. Whether or not they should play, the match ended with both teams at 0-0. During halftime, Wenger gave 272 a severe reprimand. Even a usually mild-mannered professor was furious. It is evident how frustrating 272's performance in the first half was. I don't care what grievances you two have. The only goal on the field is to help the team win. If either of you continues this nonsense in the second half, I'll substitute you and send you packing to the reserves. 272 might want to play poorly, but that's Wenger. After the second half started, 272 also held his nose and endured the disgust, passing the ball to Feng when he saw a good opportunity. However, as a master PUA, Feng would never let 272 off easily. Why are you passing it so high? Do you think I'm Yao Ming? How can I steal it when you pass it into a crowd? Do you think I'm O'Neal? Pass it lower. Have you not eaten? Amid Feng's complaints, 272 initially wanted to explain, but Feng's performance was just too convincing. Unbeknownst to them, it seemed like 272's passing was indeed problematic. Chapter 212. Ever since Feng signed with Fatty, his social media has been managed by Fatty's team. They usually post training pictures and selfies after winning matches. It's all handled by dedicated personnel. Feng is too lazy to deal with these things. He knows that a player's social media attracts both fervent fans and some nonsensical critics. It can easily affect his mood, especially since it's not in his native language. Although Feng can manage to speak decent German and English now, he can even say a few sentences in French since Arsenal has quite a few French players. Anyway, language is very much about the environment. It's not a high-level subject. If you have people around you speaking it, you'll naturally learn. There's really no need to focus on grammar. As long as you connect context and observe expressions and actions, you can guess the meaning. Even if there are slight accent issues, it doesn't hinder communication. However, reading text on social media is still a bit challenging. So Feng's approach is simply to avoid it altogether. Whether it's Twitter or Instagram, although Feng has accounts, they are all managed by a dedicated team. Chapter 213. However, these foreign liquors have a flaw. They all have color. Unlike domestic white liquor, which is colorless. So when Feng takes a mineral water bottle, it's obvious he isn't drinking mineral water. This is mainly because foreign spirits, whether brandy or whiskey, are stored in barrels, unlike domestic white liquor, which is kept in ceramic jars. The structure of ceramic jars is relatively stable and does not react with a liquor, ensuring that white liquor remains colorless and transparent. Only some aged liquor that has been stored for many years may appear slightly yellow. Foreign liquors, on the other hand, react with the tannins and vanillin in the barrels, changing the color of the liquor. Additionally, there are no restrictions on adding ingredients to the liquor abroad. Usually, liquor merchants will deliberately color the liquor caramel. This is very inconvenient for Feng as it severely affects his ability to enhance his attributes. After all, Feng smokes and drinks solely to improve his skills. He doesn't want to create an image of himself as a smoker and drinker. However, it's really hard to buy domestic liquor in London, and he can only rely on others to purchase it. Chapter 214. Canty, who is not troubled by injuries, is truly extraordinary. He is fast, explosive, and has very precise anticipation skills. When it comes to intercepting, he is both quick and accurate, and his skills aren't limited to that. He can also intercept passes. Canty often directs his teammates to press opponents, finding the right opportunity to intercept their passing lanes. The combination of these two skills, along with his tireless running and vast coverage area, makes him a nearly insurmountable peak in midfield. However, for Feng, Kenny isn't the biggest issue, as Chelsea's defense has David Luiz, who is a major liability. Feng dares to say that if Mourinho were still at Chelsea, he definitely wouldn't have bought David Luiz. This season, David Luiz transferred from Paris Saint-Germain to Chelsea for $34 million. This isn't his first time joining the Blues. He was originally sold to Paris at a record high price. However, such an experienced and distinctive Brazilian international receives extremely polarized evaluations in the football world. Some people really like him, while others really dislike him. Chapter 215. In fact, Feng stands isolated in front, unable to even get a teammate's ball. Yet there are still defenders occasionally marking him closely. But even so, Feng still came up with a solution. Arsenal had a very well-coordinated lineup. But ever since Feng arrived this season, 272 inexplicably faded from the starting lineup. So with Feng added to the front line, the entire front line's coordination needed to be reworked. Facing Chelsea's solid defense, they didn't have many options, and several attempts to execute intricate plays fell short. Especially Canty, who was very cunning. He would first come over to disrupt, and then, when the ball carrier was slightly off balance, he would make a tackle, significantly increasing his interception success rate. The young man appears quite honest, but is actually quite intelligent and clever. Chelsea's attack relies heavily on Diego Costa, and Hazard up front. Diego Costa can be considered the classic center forward who stirs up trouble, putting pressure on Arsenal's two center-backs, Mustafi and Koscielny. Chapter 2:16. At this point, Feng faced a clear path ahead. He was up against the young Belgian goalkeeper Courtois. Courtois is one of the leading new generation goalkeepers in world football, and Chelsea even sent Czech away for him. However, his strength is indeed formidable. During his loan at Atletico Madrid, he helped the team reach the Champions League final. While at Chelsea, he also won the Premier League and League Cup with the team. He is a world-class goalkeeper with impeccable technical skills. Standing at 1.99 meters tall, he is not clumsy and has very quick reflexes. He also has a strong kicking ability that helps the team calmly deal with high pressing from opponents. At this moment, Feng dribbled into the penalty area. Courtois remained calm, always adjusting his position to stay aligned with Feng's movements, keeping his body perpendicular to the ball. Moreover, Courtois did not use a crossover step while moving, but adjusted with a slide step, maintaining his body stability. Although Feng was essentially in a one-on-one situation, the angle was relatively small, leaving him with limited options. If it were against other goalkeepers, Feng could directly push for the far corner. Chapter 2:17. Under Conte's leadership, this Chelsea team is not yet fully gelled. Now, trailing 0-1 away from home, they have to stick their heads out of their shells, planning to strengthen their attack and equalize the score. Even though it's an away game, Chelsea must at least secure 1 point to satisfy Conte. After Feng just scored a goal, his presence also made Chelsea's defenders hesitant. If you want to mark Feng, he just stands there motionless, making it feel like a futile effort. Feng stands there without moving. He isn't embarrassed, but Chelsea's players can't just stand still with him. Standing still for too long can feel a bit chilly. Yet, if you don't mark him, as we've seen, he can shine brightly with just a little attention. If they invest heavily in defending Feng, there won't be enough personnel for the offense, which means they'll have to rely more on Hazard's playmaking abilities. However, Arsenal, with more players in defense, can utilize zonal marking to contain the connection between Hazard and Diego Costa. Chelsea's change to an attacking style for about 10 minutes hasn't been very effective, and by heavily marking Feng, they've given Sanchez and Walcott a lot of space. Chapter 2:18. You think he's going to attack, but he just stands there like he's rooted to the ground. You think he 1T run, but suddenly he moves. So in defending against Feng, everyone is particularly tense. As is well known, being overly tense is very exhausting both physically and mentally, leading to great fatigue. At this time in Chelsea's locker room, Conte is passionately explaining tactics at the whiteboard, spitting everywhere as he speaks. Meanwhile, the team's doctors and masseurs are attending to Cahill, Azpilicueta, and David Luiz with massages. Do you understand? My tactic is to win. If we don't win this match, it's because you didn't follow my tactics. Diego Costa, sitting in the front row, wipes away the spit that Conte sprayed on his face, thinking this guy is so shameless, no less than that Feng on the opposite side. In the second half, Arsenal made no tactical adjustments. Clearly, Wenger was very satisfied with the first half's performance. He didn't criticize Feng's playing style, which at times is as still as a maiden and at other times as swift as a hare. Wenger, now past 60, has seen and experienced everything in world football. Chapter 2:19. Flexible movement will put you in a favorable position for shooting and passing. The quality of shots and passes with or without interference from defenders can be worlds apart, especially from relatively far positions. If a defender slightly bumps you while shooting, it affects your balance. The longer the distance, the further off the mark the shot will be. Thus, for a player like Feng, who doesn't move much, Matic sees him as a paper tiger. To deal with him, just don't let him get the ball. That's all that's needed. Why involve so many people? The goal conceded in the first half was entirely due to David Luiz not being able to control the ball during challenge. Matic believes he can handle Feng alone. One is a defensive midfielder highly valued by Mourinho, and the other is a center-back not valued at all by Mourinho. It's clear who has the stronger defensive ability, so Matic has his reasons to look down on David Luiz. Czech once again saved a shot from Hazard, earning thunderous applause from the Emirates Stadium for the veteran. This is Hazard's flaw. His shooting has never reached world-class level. Chapter 2:20. He fouled. He definitely used his hands. If he didn't use his hands, how could he push me? The referee completely ignores it and continues to run forward. At this moment, Sanchez has already entered the penalty area and faces Courtois with a low shot. However, Courtois performs a half-split, extending his leg to block Sanchez's shot. At this point, Feng has already made his run. He easily taps the ball into the net. Matic is still following the referee, complaining incessantly, and the referee pulls out a yellow card just to silence him. The big screen shows a slow-motion replay starting from when Feng received the ball. Sure enough, Feng didn't use any part of his body other than his own challenge. The two players appear to be significantly different in size, but Feng still easily pushed him aside. After passing the ball, Feng seems to jog casually, like a retired elder doing morning exercises. However, after Sanchez's shot is blocked by Courtois, it lands right where Feng is running. It looks like he is simply picking up scraps. Everyone says Feng doesn't move well. I think his movement has a certain flair. John, how do you see it? Jean Jun is not a professional football commentator. Their commentary style generally relies on extensive knowledge. Chapter 221 Zaka sends a direct pass to Feng's feet. Louise has just turned around, preparing to double-team Feng with Canny. But Feng uses a slightly poor touch to let the ball bounce into the air and directly passes it to the right flank of the team. Walcott makes a high-speed run, receiving the ball and heading straight into the penalty area. However, Cahill is quick to cover, blocking Walcott's path. At this point, Feng is slowly jogging into the penalty area, raising his right hand high. Of course, Feng doesn't expect Walcott to see him at this moment. After all, it's a gamble. He's a newcomer this season at Arsenal. How can he expect veteran players to set him up? At that position, Walcott can shoot if he just creates a slight angle. Feng is already focused on finding an angle to see if he can get another follow-up shot. Although the system hasn't given Feng the ability to anticipate, he often plays slack and can roughly predict where the ball will land if a shot is deflected. Chapter 222 Oh my god, Feng. That goal is truly mesmerizing. Is this year as Puska's award already reserved? In an instant, fans flooded the screen with comments. Like the yellow river overflowing, unstoppable. It instantly made the broadcast screen almost invisible. At this moment, the Blues are also feeling dejected. Previously, Courtois might have felt he could touch the ball, but this goal left him in despair. Every step was unexpected for him. Initially, Courtois used his agile footwork to block the goal, preventing Walcott from shooting. But then Walcott passed the ball, and he hurriedly slid over, slightly moving towards the center of the goal to prevent Arsenal players in the penalty area from shooting from another angle. The result was that the Asian kid didn't know whether to stop the ball, pass it, or shoot. He just kicked it like that. The ball spun 180 degrees around David Luiz's body. The Asian kid also turned around and took a volley shot. The move was truly astonishing and quite concealed. Feng's turn was blocked by David Luiz, and the distance was particularly close. This was just a few meters in front of the 12-yard box. And Feng's volley shot had a lot of power. Chapter 223. A lowbrow joke also made the media reporters burst into laughter. There was no way around it. They needed to please Feng to get news from him. Even if Feng told a cold joke, they had to laugh and support him. You scored 3 goals in this match and performed exceptionally well, but some fans say you were too lazy on the pitch. What do you think? The coach sent me on the field. The important thing is to help the team win the match, not to run around aimlessly. If fans just want to see someone running on the pitch, I suggest they watch an athletics competition. Athletes won't stop until they reach the finish line, Feng said, ignoring the Arsenal press officer's scripted remarks. Feng had no interest in the cliches the press officer had prepared. Since he was being interviewed, he naturally wanted to bring up topics that journalists like to hear, as that would generate traffic. As a superstar, he needed to showcase his skills on the pitch while also generating some buzz to quickly expand his fan base. With strength backing him up, this was the fast track to elevating his status. Chapter 224. At this moment, Feng was completely uninterested in the rumors online. Instead, he was focused on his system panel, revealing a pleased expression. It turned out that making a stir off the pitch could also earn him a small gift pack from the system. At this moment, a skill pack quietly stayed in Feng's system space. Open, Feng commanded in his mind. A flash of white light appeared as the skill pack opened, revealing countless black, gold, and silver footballs flashing in front of Feng. He had no specific requirements for the level of skills. This was like finding money on the ground, and with the swagger points being hard to accumulate. Unexpectedly obtaining a skill pack, due to a little incident off the pitch, felt like striking gold. Feng could accept any level of skill. A flash of golden light appeared. A golden skill shone brightly before Feng's eyes. Absolute ball sense? Although it was just a golden skill, Feng was very satisfied with it. The main reason was that accumulating attribute points was too difficult. You see, Feng looked quite glorious on the pitch now. He could score crucial goals in many important matches, but in fact, he had also missed some opportunities. And some of the goals he scored before had a bit of luck involved, mainly because Feng had just entered the Premier League, and not many teams had researched him yet. Chapter 225. Since Feng did not play in this match, the viewership for the Arsenal vs. Basel match in the Swiss Super League dropped sharply online. Apart from some die-hard Arsenal fans and haters, most people chose to have a good sleep, knowing that they would wake up to another victory. As expected, Arsenal easily defeated Basel 2-0 at home. This meant that Arsenal accumulated 6 points from 2 matches in the Champions League group stage and sat comfortably at the top of the standings, with a very optimistic outlook for advancing to the knockout stage. However, a few days later, when Arsenal went to play against Burnley away, the media was very surprised to find that Feng still did not appear in the starting lineup after they obtained the team sheet an hour before the match. Although Feng had made the squad, Wenger had placed him on the bench for this match. At the same time, a familiar name, 272, appeared in the starting lineup after a long absence. No matter what, the German player was receiving the highest salary in the Arsenal team. It would be too cheap for him just to rest in the reserves. Wenger intended for 272 to play a few matches and show his worth. Chapter 226. Giroud really tried his best up front, but he was alone and could not support himself. 272 performed quite poorly in this match. He was completely uninterested in physical confrontations, and facing Burnley's dense defense, he couldn't showcase his passing and dribbling skills. Logically, for teams with such a compact formation, players like 272, who were more technical, should be more valuable. After all, executing intricate combinations in tight spaces requires the ability to maneuver in confined areas. It was also for this reason that Wenger decided to start 272, while the more rugged Feng was on the bench. However, unexpectedly, the first half ended without a goal. Despite having 9 shots, most were either high over the bar or blocked by defenders, posing no threat. Burnley's goalkeeper only had to make 3 saves. After the second half began, Wenger first substituted Sanchez for Walcott in this match. Walcott's speed was almost useless, and they needed Sanchez to use his skills to create some finesse in the game. Chapter 227. Gaining 3 points from Arsenal was an unexpected delight. Perhaps these 3 points would ensure their successful relegation this season. A score of 1-0 was enough to win this match, and Burnley had no intention of continuing to attack. They were now fully committed to defense. After watching for a few minutes, fans couldn't help but criticize. Although I know Feng has this style and can't change it, seeing the team trailing while he is just strolling around feels a bit strange. After Feng came on, he realized how intense Burnley's defense was under their coach's guidance. Their players had all been trained in the championship, and their physical confrontational abilities were impeccable. If one were to say that championship players were not as skilled as Premier League players, that would certainly be true, but in terms of physical confrontation, many championship players were stronger than Premier League players. Breaking through a dense defense is a global challenge. Whether it's Ferguson or coaches like Guardiola, they also didn't have particularly good solutions against tight formations. In summary, there are only 3 methods. This is universally applicable worldwide. Whether it can be utilized depends on having the right players. Chapter 228. It went in, like hearing thunder in a silent place. What a brilliant goal. This was not a pass. Feng was clearly aiming for a lob shot. The technique was absolutely incredible. We can see that after Feng took the corner kick, he had already raised his right hand, celebrating his goal. This fully demonstrates Feng's confidence. Jean Jun was full of passion in the studio, generously praising Feng's goal. He clearly stated that Feng was aiming for a shot, contrary to some doubts about whether it was a pass or a shot. Feng completely outplayed the Burnley players. They never expected him to shoot in that manner from that angle. It was difficult, requiring not only excellent technique, but also strong psychological qualities to choose that way to shoot from that position. Initially, Arsenal fans were very dissatisfied to see their team trailing Burnley at the last moment. However, after seeing Feng score in such a manner, they instantly cast aside their dissatisfaction and began to joyfully celebrate their team's goal, even though they were away and couldn't secure 3 points. Chapter 229. Feng's breakthrough was not like many players who combined speed and strength, but was filled with skill. Burnley's number 8 player blocked Feng's path, running sideways alongside him. No matter which side Feng broke through, he could quickly accelerate to keep up. However, Feng pulled the ball back, entering the blind spot of his vision, prompting the defender to quickly turn around. At that moment, Feng pulled the ball again, shifting it to the other side, forcing the defender to turn again. The two were now very close, and Feng suddenly swung his thigh, making a motion as if to shoot from distance, causing the defender to extend his leg to block. At that moment, Feng lightly lifted the ball, performing another pullback, and passed the ball through the defender's legs. Nutmeg. Feng controlled the ball perfectly with each touch at high speed, keeping it always under his control. When the opposing player reached out to disrupt the ball, he was always a step ahead, adjusting the ball's direction and leaving the opponent empty-handed. In the center, Feng suddenly attracted the attention of several Burnley defenders. One person simply could not stop Feng. Chapter 230. You said it, and I also feel that when Feng made that move, it was completely natural. In previous matches, there was still a slight stiffness, but today it really felt like that move was tailor-made for him. Fans are discussing online, even after the match ended. It was already deep into the night domestically, and everyone had to work the next day, yet they were still enthusiastically flooding the comment section. Feng's brilliant performance was like a strong cup of coffee, energizing netizens. After thanking the fans who traveled a long distance to support the team in the away section, Feng was indeed stopped by the media during the mixed interview. After scoring such a spectacular goal today, why did you still not seem very excited and didn't celebrate grandly? Is it because it was still a tie at that time? I feel like I have answered this question before. As a player, scoring goals is my job. Just like you interviewing me is also fulfilling your job, would you celebrate grandly after finishing the interview? I felt that goal was quite ordinary, and I believe I can score many more goals like that in the future. Chapter 231. Meanwhile, due to Feng's rise, established German companies and Adidas have set their sights on him. In fact, Adidas had noticed Feng while he was in Germany and playing in the league. However, the Germans have always been quite arrogant and didn't pay much attention to Asian players like Feng, especially since they had other better options at that time. In China, they favored Zhang Shizhe at Wolfsburg. After all, he was a national player. But just a year later, Adidas realized they were gravely mistaken, and by the time they sent someone to contact Feng, his agent had already changed to Raiola, and it was no longer something that a mere few million euros a year could satisfy. Comparatively, the €2 million per year endorsement contract offered by Adidas looked even more sincere when compared to Nike. However, regardless of how busy Raiola was outside, Feng didn't care about these matters at all. This puzzled Raiola, as other players were quite focused on making money. Why was Feng seemingly indifferent to financial matters? In response, Feng stated on the phone. Chapter 232. Feng also watched an international match at home. The Asian World Cup qualifying match was between the national team and South Korea. Feng lay on the sofa smoking and drinking, trying to improve his attributes while enjoying the national team's game. From the start, the national team set up a 541 formation and got beaten up by South Korea, easily conceding 3 goals. The highly praised Son Heung-min performed just average in this match. Recently, this South Korean star has often been compared to Feng, but of course, South Korean fans feel that Feng is not qualified to be compared to their oppa. However, there is certainly some logic in comparing Son Heung-min and Feng. Firstly, both had previously played for German football clubs, but Feng was in the 2. Bundesliga while Son Heung-min played for 2 clubs in the Bundesliga. Son Heung-min first played for Hamburg, then Bayer Leverkusen, and later transferred to Tottenham Hotspur for €30 million, breaking the transfer record for Asian players set by Nakato Hideyoshi when he joined Parma. Chapter 233. What excited Tottenham Hotspur fans the most was that Harry Kane had once tried out for Arsenal but was rejected, which led to him being picked up by Tottenham Hotspur. Now, with Feng and Son Heung-min's Asian derby relationship, the matches between Arsenal and Tottenham naturally attracted attention. Domestic fans and South Korean fans were particularly focused on this, with South Korean fans fiercely criticizing and mocking Feng. This raised the heat of this season's matches between Arsenal and Tottenham to another level. Feng didn't feel much about this. What kind of team was Tottenham Hotspur? Comparing with them was really a bit beneath him. Previously, Tottenham's home was called 3-Point Lane. Of course, this was what Manchester United fans said, meaning you could easily get 3 points there. Now, although their strength has improved, it's still just that. This is mainly because Tottenham's owner, Daniel Levy, is someone who is blinded by money, focused only on profits, and indifferent to winning championships. They might occasionally win against Arsenal in the league, but in terms of honor, Arsenal could easily crush Tottenham even if they lay down. Chapter 234. The former is of no concern, as there aren't many people paying attention to him on the Arsenal side. Ramsey's injury has indeed had an impact on Arsenal's midfield strength. As for Giroud, Feng can replace him, so that's not a big problem. Fortunately, after the international break, Arsenal's first opponent is the newly promoted team, Swansea City. This team is not very strong. As far as Feng remembers, they seemed to struggle in the Premier League for a season or two before getting relegated. Therefore, even with a few key players missing, Arsenal should have no major issues winning this match. During the season's press conference, Wenger brought Feng on stage. It was clear that Feng was set to play as a starter, especially since the other internationals would be somewhat fatigued after representing their national teams. While Feng had rested for a long time, making it a perfect opportunity for him to shine. While others were busy serving their national teams, Feng was recharging. If he doesn't play now, when will he? When Feng was asked a question, someone surprisingly asked him about how he viewed the Chinese national team as 2 consecutive losses in the Asian qualifiers. Feng was speechless. How could he answer that? They could just watch from their sofas at home. After losing 2-3 to South Korea away, the Chinese national team faced Iran at home and lost 0-1. Chapter 235. Arsenal could say that even if they turned a blind eye and played while half asleep, they could still win against Swansea without any pressure. But to be fair, Swansea's jerseys are quite nice. Feng stood at the center circle, yawning. He was eager to improve his attributes. After all, he still had a bit of headache from a hangover, having slightly overindulged during the holiday. He still hadn't found a way to improve his non-dominant foot, which made him look a bit distracted on the field. Under the captain Koscielny's direction, they chose to kick off, with the referee's whistle. Feng gently pushed the ball to Walcott, who passed it back. Feng remained motionless at the kickoff spot, knowing that the team would always test the waters at the beginning. He moved around in the middle, looking for gaps, trying to observe Swansea's specific positioning. So his running was somewhat pointless. He might as well stay here and accumulate some style points. The Swansea players looked bewildered. They had heard about Arsenal's forward, the Asian kid, whose playing style was unique in the Premier League and even in the international football scene. Chapter 236. When the ball came, Fernandes confidently thought that he could not only overpower Feng with strength, but also outmatch him in height and jumping ability. He was sure he could win the aerial duel, but just as he prepared to jump, he felt a strong force. Instantly, his balance was off, making it impossible for him to jump high. Feng didn't directly go for the ball either. He just wanted to prevent Fernandes from heading it away. So after disrupting Fernandes' balance, he quickly dashed into Swansea's penalty area. In this situation, some distant Swansea players complained about Feng's push, but he really hadn't used his hands. The Premier League encourages physical play, and without any obvious hand movement, the referee surely wouldn't call foul. Plus, with Swansea being a smaller team, they had no rights. The FA had grievances against them. After all, when 456 agreed to coach the England national team and later went back on his word, it was only natural for the FA to target them. Chapter 237. Once the scoring started, Swansea found themselves in trouble. As a weak team visiting the Emirates Stadium, they were just hoping to earn a point. Now that Feng had broken the deadlock, they could only helplessly counterattack. Arsenal wasn't afraid of them playing attacking football. They feared a bus parking strategy. Now that Swansea had come out of their shell, Arsenal felt even more at ease, especially with Swansea concentrating their defensive efforts on Feng. This gave Arsenal's other players more opportunities. At this moment, Feng played even more stylishly. After drawing heavy defensive attention, when the ball came to him, he quickly made a pass, shifting the ball away and giving Swansea's players no chance to mark him closely. Sometimes his teammates hadn't caught up or gotten into position yet. Feng also chose to utilize his skilled ball control, leaving the ball at his feet to buy some time. Although his ball control attribute hadn't reached a master level, under the influence of his absolute ball feel, this attribute was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It still had a significant boost. Chapter 238. It's also quite normal to think that Davis is Welsh, and it's natural for him to have some connection with Ramsey, who is also in the national team. Although Tottenham Hotspur and Arsenal are fierce rivals, it doesn't affect the relationships among compatriots. Every player, whether the older Giroud or the younger ones, brought their wives or girlfriends, except for Feng, who was alone. Ramsey's girlfriend is named Colleen Rowlands, sharing a name with Manchester United legend Rooney's wife, and they are childhood sweethearts. In the world of football, many players' wives are childhood sweethearts, with the most famous being Messi and his childhood sweetheart, Antonella. Even in North London, several of Harry Kane's wives are also childhood sweethearts. As a well-known star, sticking to his roots, and marrying his childhood sweetheart is commendable, showing he can resist external temptations. It's known that Premier League players are quite popular among women in England. When Feng went to bars, he often encountered various sexy and attractive women trying to get close. He has now reduced his bar visits, mainly for this reason, as dealing with those temptations was quite exhausting. Chapter 239. In this match, Feng scored 2 goals, helping the team win 2-0. After the match, Feng didn't want to do interviews and casually brushed off a few questions before hurrying back to the locker room. However, after taking just a few steps, a system notification popped up. Ding! The system detected that the host completed a flirtation. Vision 0001. Is that possible? Feng turned around in confusion and indeed spotted a tall, blonde, blue-eyed female reporter among a group of journalists. Could it be because of her? So Feng stopped. Who are you? I'm a reporter from Germany's Kicker magazine. My name is Marta. Seeing Feng stop and engage with her, the beautiful reporter immediately responded. At this moment, other media members were a bit dissatisfied. What did Feng mean by this? Was he favoring beauty over friendship? This is considered news, as Feng answered several questions from Marta very amicably. However, the system did not pop up the option to increase attributes again. It seems that how to utilize this aspect to enhance one's attributes still requires further exploration. Previously, Giroud promised to take Feng to gain more experience. But ultimately, it was unsuccessful due to Giroud's wife noticing something amiss. Chapter 240. Nevertheless, there are still some stubborn fans who bet that Feng's running distance in this match will exceed 8 kilometers, especially in seemingly important matches. As a result, Feng's running distance in the Champions League match was relatively low. In the last group stage match of the Champions League, Feng only ran a little over 4,700 meters, just slightly more than Czech. Yet, despite such little running, Feng still scored 2 goals. How can one argue against that? Professionally speaking, Feng's goals are considered typical opportunism, but even the most opportunistic players like Inzaghi wouldn't just stand still. Therefore, the back-and-forth probing on the offside line is a tactic suited to counter the opposing defenders, a typical battle of wits, but Feng stands there unmoving. Quiet as a maiden, but when he moves, he is as swift as a hare. This is also a form of intellectual contest. For defensive players, Feng's style might be even harder to defend against. As with players like Inzaghi, you just need to keep a close watch on them, while with Feng, you never know when he will move. One is physical fatigue, the other is psychological fatigue, but most athletes are in good physical condition. So this level of stamina is generally not a big issue. Chapter 241. After being promoted from the Championship to the Premier League, the team did not aggressively recruit new players. Most of the main players are still from the Championship. Attempting to rely on this lineup to avoid relegation in the Premier League is quite challenging. However, even if the Middlesbrough board spends the nearly £100 million in television broadcast fees on transfers, it may not help the team avoid relegation. Perhaps this is why they want to rely on the current lineup to see how it goes. However, the Premier League is incredibly ruthless. Without strength, there is no room for deception, and this is perfectly reflected in the league standings. Arsenal fans are naturally not worried about this match, as Middlesbrough only has one notable player, Negredo, who is currently at the tail end of his career and does not possess the form of his peak. Arsenal has pieced together a starting lineup, mostly consisting of first-choice players. After all, the next match is a week away, and there is no need to conserve strength. Although there is a League Cup match on Wednesday. For that match, Wenger has already decided to let substitutes and youth players form a team. Chapter 242. This strategy seemed good for at least the first 20 minutes, as Feng did not touch the ball at all. In the first 20 minutes of the first half, Feng didn't even get a touch, let alone break through the opponent's goal. However, in this match, Feng was not standing still like before. His movement was quite active, but due to the overwhelming number of Middlesbrough players, it was really difficult to find a good position to receive the ball. Seeing Feng's active movement in this match, the fans were astonished. Did Feng take the wrong medicine today? Why is he so active? Is it Feng's twin brother on the field? The key issue is that Feng always manages to score when standing still. But today, with such active movement, he hasn't even had a chance to touch the ball. It seems that once a player has formed their unique style, they should not easily change it. Zhang Haihei remarked. Arsenal seems to be a bit overconfident, with defenders pushing up to the halfway line. If they can't break through after long periods of attack, it could easily lead to problems. Su Feng's movements are indeed more active today, but Middlesbrough has too many players in the penalty area. It's all legs, and if it's a ground pass, it's quite difficult for Su Feng to get the ball. Chapter 243. Relying on others is unreliable. One must rely on oneself. At this moment, the first half has just reached 26 minutes, with nearly 20 minutes left. Even if Arsenal wants to make tactical adjustments, they will have to wait until halftime to return to the locker room. For now, they can only let the players on the right flank come back to strengthen the center. However, this makes it even more difficult for Arsenal to utilize the width of the pitch. Ideally, the left-wing players should come back. But now everyone can see that on Middlesbrough's right side, there is such a strong player, Traore. How could they not take off after reducing one player? No one expected the opponent to have such a deadly weapon. Just by looking at Traore's appearance, no one knew he was so fast and skilled at dribbling. With one less player, Arsenal's attacking efficiency has dropped even lower. As a result, Su Feng could only retreat from Middlesbrough's penalty area to receive the ball. But once he got the ball at the midfield position, it was very difficult to turn. Middlesbrough's defenders were relentlessly interfering with Su Feng. Chapter 244. Cazorla's corner kick was taken very quickly, heading straight for the back post of the penalty area. Once this ball was taken, apart from his teammates, some guessed where Cazorla would kick it. Middlesbrough's players had to quickly judge the direction of the ball and then organize their defense. Of course, even though Cazorla made a signal while taking the kick, allowing some teammates to guess where he would kick, this also relates to the player's technique. The ability to hit the target every time may not ensure success in actual combat. After all, to get the ball quickly into the penalty area without being disrupted by defenders, a powerful kick is needed, and using great force can lead to mistakes. However, once the ball is kicked, all of this becomes unimportant. The most crucial thing is to see who can touch the ball first, whether it is cleared by Middlesbrough's players or headed by Arsenal's players. Cazorla's kick was sneaky, although it was aimed at the back post. The curve made Middlesbrough's goalkeeper hesitant to come out. At this moment, Su Feng had already rushed into the penalty area when Cazorla took the kick. Although some Middlesbrough defenders saw Su Feng rushing into the box and wanted to block him, they were blocked by Arsenal players. This is the pick-and-roll tactic. Chapter 245. Moreover, with one less player, the midfield operation has certainly become less smooth, and they also cannot utilize the width of the pitch. In the following minutes, Arsenal's attack fell into a standstill. Everyone doesn't have many good opportunities, especially now that Middlesbrough is keeping a closer eye on Su Feng. This guy truly belongs to the type that shines with a little sunlight. In just a short while of not being watched, Su Feng managed to sneak one in. However, Su Feng is now firmly committed to one belief. Set pieces are promising. As long as Middlesbrough can't intercept in advance and his teammates pass the ball to him, Su Feng will break through after receiving the ball. He uses his agile positioning, frequently weaving in and out from the left, center, and right. One could say Su Feng runs like two players combined. Fans watching the match feel as if they're dreaming. Am I dreaming today? Is this still Su Feng? Why does it feel so surreal? I slapped my wife, and she really came over to scratch me. It's not a dream. Su Feng, did you take the wrong medicine today? Why so energetic? Is Su Feng planning to make up for all the running he missed in previous matches today? Chapter 246. Su Feng was almost moved to tears. If it weren't for the system's ridiculous carefree points forcing Su Feng to play at a leisurely pace, he would have sprinted 100 times in each match to repay the fans' applause. So he tirelessly searched for scoring opportunities in the front. This left the Middlesbrough defenders and defensive players exhausted. Su Feng's performance now reveals him as a top-notch disruptor. Every time Arsenal passes forward, Su Feng sprints as hard as he can to chase the ball, dragging the entire Middlesbrough backline along with him. There's no way to not run. If Su Feng catches up, it would be a big problem. As the match reached the 70-minute mark in the second half, Wenger made substitutions again. At this point, Middlesbrough had completed all their substitutions. There was no choice, as Su Feng kept stirring things up. The Middlesbrough defenders couldn't keep up with Su Feng's pace. So the coach had no choice but to substitute a few players who were already out of stamina. Under Su Feng's relentless attacking style, Middlesbrough's defense was left reeling. But at this moment, it seemed that Su Feng wasn't tired at all. Chapter 247. Unexpectedly, Su Feng could also think outside the box in such moments. He didn't directly shoot the ball toward the goal, but instead kicked a bouncing ball. It bounced through the legs of one of the Middlesbrough defenders toward the goal. Goalkeepers fear such bounces, making it hard to judge, because when the ball bounces on the grass, it is already very close to the goal. Before it bounces, You can't know which direction it will go or how high it will rise. All reactions need to happen after the ball bounces. However, the distance is already very short, leaving the goalkeeper with very little reaction time. Additionally, Feng's shot was a volley, with a conscious pulling motion that caused the ball to bounce with a slight deviation and spin. Even if the goalkeeper tried his best to dive towards the direction the ball rebounded, he still couldn't stop it. 2-1. Boom. The entire Emirates Stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. Seeing the ball go in, Feng directly sprawled on the ground. He was now at the end of his strength, truly exhausted. The fans were also bewildered. Feng's previous celebrations had already been outrageous enough, not like other players who were so excited, just striking a pose in place. Now, after scoring, he just lay on the ground. Chapter 248. Since Feng joined Arsenal, he has attracted a considerable number of fans with his unique style. Now, he has quite a few nicknames. King of Laziness is one of them, and there's also Zhuangwan. However, judging from Feng's performance in the last match, he completely overturned these two nicknames, and fans realized that Feng could also run tirelessly on the pitch. For some unknown reason, he inexplicably attracted a large group of fans' affection. This left Feng quite speechless. It's like a person who has always done good suddenly does something bad, and their image collapses. The first person has always done bad things, but suddenly does a good deed, and their reputation turns around, making people think they are not entirely bad and quite lovable. Feng has always played quite lazily, but when the team faced a crisis, he gave his all to help the team win, inexplicably becoming an adorable point in some fans' eyes. Originally, Feng only had a considerable fan base in Asia. After this adorable point emerged, the number of fans worldwide has significantly increased, including in regions that don't particularly like Asians, where Feng's popularity has also risen rapidly. Chapter 249. If you say there's no smoking or drinking, they will say you're setting a bad example for teenagers. In fact, this has nothing to do with Feng. If they have the ability, let the country stop selling tobacco and alcohol. So Fatty also aligned with Feng's stance and publicly declared that they are now gradually reducing it. After all, it's impossible to quit all at once. So they're reducing intake. For smoking, for example, reducing to 1 or 2 a day is very low harm to health. And drinking a small amount daily might even have health benefits. This reasoning also benefits Feng. Even if the media catches him smoking or drinking, it won't matter. Being a public figure is exhausting. Feng feels that dealing with fans is even more tiring than his training, needing to smile and sign autographs. His hands are almost dislocated. He has never written this much during homework in school, and his face feels stiff from smiling, leading Feng to seriously suspect that it might cause wrinkles to appear sooner. But there's no other way. To become a superstar, to surpass Messi and Ronaldo, to become a figure greater than Maradona and Pelé, to become the emperor star of the football world, this step is essential. Chapter 250. This match is no exception. After all, Chinese fans have money. Seeing Feng's first shot so smooth and spectacular, yet failing to score, both Arsenal and Feng's fans couldn't help but sigh in regret. However, it wasn't long before Arsenal came back again. This time, O'Shea tried to use his strong body to block Feng and prevent him from turning, but unexpectedly, Feng didn't play by the rules. He basically didn't turn around at all, directly facing away from the goal and using a kicking motion. Pickford reacted very quickly, but Feng's shooting motion was simply too subtle. He had already broken through the goal before the goalkeeper could react, not even making a save attempt. The entire stadium erupted in excitement. Jean Jun praised. Feng's sudden inspiration led to a very subtle shot. Although O'Shea had firmly pinned Feng from behind, he did not expect that Feng could shoot without turning around. It was not easy to kick the ball with power in this position, which showed Feng's excellent flexibility. Zhang chuckled. Ordinary players can only stop and then pass the ball to their teammates. Feng really had this trick. He pretended to break through from the left, suddenly turned to the right, and O'Shea certainly followed him. But he did not expect Feng to use a heel flick to shoot. I've been watching football for so many years, and it's really the first time I've seen this. Chapter 251. Of course, after this organizational experience, things would be smoother in the future. The Arsenal players were a bit confused. What was going on at Sunderland's home ground? Why was the support for us stronger than for Sunderland? Whose home ground is this? Anyway, later, the song for Feng began to ring out frequently, and every time Feng got the ball, there were various cheers and support. Slowly, The Arsenal players realized that it was actually Feng's fans causing this. It's really good to have a big tree to provide shade. Feng is not yet an absolute core player at Arsenal, but he already has so many fans supporting him. When Feng becomes a world-class superstar, what kind of scene will that be? Currently, Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi each have hundreds of millions of fans on global social media. In Feng's country, Huagua, there are nearly 2 billion people. Even if just half of them support him, he could surpass Ronaldo and Messi. Let's not even talk about whether Feng can successfully surpass the top stars Messi and Ronaldo, but in terms of having fans, Feng naturally has a unique advantage. After playing for 20 minutes in the first half, it had already turned into Feng's personal performance. Every time he got the ball, there were cheers, and every time a Sunderland player got the ball, there were various booing sounds that affected the performance of both teams. Chapter 252 at this moment. Feng was already adept at answering media questions. Not only did he have his agent guiding him, but the news officer of Arsenal also informed Feng about which questions to answer and which ones to avoid. For questions that were inconvenient to answer, Feng used humor to sidestep them, making the atmosphere very relaxed. It was evident that Feng was integrating into the English Premier League very quickly. He looked like someone who had been playing in the Premier League for years. In this relaxed atmosphere, a reporter asked Feng, "I heard that you're the only one in the Arsenal first team without a girlfriend. What should your ideal girlfriend be like? Do English girls meet your aesthetic?" The question drew laughter from the crowd. Feng could have chosen not to answer this question, but as long as he stated that it was unrelated to today's match, it would suffice. However, Feng suddenly remembered something. After facing Sunderland, Arsenal would return to London to prepare for the crucial Premier League match against their city rivals, Tottenham Hotspur. This match was quite important, so he changed the subject. Chapter 253. After returning to London, Arsenal entered a tense preparation phase. The importance of this match to Arsenal could be compared to that of an FA Cup final. Arsenal fans could not bear the thought of their team losing to Tottenham Hotspur, and the feeling was mutual for Tottenham fans. It was a long-standing cultural tradition among fans. Although the players on the field were not as antagonistic as the fans, they knew they needed to fight for their supporters, at least to express that attitude. The tickets for the Arsenal versus Tottenham match were also the most expensive in the entire Premier League. To be honest, it is hard to say that there isn't some historical connection between Arsenal and Tottenham contributing to this. Having two strong Premier League teams in North London is both a blessing and a curse for the fans. Of course, there are more common fans supporting Tottenham. However, the owner of Tottenham Hotspur is indeed quite cunning. Knowing there are more common fans here, he still sets the ticket prices extremely high, possibly because it's easier to profit from the poor. Chapter 254. It was about to begin. At this time, Arsenal's starting lineup was confirmed by Wenger, and they also received Tottenham's starting lineup. There wasn't much to say about Arsenal. Recently, Feng's position as a starter had been basically established. However, Wenger had new ideas and did not want to fix Feng in the forward position, so he slightly retracted Feng's position. Feng's current role was a mix between an attacking midfielder, a false nine, and a playmaker, allowing him more flexibility in movement, making it harder for opposing players to mark him. He found himself in an area where the opposing defenders were not paying attention, which was very beneficial for Feng's carefree style of play. Previously, Arsenal had established Sanchez to play as a center forward, and Giroud had become a substitute. But with Feng's arrival, Sanchez seemed to fit better in the left-wing position. The cooperation between Feng and him was quite tacit, while the other side was rotated by Walcott and Iwobi, allowing Giroud to play as the center forward. Today, Feng's responsibilities were quite important. Wenger had discovered Feng's potential and liked his way of playing without moving much. Chapter 255. Modern football emphasizes the involvement of defenders in passing, making ball-playing defenders very desirable. Toby Alderweireld is one of the best in this regard. Vertonghen has a different style. He is very tall and fast, capable of playing as a center back and even as a left back. To some extent, Vertonghen's height, powerful jumping ability, and accurate judgment of landing spots compensate for Alderweireld's shortcomings in stature. A solid defense is essential for achieving good results. Just like Klopp's first year at Liverpool, while the attack was vibrant, the defense had too many gaps and often gifted goals to opponents, earning them the nickname the Reds bring warmth. Of course, their defensive midfielders also play a crucial role in protecting the backline. One of the two defensive midfielders is Wanyama, who transferred from Southampton and is a typical strong defensive player. The other is Dembele, nicknamed Big but by fans, who is a very unique midfielder. His ball control is exceptional, and he enjoys dribbling in midfield, serving as the engine for Tottenham's attacks. Chapter 256 Tottenham Hotspur is very fast, with most of the team being young players. Each one charges forward recklessly. This speed alone gives Arsenal a considerable headache. At this moment, Dembele has the ball. He has a big butt and a stable base, making him quite powerful when he dribbles through the center. Having a larger buttocks while playing football lowers the center of gravity and improves body balance. Additionally, people with larger buttocks tend to have thicker legs, which enhances their explosive power. Such players, if they have good ball control, are usually skilled. Dembele is one of the top players. He broke through the middle, dribbling past two Arsenal players before passing the ball to the right. On the right was Eriksen, who, despite occupying that position, actually plays more like an attacking midfielder. Although Eriksen's style of play may seem understated, Feng is very aware that he is the core of Tottenham Hotspur. In a parallel universe, Ali suddenly became ineffective. In fact, if you observe closely, it was because Eriksen left Tottenham. Eriksen left Spurs for Inter Milan during the winter transfer window. After Eriksen's departure, Ali performed well in the first half of the season, but in the second half, he collapsed like an avalanche. Chapter 257. Feng was startled by Son Heung-min's goal. It was incredibly powerful. Feng, not wanting to be too extreme, wondered if he was overthinking and thought Son might be trying to show him who's boss. This shot could be described as striking fear into Arsenal, a long-range shot from 30 meters, right on target. How could they defend against that? According to fans' memories, it seems only Cristiano Ronaldo would shoot from that spot, and he had done so quite a few times. However, they did not expect a Korean player to replicate the phenomenon of the CR7. In a sense, both shots had their merits. Ronaldo typically uses a powerful axe-like shot, with immense strength and unpredictable trajectory. Son's shot, while lacking in power compared to Ronaldo, featured an incredibly beautiful curve, a genuine banana shot, visibly curving around the goalkeeper's fingers into the net. However, Feng was not surprised because he knew Pochettino was not a coach who emphasized defense. He favored attacking play, living by the saying better to stand and live than to sit and die. Chapter 258. Both the forward line and defense were at their strongest, and even their goalkeeper Hugo Lloris was at the peak of his career. Feng looked up at Giroud ahead. Today, he needed to coordinate closely with his teammates, not relying solely on his lone wolf instincts as before. Of course, for Feng, the less distance he had to run, the better. After passing the ball, Feng continued to think. To others, his thinking appeared as if he was standing still, watching the game unfold lazily. How could there be a player like Feng? Standing still in midfield? What position does he even play? A forward standing still in the midfield. Don't criticize. I admit Feng is a bit lazy. But in this match, he wasn't playing as a forward. He resembled an attacking midfielder. With Giroud positioned up front, we had no idea what Wenger's tactical plan was. Why would a non-runner be placed there? But in fact, that was his position. Chapter 259. Once Feng and his teammates launched an attack from this side, either Wanyama or Dembele would definitely come over to provide support. Meanwhile, Son Heung-min, the Korean star, would also drop back to assist his fullback in defense. Thus, there would be 3 Tottenham players in that area, and Vertonghen would be ready to step up at any moment. After a few attempts, Feng found that Tottenham was indeed flawless at the moment. To easily break through their defense with just one wave of attack was impossible. Multiple waves of attacks were needed to disrupt the opposing defense and find vulnerabilities. It was challenging. However, the word give up had never existed in Feng's dictionary. Suddenly, Feng adjusted his position. He had been standing slightly closer to Tottenham's goal in midfield, but he moved to the left side, just outside the penalty area. When Kyle Walker saw this, he realized it was an invasion of his territory. Due to his strong individual ability, it was said that Guardiola from Manchester City had taken notice and offered an irresistible transfer fee to Tottenham. Chapter 260. Feng made a lob pass into the penalty area. Toby Alderweireld positioned himself well, getting to the drop point. However, as he jumped, he was outmatched by Giroud, who jumped significantly higher and reached the ball first. Although Giroud demanded it, he was still beaten to the spot by Alderweireld, so he couldn't make a comfortable header. Though the distance was close, Hugo Lloris reacted quickly and saved the ball. At this moment, Feng had already charged in, appearing leisurely as if he was strolling, but unexpectedly found himself in the perfect position and lightly tapped the ball in with his toe. The score on the field changed to 1-1. Su Feng's leisurely style of scoring had become his trademark. From the slow-motion replay, Su Feng's lob pass was executed without stopping the ball, yet it did not affect the accuracy of his pass. After passing, Su Feng did not remain stationary, but took a few steps forward, as if he had an incredible sense of anticipation, arriving at a spot unexpected by the Tottenham players. Chapter 261. It seems the pre-match hype had some effect. Son Heung-min was indeed working hard on the field. Historically, when both Harry Kane and he were on the pitch, one of them would often go silent. Pochettino had never managed to solve this issue. Both players needed possession. But today, Son scored both goals without having too much ball control. Perhaps this would help Pochettino find a balance for both Son and Harry Kane to play simultaneously. Coach Zhang provided another professional analysis, but domestic fans were not convinced. They just wanted the Korean player to fail, as 999 out of 1,000 domestic fans sided with Arsenal. Perhaps there were some players who liked Son in the past, as he represented Asian players excelling in the Premier League, bringing pride to fellow Asians. But now with Su Feng, empathy was no longer necessary. Arsenal's defense was terrible. No wonder they were frequently defeated, unable to even stop a single Asian player like Son. What are they even doing? The first goal could be excused as a world-class shot, but this second goal was inexcusable. Two players were tightly marking Harry Kane, yet he was still able to pass the ball out. Eriksen's pass wasn't that great either, and Dele Alli managed to control and dribble past Koscielny as if he were a fool. And he's still the captain? He should hand over the captain's armband quickly. Chapter 262. From the data statistics coming in from the front, we can see that Tottenham Hotspur is gradually gaining the upper hand in the match. In terms of possession, Arsenal is slightly ahead with 53-47. However, in attacking statistics, Tottenham has an absolute advantage, with shots at 7-13. Tottenham has made 13 shots, with 7 on target, while Arsenal has only 2 out of 7 shots on target. Additionally, in the attacking zone within 30 meters of the front field, Arsenal is far behind Tottenham. The only statistics where Arsenal is comparable to Tottenham are the number of passes and possession rate. Coach Zhang, what do you think? Coach Zhang was very serious this time. I believe that if Arsenal does not make tactical adjustments now, this match will be dangerous. Tottenham's attack is very flexible, with multiple ways to initiate attacks. Arsenal is currently struggling to contain Tottenham's offense, and players like Harry Kane, Eriksen, Dele Alli, and Son Heung-min are very active. At least in the first half, Arsenal's defenders found it hard to limit their performance. And now, I really don't see any players in Arsenal's substitute lineup who can change this situation. If Mourinho were the coach now, perhaps he could implement a defensive counterattack. But for now, I can't think of a way to crack Tottenham's youthful storm. Chapter 263. This has made domestic fans of Su Feng even angrier. However, the anger of the fans also needs to be supported by the performance of the players on the field. No matter how angry they are, they can't go down a play, so they can only watch the performance of Arsenal's players. During halftime, Arsenal spent 10 minutes explaining tactics. And with 5 minutes left for everyone to rest, several players had pushed too hard in the first half. Their thigh muscles were tight, and medical staff took the opportunity to help them relax. Meanwhile, Su Feng took advantage of a trip to the restroom to quickly smoke a few cigarettes. Drinking during the match was definitely not allowed, but smoking a few cigarettes was still fine. Although the attribute boost from smoking a few cigarettes wouldn't transform Su Feng during this match, he understood the principle that qualitative changes come from quantitative changes. He didn't expect that a staff member of the stadium would quietly take a photo of this scene. After the game resumed, Tottenham continued to be in high spirits, and Arsenal initially wanted to resist. However, they unexpectedly provoked an even fiercer assault from Tottenham, as the Tottenham players seemed to go crazy one by one. Chapter 264. Cazorla is one of the very few ambidextrous players in world football. He can use both feet without distinction. Players like Son Heung-min, Cristiano Ronaldo, Pedro, and Messi fall into this category. Messi's right foot isn't particularly strong, relatively speaking. However, players like Cazorla and Pedro can take free kicks with either foot. So, when someone like Cazorla stands behind the ball preparing to take a set piece, it's the hardest for the goalkeeper to judge. No one knows how he plans to kick. Su Feng's left foot used to be quite poor. Later, after developing absolute ball sense, his left foot also became very agile, though only in terms of controlling the football. At other times, Su Feng's left foot was still quite rough. However, to complete this task, he needed someone with excellent kicking skills to cooperate with him. Su Feng couldn't pass the ball to himself. Even if Gareth Bale came, he still couldn't pass it to himself. Others didn't know what Su Feng was plotting. They only saw him and Cazorla whispering to each other, seemingly conspiring about something. Then Cazorla stood next to the ball, while Feng turned and walked towards it from a close distance, which definitely put the Tottenham players on high alert. Chapter 265. Christensen's officiating managed to satisfy both sides, showcasing the style of a referee lacking international match experience. Cazorla didn't hesitate when it was time to take the free kick. He immediately executed the method Feng discussed with him. He kicked the ball hard. It had plenty of power. Cazorla chose neither to shoot directly nor to pass the ball into the penalty area. Therefore, although the ball he kicked was not a ground ball, it wasn't very high either, sweeping horizontally towards the edge of the penalty area. This was a half-high ball. Then Vertonghen witnessed an unbelievable scene. It must be said that in Vertonghen's more than 10 years of football career, it was the first time he had seen someone take a free kick like this. At the same time, it was also the first time he saw someone running from inside the penalty area to outside the penalty area during a set piece. This was simply inhumane, standing outside the penalty area, waiting for the ball to be taken, and then charging into the penalty area was a tactic Vertonghen had seen before, where players lined up outside the penalty area to prevent the defending side from marking the man-to-man. Chapter 266, especially when Cazorla took the free kick. The ball was kicked slightly higher than intended. He thought he was doomed, as the position was very awkward. It was right in the mid-lower part of his body. If it were any lower, he could kick it with his foot. If it were a bit higher, he could control it with his chest. And if it were higher still, he could head it. But right in that area between the thigh and the lower abdomen, it was hard for anyone to handle. Although Cristiano Ronaldo had previously scored a goal with his private parts in a match, that was something that couldn't replicate the speed of Cazorla's pass. If Ronaldo wanted to replicate that, he might as well spend the rest of his life as sisters with Joanna. Giroud directly remarked, "If that ball had been mine, I would have retired tomorrow without regrets." Not to that extent, not that exaggerated. Arsenal really didn't gain any advantage in this match. Instead, they were being pressured by Tottenham to the point of gasping for breath. Feng's violent shot could be said to combine beauty and brutality, instantly boosting Arsenal's morale. If this continued, Arsenal was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 267. After all, players like Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, who frequently score hat-tricks, are still a minority. So while the interests of the team are paramount, whenever there is a shooting opportunity, Son Heung-min will still take the shot first. Who doesn't want to score a hat-trick? Plus, scoring another goal could make him a hero for the team. This is Arsenal. Tottenham fans would definitely appreciate a player who defeated the opponent with 3 goals in this match. Before that, the Korean superstar played more as a team player. He is a very humble person, unlike the rebellious and arrogant attitude often seen in other South Korean players. However, today he really wanted to earn this honor. On the other hand, the atmosphere was completely different. Feng scored 2 goals, but seemed uninterested in getting a third. After getting the ball, he quickly distributed it in other ways, leading the team to maintain a rhythm, just by observing Feng's current ball handling and positioning. Fans could hardly believe that this was the same man who scored twice for Arsenal. The contrast was quite bizarre. Chapter 268. Under such pressure, Arsenal's players mostly returned to their own half to help defend, with only Feng remaining at the front. Of course, Feng's presence up front was still able to disrupt Tottenham Hotspur's defense. Tottenham's attacks came wave after wave, which excited their fans. When could Tottenham dominate Arsenal on their home ground like this? It felt like a New Year's feast. Their attacks were indeed sharp, with several close calls for another goal. Arsenal fans were lowering their expectations. Initially, they thought they had a win at home, but now they felt securing a point would be good. The current Tottenham players were just too fierce, running around as if they were on adrenaline. As the match approached its end, the Tottenham players were still sprinting energetically. Arsenal players were nearing exhaustion, with some lying down after dead balls, asking teammates to help stretch their legs to avoid cramping. Of course, Arsenal also had players in good physical condition, notably Feng. Chapter 269. Feng was internally amused, thinking, did he really waste his time smoking and drinking during this period? If he couldn't shake off a player like Vertonghen, then all that smoking, drinking, and styling his hair would be pointless. Fans saw Feng and Vertonghen battling in midfield, and in the blink of an eye, Feng somehow slipped past him, turning to chase the ball, creating a one-on-one situation. There were still at least 40 meters to the goal. At this moment, many fans witnessed Feng's ball handling speed. In truth, Feng's absolute speed wasn't particularly fast, nor was his dribbling speed. According to his system panel, Both his dribbling speed and absolute speed were not impressive. However, his exceptional ball control meant that he wasted no speed with every step while dribbling, making his dribbling and running appear seamless. Normally, players are faster when running without the ball than when dribbling, but only players like Messi and Kaká lose very little speed while dribbling due to their exceptional ball control, allowing them to synchronize the ball with their stride. Chapter 270. So, before Feng entered the penalty area, Kyle Walker certainly had the opportunity to intercept him. But who would have thought Feng would attempt a lob shot from such a distance? Is that something a normal person could do? Pochettino really wanted to dissect Feng's brain to see what made him choose to lob from that range. Tottenham players felt dejected. They had been bombarding the Arsenal goal. Yet they let Feng have that chance. What a mess. They let Feng turn and break through. Toby Alderweireld was even more ridiculous. He had been close to Feng, but ended up moving further away, as if you were doing the moonwalk. The only one who couldn't be blamed was Hugo Lloris. He understood that he bore a significant responsibility for that goal, hesitating when he should have either decisively charged out or stayed on the goal line. In retrospect, staying firmly on the line might have ensured the goal remained intact, especially since Kyle Walker had finally returned. Chapter 271. After finishing, Feng raised the ball, standing on the boundary line, signaling to his teammates with his eyes. Cazorla understood and quickly jogged over to ask for the ball. Feng tossed it, and Cazorla pretended to miss it. After picking it up, he repeated the action, wanting to wipe the ball as it had fallen on the ground. This little act wasted several seconds. Tottenham players saw Arsenal wasting time and were frantic, but there was nothing they could do. This was a reasonable use of the rules, unlike those who just stood still wasting time, which could earn them a yellow card. Cazorla didn't pretend anymore and threw the throw-in to Feng. Although many Tottenham players were eager to intercept the throw-in, Feng wasn't intimidated by the high ball. He executed an aerial rainbow flick. Before the ball even touched the ground, he turned, trapped the ball, and with a flick of his heel, kicked it from behind him to in front, completing the dribble. He then began to carry the ball forward along the boundary. Seeing this, Tottenham players were almost in despair. Was this never-ending? Chapter 272. Director Zhang said it very well, and today's broadcast ends here. Dear viewers, see you next time. The two commentators were left wanting more, and the fans felt the same, especially since this match was full of twists and turns and emotional highs. At first, everyone was quite dejected, as Arsenal was being dominated by Tottenham at home. The Korean superstar Son Heung-min had such a brilliant performance, but unexpectedly, Feng quietly provided them with a huge surprise. This delighted everyone, and even after the match ended, they couldn't sleep, continuing to scroll through pages online, enjoying the praises for Feng. At this moment, Feng was in the mixed zone, stopped by the media. A reporter asked him why he took the risk of shooting from such a distance when he could have carried the ball closer, which would have been a more reliable approach. Because I can. A statement dripping with confidence left the reporter speechless. Could he be a little more humble? However, upon reflection, given that he had just scored a hat trick, he certainly had the right to say that. This match was secured. But Arsenal's fatigue from injuries to key players was evident. Although the league had just started, the schedule was still somewhat congested. Chapter 273. Then in the fifth round, they visited Watford and lost 1-3 to the Hornets. In the ninth round, they suffered a heavy blow. This season, Chelsea brought in the famous Italian coach Conte and acquired Canny from Leicester City, who is famously said to be the player who can overcome any obstacle. As a result, Chelsea defeated Manchester United 4-0 at their home ground, Stamford Bridge. The match also made headlines because Conte celebrated wildly after the victory, which Mourinho remarked was unnecessary. When Mourinho's Manchester United came to Stamford Bridge, many Chelsea fans mocked him. There were indeed a lot of news points. Additionally, Manchester United drew 0-0 with Burnley, Stoke City, and Liverpool, with only Liverpool being considered a strong team among those. Currently, after 12 rounds in the Premier League, Manchester United has only 18 points, which is unsatisfactory for both fans and the club's higher-ups. Mourinho is under significant pressure. So, while Manchester United may seem stronger on paper than Arsenal, their form is not good, and it can be said that Mourinho's tactics have not yet integrated into the team. Chapter 274. I'm really sorry, but this is my personal time. If you want an autograph or a photo, please come back to Old Trafford tomorrow. What are you talking about? I just wanted to ask for directions. Feng turned around and found a tall blonde girl, nearly 8 meters tall, standing there. Feng felt awkward enough to almost dig a hole in Buckingham Palace with his toes. However, it was quite absurd. A foreigner stopping an Asian person on the streets of Manchester to ask for directions? It was quite unreliable. "Sorry, I'm not a local either," Feng said, bidding farewell to the tall girl and heading straight to the bar. Speaking of which, Feng actually preferred girls like her, tall and slim, unlike the so-called models in England, who were all curvy and plump. If they had the skills to raise pigs, they would have already become rich. Why be models? After arriving at the bar, Feng took off his mask and sat down at the bar. "I'll have a drink that you're good at." The bartender nodded and quickly prepared a Long Island iced tea for Feng. "Is this it?" Feng was speechless. He came all the way here, and they serve him a Long Island iced tea? While he was still in disbelief, a familiar scent of perfume wafted by, and a beautiful woman sat down next to him, knocking on the table and ordering their signature drink. Chapter 275. So, walking through the back door, the reporters and fans probably didn't expect that it was Feng's first time in Manchester, and he knew the way through the back door. Especially since this back door wasn't a regular one, but rather a staff-only entrance for the Marriott Hotel employees. Feng and the waitress thus gained a privilege. This way, they could sneak back to the hotel. As they entered through the back door, they bumped into Giroux, who gave Feng a thumbs up while looking a bit sleepy. "I thought you weren't into this, but it turns out you just have high standards. This is definitely okay." Feng was speechless. "Okay, you're not that kind of relationship. All right?" Following the girl's room, Feng escorted Carrie back to her room and settled her in bed, placing her in a sideline position. Drinking too much can lead to vomiting, and lying flat could cause choking. However, it seemed that Carrie, although a bit tipsy, showed no signs of vomiting, which was ideal. Thus, Feng didn't need to stay there to take care of her. Chapter 276. After Feng finished washing up and got into bed, he took out his phone and sent a text to the number he had just noted down. After all, he couldn't be too eager, otherwise they might think he was too forward. Feng didn't want to give off the wrong impression. After sending the message, there was no reply. Initially, Feng thought of saying a few casual words before wishing goodnight to show that he was very reserved, but the other side didn't respond at all. Although they might have gone to sleep, Feng felt as if he had hit a wall of cotton. He had just imagined how to continue the conversation if they connected. But there was no response at all. Feng tossed and turned in bed and suddenly opened his long and used Instagram. He searched for users using the phone number he had just gotten, but found no one. Of course, it was also possible that the other person hadn't set their account to be searchable by phone number. However, Feng remembered that the other party mentioned being American. So, he downloaded Twitter, logged in, and indeed found the account. The name matched what the other person had said, Carrie. The account was filled with many photos and videos. All quite spicy. Chapter 277. Therefore, even if the tactical adjustments were limited, they could only make minor tweaks in the details. Since Manchester United had not started well and only gathered a few points, Mourinho hoped to secure a victory at home. However, due to a minor injury, Ibrahimovic could not participate in this match. Thus, for the center-forward position, Mourinho chose the young star Rashford. Meanwhile, on the left wing, the French talent Martial was positioned. The right-wing starter surprised everyone, the Spanish player Mata. Mata was sold to Manchester United after Mourinho took over Chelsea because he was not favored. Although Mata had won the Premier League MVP and helped Chelsea win the Champions League before Mourinho's arrival, Mourinho deemed him unsuitable for his tactics. However, after joining Manchester United, many speculated that Mata would not be used and might even be sold again. Nevertheless, Mourinho clearly stated that he would not sell Mata, as he had adapted to Manchester United's style. Chapter 278. Feng hadn't had the chance to outsmart Herrera when Rashford broke through with the ball, was brought down by an Arsenal midfielder, and won a free kick in the attacking area. Another Spanish player, Juan Mata, took the free kick and scored with a beautiful curler, breaking the goal of his former teammate Czech. 4 free kicks within 20 meters, if suited for the left foot. Mata was quite aggressive. Seeing this scene, Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. There's a saying in world football that if Mourinho doesn't want to win, he certainly won't lose. This represents Mourinho's defensive prowess. Just 3 minutes into the match, Manchester United took a 1-0 lead with a set piece. From then on, Manchester United could focus on counterattacking. This is what Mourinho excels at. In the past, Arsenal has been thoroughly beaten in such counterattacks multiple times. Feng couldn't help but want to cover his face. Was he giving himself a hellish script? If Arsenal scores first in this match, there is still a chance. But if Manchester United scores first, it really becomes difficult. Chapter 279. On Manchester United's side, due to Ibrahimovic's absence, Rashford's performance as a center forward is still somewhat inexperienced. Especially since he lacks the ability to hold up the ball, playing as a center forward is only useful during counterattacks, making it hard for him to showcase his skills otherwise. Therefore, Manchester United's attacks haven't been very effective. However, being in the lead doesn't matter much. Aside from the initial goal in the first half, the rest of the play was hard to describe as exciting. It was particularly dull. The entire game was fragmented due to Mourinho's deliberately targeted tactics. Mourinho's tactical style is like this. He enjoys arranging tactics to counter others, meaning he disrupts their usual rhythm. Therefore, matches played by Mourinho's teams tend to be unattractive. Even Arsenal, when playing against Mourinho's teams, cannot display their usual fluid coordination. After the first half, when Feng returned to the locker room, Herrera almost didn't follow him back to Arsenal's locker room. Feng was speechless. Herrera's tactical execution ability was too strong. In the first half, Herrera was like a conjoined twin with him. Chapter 280. However, Feng returned to his defensive midfield position. Although he couldn't provide much help defensively, Manchester United didn't launch a large-scale attack after taking a 1 o'clock lead. So Feng managed to cope. And since he could accurately pass aerial balls, he played more like a deep-lying playmaker in this position, utilizing his strengths. Today, Herrera was closely marking Feng, pushing him all the way back to his own half. Nevertheless, Feng was still performing well, continuously making passes without giving Herrera any chance to intercept. Just as Jean-June finished speaking, Feng faced another opportunity to receive the ball. A half-high ball came, but as Feng turned, he suddenly executed a scorpion kick pass to the other side. This was also a no-look pass. It was clear that if Herrera continued to mark Feng while Feng employed this non-stop, direct passing style, it would be pointless. Of course, the essence of the tactic was that Mourinho didn't care whether Herrera could play any other role in this match, as long as he could restrict Feng. That was enough. Chapter 281. This play seemed unrelated to Feng, but it was closely connected. Without Feng intentionally drawing Herrera back, Sanchez wouldn't have been able to successfully avoid the offside trap, and naturally, there wouldn't have been such a clear chance on goal. Seeing this goal conceded, Mourinho was furious, very dissatisfied with his defense. Even if the opposing player was offside before the referee blew the whistle, one should chase up and clear the ball instead of raising a hand to signal offside. Does a referee not know how to see? Do you need this bunch of useless players to remind him? The fans were also very excited. This time it was truly impressive. Feng had always been lazy, and now he could create goals just by standing there without moving at all. Feng's mind was really quick. Herrera had been following him, and he directly led Herrera into a trap. Looking at Feng's last step, if he hadn't taken that step back, he would have been offside. For new fans, even if Feng had taken that step, he still wouldn't be offside, as he didn't participate in the attack. In short, Feng led Herrera into the penalty area, which benefited Manchester United's defense, as the other defenders had not reacted. Chapter 282. Mourinho has been challenged by many stars. Stars have their unique abilities. They are strong and can overpower your defense, and Mourinho can do nothing about it. However, Feng's situation is a bit special. It doesn't feel like a pure display of strength, but it can make you very uncomfortable. The team he is in also benefits from Feng's performance, which fully proves his ability. He is far from the lazy, strolling figure one might assume. Currently, for the half-year mark, the best tactic is naturally counterattacking. But after Arsenal equalized, it seems they have no intention of extending their lead. After all, getting a point away from home is a decent result for Arsenal. This is Old Trafford, after all. Being too arrogant at Old Trafford could lead to consequences. Therefore, they controlled the pace. But it was clear that Mourinho did not want to do that. If one player from each team gets a point, isn't that losing a point? If one team wins, it increases by 3 points overall. But now, with a draw, each team only gets 1 point, which means one less point for no reason. Chapter 283. Mourinho is indeed a tactical expert. He probably spent a lot of time training players' positioning. Perhaps after losing to Chelsea, he felt the pain and rearranged his tactics. And there wouldn't be too many opposing voices. Just like when Mourinho was at Real Madrid, players wanted to play attacking football. So when facing Barcelona, Mourinho arranged an attacking tactic, which was what the players requested, and they ended up losing 0-5. After that, No one in the locker room dared to suggest playing attacking football again, allowing Mourinho to carry out reforms boldly to implement his desired style. Now it seems Mourinho wants to apply the same strategy again. However, without the platform of Real Madrid, Mourinho really struggles to gather truly outstanding players under his command. Players like Mkhitaryan and Pogba can only be considered decent, but they are far from top superstars. They don't even qualify as first-class world players. Mkhitaryan is somewhat better. At least he is a dedicated and creative player. In a league with less intense competition, he could shine in matches. Chapter 284. Feng was also speechless upon seeing this situation. They couldn't even execute a tactical corner kick. When executing a tactical corner, the opposing team would send someone to mark their free player. However, they could still find a chance to cross through cooperation between two players. Now that Herrera had followed him, combined with Manchester United's players marking their free players, it turned into a 2-on-2 situation. It was pointless to execute a tactical corner kick from this side. Without an advantage, it was naturally impossible to find the best opportunity for a cross. However, seeing that Herrera had followed him to the spot, Feng also had other ideas. Surprisingly, Herrera followed him here, and with Feng preparing to take a corner kick, the number of players in the penalty area decreased. There were only 8 Manchester United players left, which meant 2 fewer than before, making it much more spacious. Sometimes a few extra centimeters of space can give attacking players the opportunity to shoot. However, how to handle this ball was still up for debate. As Feng stood in the corner area preparing to take the kick, players in the penalty area were also vying for position, resulting in quite a bit of physical contact. He recalled that it was to shake off Valencia, who was trying to defend him. Outside the penalty area, he was making various runs. Chapter 285. It seems unlikely to mark Feng closely. Feng's suddenness is arguably the most remarkable among the stars I've seen. You never know what he's going to do. With other stars, once they get the ball, everyone knows they're going to break through, shoot, or cut in. But when Feng gets the ball, sometimes I even doubt whether he knows what he is going to do. When you don't know what you're going to do, it's even harder for others to guess. Watching Feng play is truly surprising. You might think he is underperforming today, but he often slaps you in the face with his brilliance. Other stars can show their form right from the start, but this aspect is really hard to read. I've heard that European bookmakers rarely set odds for Feng anymore. Those senior analysts at the betting companies can't figure out Feng's behavior patterns either. Just as commentators, analysts, and fans were showering Feng with compliments. He was smiling, accepting his teammates' celebrations, but he also felt a bit lucky inside. Feng indeed passed the ball. He wasn't aiming to shoot. Otherwise, the ball wouldn't have been kicked with that kind of force. Chapter 286. Feng could only slowly seize the opportunity as time passed, without rushing at all. He was like a hunter in the jungle. It seemed like he was strolling slowly, but he was hiding his lethal intent. Once he found the opportunity, he would strike decisively. However, Herrera was well aware of this. Only those who have truly defended against Feng understand how tricky he can be. The moment you relax just a little, Feng will show you his colors. For this reason, Herrera didn't hesitate to foul Feng several times. The first time was in the 63rd minute of the match, when Feng received a pass from the back. Suddenly sprinting past Herrera with a burst of speed and quickly turning around to use a rainbow flick to evade the defender. In that situation, Herrera immediately took Feng down very decisively. As a result, he received a yellow card, which made Feng feel a bit pleased. Since Herrera had received a yellow card, he would definitely be very cautious with his actions. However, just a few minutes later, Herrera taught Feng a lesson. Feng managed to evade him, but Herrera still took him down directly, showing no sign of hesitation. It seemed to say, if you're going to do your fancy tricks in front of me, I'll take you out. Chapter 287. Look, you might catch a cold. Better warm up quickly to get your body warmed up. Just as he was speaking, the ball was picked up by Mustafi for the second ball. At this moment, he couldn't afford to be careless. He sent a long pass forward. In Arsenal's attacking area, there was no one else, just Feng alone. This ball was actually a bit far from where Feng was standing. According to his usual habit, he wouldn't go for it. But this time he suddenly moved, sprinting towards the ball at a speed he had never shown before. This almost caused Herrera to stumble. The sudden acceleration made it a bit difficult for Herrera to keep up perfectly. As a result, in the first step of the acceleration, Herrera had a problem. And after running 2 more steps, he simply couldn't keep going and collapsed on the ground. Feng rushed forward to contest the ball with Pogba. Pogba, tall and long-legged, seemed to be able to reach the ball faster than Feng. However, he didn't expect the usually slow Feng to be running so fast now. This was actually another aspect of relativity. Feng's physical condition was not much different from when the game started, while other players were nearly exhausted. So compared to them, Feng naturally had a speed advantage. Chapter 288. Arsenal only posed the greatest threat when Feng was near the opposing defense line, ideally getting the ball and shooting at the first opportunity. However, the problem now was that the ball was difficult to deliver. Although Herrera wasn't marking him anymore, other Manchester United defenders were also on high alert, as Manchester United was also aiming for a draw. Feng felt he was playing quite well in this match. Only securing a draw still left him unsatisfied, so he kept signaling his teammates to send the ball his way, preparing to seize the last opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Manchester United. In the 89th minute, Feng was still standing alone among Manchester United's defense, looking a bit lonely. Now, there was no one marking him, as Manchester United was using a zonal defense. They would only close in on Feng when the ball was passed over. After all, Feng was standing still, and no one could accompany him, standing there motionless. In early December Manchester, the temperature had already dropped significantly. Herrera had already set an example. They couldn't replicate Feng's playing style of being calm like a virgin, moving like a hare. At this moment, Arsenal's players finally gained control of the football. Chapter 289. However, a turning point appeared in stoppage time. The ball was still under Manchester United's control. After Mkhitaryan received the ball on the flank and observed the position of Fellaini, he decisively sent in a cross. Mkhitaryan was quite clever. Everyone saw him looking at Fellaini's position, but he sent a low ball, aiming for the near post. This slightly unsettled Arsenal's defenders, but it didn't affect the final outcome, as Koscielny decisively cleared the ball. In the next moment, Manchester United's players raised their left hands, slapping their arms with their right hands, indicating that Arsenal's defenders had committed a handball in the penalty area. At this moment, Anthony Taylor decisively blew the whistle and firmly pointed to the penalty spot. Arsenal was really in an uproar now, especially Gibbs, who had been substituted to strengthen defense, ran over with his hands behind his back to argue with the referee, stating that his arms were naturally down and close to his body. Although he touched the ball, it shouldn't be considered a handball since he didn't increase the area he was defending. Anthony Taylor ignored Gibbs' arguments, and seeing the result, Gibbs helplessly held his head in his hands. Chapter 290. Paris Saint-Germain is the dominant team in the French league, and even at home, they're not easy to deal with. After Feng finished packing and boarded the bus, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't replied to Carolali's message. He took out his phone and found that the other party had sent him 2 more messages. "I'm so happy. Manchester United won the match while I was watching. I asked my friend if they won the match. Should we take a break tomorrow and go out for a drink? I'm going to London for an event the day after tomorrow." Feng also had a puzzled expression. Hasn't this silly girl realized she isn't a Manchester United player? Going to the bar for drinks the day before a match. Is that something Manchester United players would do? They wouldn't be staying in a hotel either. Feng hesitated about whether to tell her the truth. In the end, he decided not to say anything. After all, she thinks she's a substitute player who can't even make it onto the field, which isn't all that bad. Perhaps this kind of interaction is more genuine. Feng has seen plenty of those sexy British girls who know their identity and still come on strong. Who knows if they like you for who you are or for your money? Chapter 291. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched the cigar from Feng's mouth. Who is so bold? Feng turned his gaze and was surprised to see a familiar face. Carolali was smiling at him. "I can't believe you're smoking as a football player. Trust me, smoking is harmful to your athletic performance. If you want to achieve something in football, it's best to stay away from cigarettes." Saying this, Carolali put the cigar between her red lips. Feng's teammates nearly had their brains fried from this statement. With Feng's current achievements in football, how can he be considered as not having made it? At least 95 of professional players worldwide would be in the same boat. It's well known that Feng's labels are smoking and drinking, which do not affect his on-field performance. Bad boy, lazy king. These are all nicknames for Feng. Who is this fool? Do they really not know Feng? If they say this beauty doesn't know Feng, why does she act so familiar? Feng's teammate was about to speak, but was interrupted by Feng. Although he didn't know if it was true or not, at least it looked like Carolali still didn't know her true identity. This made Feng find it amusing, after being told the truth by his teammate. It wouldn't be fun anymore. Chapter 292. That's good. I think the same. I'll send you on for the second half. It should work better, Wenger said. Hearing this, Feng couldn't help but internally lament about his coolness points. However, at this moment, Feng didn't know what Wenger was up to. If he was talking about rotating players, Feng shouldn't be included. Feng doesn't expend much energy in every match, probably the least among the team, except for the goalkeeper. But a coach is a coach, especially Wenger, who is different from other Premier League coaches. Other coaches just coach and handle training. Wenger is a manager. He handles transfers personally. Back in the day, both Wenger and Ferguson were like this. Now, Wenger is the only old master left in the Premier League. Arsenal was facing Paris Saint-Germain. It was important, yet not that important. If Arsenal could secure the top spot in the group, they could avoid some strong opponents and more easily reach the Champions League quarterfinals. But to be blunt, if they want to compete for the Champions League title, they shouldn't fear any strong opponents, because clearly they will encounter them sooner or later. Chapter 293, it's like how the French love drinking red wine, claiming it's good for the heart, yet the rate of liver cancer among French people is skyrocketing. After reading this, Feng also had a puzzled expression. Due to the system's effects, drinking these beverages shouldn't have too much impact on his health. Coaches just say recovery after exercise is poor, but look at me. Do I even need recovery? If you continue like this without a formation, then you shouldn't play in future matches. Wasn't everything fine before? Why has it suddenly changed? I don't understand. Wenger suddenly pulled out some documents from his office drawer. Look at these. If it weren't for a contact at the Sun, these news stories would have been released already. Why have you been going to bars frequently lately? A little drinking is fine, but you're drinking way too much. Feng looked at the documents, which included photos of him drinking at the bar. At first, when Feng entered the Premier League, he was relatively unknown, and the paparazzi from the Sun naturally ignored him. Now that Feng has made a name for himself on the British Isles, those relentless paparazzi followed him around and captured plenty of explosive news. Chapter 294, a can of beer takes only a few seconds to drink, and a cigarette doesn't take long either, but playing a football video game takes 15 minutes. Playing Fortnite takes 30 minutes, not including the time spent matchmaking. But now, the situation is tough, and for now, he can only rely on playing billiards and video games to barely maintain his life. The next day, Feng was called into Wenger's office. Boss, what happened? I can assure you I haven't smoked or drunk in the last couple of days. You really haven't, but at 2 a.m., someone matched with you in a football game. What do you have to say about that? Feng was speechless. Who on earth is so petty that they would report him for playing a football game? It looks like I need to register a new account when I get back. After all, this account has played with Ollie. Those paparazzi must have been drawn in when they were tailing Ollie, making me a target. Ever since November 19th, when Arsenal played against Manchester United away, Feng has faded out of Arsenal's starting lineup. During this time, Arsenal played against Bournemouth, Paris Saint-Germain, and even a League Cup match against Southampton. And Feng didn't participate in any of them. Chapter 295, however, immediately, some insiders contradicted this. They stated that Wenger has a daughter who is currently only 19 years old, named Elie, which means purity in Hebrew. This caused a stir among netizens. The drama escalated, and rumors became more believable. Of course, these were all on Chinese forums in Huahua. No matter how big the rumors got, they wouldn't reach the British Isles. And thus Wenger and Feng would remain unaware. Otherwise, Feng would definitely have something to say. With such imagination, why not write a script to make money instead of spreading gossip? At this moment, Feng suddenly appeared in the second half of the match against West Ham United, which debunked many rumors. He's here. Feng is here. Now we have something to watch. If Feng doesn't come on in the second half, I'm really going to sleep. Without Feng, what's the point of staying up? Has Feng still got it after such a long time not playing? Does June know any insider information? Seeing Feng make his appearance, many fans were spamming in the live chat regarding this matter. Even the well-informed Jean June did not have any concrete news. After all, if Wenger doesn't say anything, no one knows. Chapter 296, however. The main referee was very close and was watching very carefully. The captain of West Ham United wanted to argue, but after the referee showed him a yellow card, he left in displeasure. Giroud is Arsenal's first penalty taker, but he did not play in this match. The second penalty taker, Cazorla, was also absent. So Sanchez stepped up to take the penalty. Sanchez positioned himself, with players from both sides outside the penalty area, ready to spring into action. If he missed this penalty, they would rush into the box, and Arsenal's players would naturally go for a rebound, while West Ham's players would try to clear the ball. Sanchez took a run-up, seemingly aiming to slot the ball into the bottom right corner, but just before making contact with the ball, his ankle wobbled, and he passed the ball sideways instead. Feng charged in and scored effortlessly. The two then excitedly embraced, bringing the score to Arsenal 3-1, extending their lead. Sanchez's play was selfless. But to be fair, the penalty was also thanks to Feng, which shows that Feng and Sanchez have a pretty good relationship. Wenger's decision to substitute in Feng in the second half had an immediate impact, quickly extending the score to 3-1. With this, the match was practically secured. Chapter 297. After this match, they returned to London to face Stoke City, known as the Sky City, due to its geographical location. The team often appears to be shrouded in mist under the sunlight, almost like they are above the clouds. Additionally, the team tends to recruit taller players, which is why they are referred to as Sky City. In fact, their official nickname should be the Potters. Before this match, Feng had just returned home for France. Once the team landed at Stansted Airport, they dispersed. Among London's 4 major airports, this one is located in the north, close to Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur. After leaving the airport, Feng took a taxi home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was about to grab his keys from under a flower pot when he suddenly saw a shadow dragging a large bag. Feng immediately pulled out his phone to call the police. Although this is London, the capital of England, the police have already stated that they do not handle thefts, robberies, or even break-ins, as these are considered low-level crimes. They will not waste precious resources on catching petty thieves and robbers. Chapter 298. As expected from China. The taste is pure. It's much better than Marlboro, Winston, or Grand Prix. After finishing his smoke, Feng still needed to brush his teeth. There was no way around it. With his smoking frequency, his teeth had long been stained black. So he had to wear gloves while smoking to prevent his fingers from turning yellow. After smoking, he had to brush his teeth to avoid further discoloration, enhancing his attributes. Even with a system like this, it wasn't that easy, especially now that Wenger strongly opposes Feng smoking and drinking. He had to be even more cautious about his image, making sure not to come off as an old drunkard or chain smoker. He had to take all sorts of precautions. Moreover, as Feng's football career progressed, his reputation would grow, and as a positive image, smoking and drinking would ultimately be detrimental. His agent, Fatty, often advised him that as a sports star, his public image should be sunny and positive. How could he endorse major brands with the image of a chain smoker and an alcoholic? Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Feng's smoking and drinking went underground, making him feel like he was in a spy movie. Chapter 299. Although Karine Lally is quite beautiful, her eyes are somewhat outrageous. Doesn't Tichy look like him? I think she does. Karine Lally pulled out her phone and brought up a picture of Maguire. Feng took a glance. Wow, you meant Tobey Maguire? I thought. But that doesn't he look much like him either. Turns out Karine Lally was talking about the actor who plays Spider-Man. Seeing Karine Lally snickering, it was clear she was intentionally teasing Feng. Their conversation was unexpectedly pleasant, better than all their previous chats combined. Perhaps it was just Feng's illusion. Sending someone off 1,000 miles, there will eventually be a parting. Seeing Karine Lally go through security, Feng could only wave goodbye from outside. Upon returning to his apartment, he suddenly opened a drawer and took out his passport before driving to the airport. On the way, he called Wenger. Sorry, boss, for waking you up so late. I have a personal matter and might not make it to training tomorrow morning. What is it? I lost something and want to get it back. How long will you need? At least 48 hours. I'll give you 72 hours. Chapter 300. The two quickly returned to Feng's apartment. Upon entering, they closed the door. Clothes were scattered everywhere, leading all the way to the bedroom door. The next day, when Feng returned to the training base, Sanchez was surprised to exclaim, "Wow, you actually look quite handsome. You look so healthy." Thanks to Feng, many teammates learned to use the phrase "wow" even more frequently than Feng did. Feng rubbed his sore back and replied, "What are you talking about? It's more exhausting than training." After saying that, he quietly muttered, "Could it be that I was? Never mind. I really need to step up my fitness training. My stamina is just not good. 7 or 8 times in one night, and I'm already this tired. It's too much." Hearing Feng say he needed to strengthen his fitness training, Wenger felt relieved. Recently, it seems Feng had cut back on smoking and drinking, and there was no smell of smoke or alcohol on him. This showed that Feng was becoming more positive. Now that his performance was already strong, if he could quit all his bad habits, he would reach even greater heights. Wenger was very much looking forward to what achievements Feng might accomplish then. Chapter 301. With this, the Premier League naturally became very intense. The competition was fierce. Therefore, playing this match away was very important for Arsenal and Feng. While others might not know, Feng was very clear about how terrifying Manchester City's dominance in the Premier League was under Guardiola's leadership. A coach like Guardiola is naturally suited to a wealthy club. Furthermore, it was very important that the upper management of Manchester City were friends with Guardiola. Otherwise, once there is a conflict with the players in the locker room, without support from the higher-ups, you will know how painful it can be. Just like now, Manchester City has conflicts in the locker room. The heavyweight star Yaya Touré in the team has a conflict with Guardiola. In theory, Yaya Touré and Guardiola should be very harmonious because they won 6 titles together when they were at Barcelona. However, after Guardiola arrived at Manchester City, the first thing he did was to determine the main players of the team. Previously, Manchester City had very strong stars in every position, with the backbone being Kompany in defense, Yaya Touré in midfield, and Aguero in attack. Chapter 302. Not as good as a province in China. There are many Chinese people working, studying, and living overseas, especially in Europe, including some immigrants. The Etihad Stadium provides them with such convenience. This match starts at 8 o'clock p.m., which is quite friendly. After work, they can have a meal and then watch the game, very comfortable. The seats that were not filled were all occupied by fans from Feng's side. Moreover, the tickets are cheap, attracting many fans from Feng who are not financially well off. Of course, the main reason is that international students studying in the UK or Europe generally come from families that are not financially strained. When Feng and his teammates came out of the player tunnel and stepped onto the pitch, Arsenal fans thought they had gone to the wrong place. Is this the Etihad Stadium? Those who didn't know might think they entered the Emirates Stadium instead. About half of the crowd was wearing Arsenal's red and white jerseys. Before the match started, Jean Jun and Coach Zhang were joking in the live broadcast. If Feng can't continue playing at Arsenal, I believe many teams in the Premier League would want him. How many players can bring fans into the stadium? They would have to worry about ticket sales at home. Even the Etihad Stadium could be filled. Should Arsenal's owner consider expanding the stadium a bit more? Chapter 303. In every problem Manchester City encounters during the match, Guardiola will practice it during training, so the players will cope easily. However, someone like Feng does not follow the usual patterns, which can give Manchester City a headache. Of course, Manchester City's defense is primarily based on ball control, emphasizing not allowing the opponent to have the ball. If you can't even get the ball, how can you organize an attack? Moreover, once Manchester City loses the ball, they will immediately counterpress. If they can't regain possession, they will foul because they press high, so the fouls occur far from their own penalty area, making it rare for the referee to show cards. This makes their fouls very cost-effective. This kind of tactic in midfield and the forward area is actually quite dirty, similar to what Tottenham Hotspur currently employs. However, this tactic is slightly less effective against Arsenal. Arsenal's players are also technically outstanding and won't lose the ball due to Manchester City's high-pressure pressing. Once they regain possession, they can still organize very fluid attacks. Once the ball reaches Feng, even if Manchester City's players want to foul, they may not succeed. Feng started with a probing kick and was always ready to cause trouble for Bravo. Chapter 304. Although Aguero cannot be considered world-class, he is at least a top-level player in the Premier League. As a result, Guardiola directly moved Aguero to the right position. This is not Aguero's best position. After all, since arriving in Europe, he has always played as a center forward, even at Atletico Madrid, where he also played as a center forward rather than a winger. However, in this match, Guardiola made him make certain sacrifices, which also confused Arsenal. After all, Wenger is a coach whose management skills surpass his on-field command. His reactions to such detailed changes are slightly slower compared to the world's top coaches. Additionally, during the game, Sterling and Aguero kept switching positions, which indeed did not allow for timely targeted adjustments. Aguero attracted a center back away from Sterling, allowing him to have an open shot opportunity. This shot position, if it hits the target, makes it very difficult for the goalkeeper to save. It can be said that this goal indeed had a lot of luck involved, with many factors contributing to it. But a goal is still a goal. Chapter 305. His ball control, vision, and passing ability are simply top-notch. Therefore, Feng also understood one thing. To score against Manchester City, he must quickly transition the ball to open spaces after regaining possession, leaving Manchester City no opportunity to foul. This way, Arsenal would have time to push the attack forward, and only by advancing to the front can they create shooting opportunities. However, they definitely cannot regain the ball from David Silva. His ball control skills are just too strong. One person cannot take it from him. Even if Canny came, it wouldn't work. Arsenal's Coquelin, who is matched up against David Silva, is even less capable. Even if Coquelin and Xhaka work together, it would still be difficult to take the ball from David Silva's feet. If another player is added, a gap will appear. If Manchester City moves the ball into the front field, it could be quite dangerous. Therefore, the opportunity lies in the ball not being at David Silva's feet, but when others intend to pass to him. Only by seizing that moment can they take the ball from Manchester City. At the instant of regaining possession, they must plan which direction to pass the ball. Chapter 306. From the moment Feng intercepted the ball to the final goal. Every step was quite artistic and could easily become the headline of the sports section the next day. After scoring, Feng celebrated in the same old way, standing still. After just intercepting and making a long run for a one-on-one goal, Feng had used up most of his energy for sprinting today, significantly affecting his post-match coolness value. At this moment, celebrating the goal should not waste even 1 meter of distance. Feng scored a beautiful goal to equalize the score. Indeed, Feng is now Arsenal's #1 star. When John June saw this goal, he couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration. Feng is truly creative. That interception move, I think 99 of players wouldn't be able to pull it off. His flexibility is just too good. Hey, let alone that move. Even a martial arts movie made while getting up is something 99 of players can't do. At this moment, professionals in the comment section also chimed in. The move Feng made is called Wulong Jiao Zhu in traditional martial arts, also known as Wulong Bai Wei, similar to the Li Yudeting move, belonging to the category of quick recovery movements after falling. Chapter 307. Company once again received the ball pass from Arsenal's backfield and couldn't help but glance at Feng not far away. The behavior pattern of the player Feng is somewhat unexpected for Company. You said he doesn't run, but during the first half when he scored, he ran faster than anyone else. However, usually he is really lazy and doesn't bother to chase after loose balls. Sometimes the opposing players also unconsciously become a bit lax in their mindset because of Feng. If every ball had someone competing with you, you would naturally be on high alert at all times. But the opposing players seem like they have injured legs and don't come over at all. After 1 or 2 times, they naturally start to relax a bit. A player's concentration is not entirely dependent on the individual. Sometimes it is influenced by the environment. Around Feng, one can completely feel the lack of a tense competitive atmosphere. It seems that once the time reaches Feng's side, the tempo slows down. Those close to Feng unconsciously relax mentally. It's as if there is a very relaxed magnetic field around him, making it difficult for people to feel tense. However, the goal Arsenal scored in the first half already indicated the problem. Feng is not just someone who stands close to watch the game. At crucial moments, he can create scoring opportunities. The key is that this kid's timing for launching his actions is really hard for D. Silva to figure out. When Feng is alone in front of the Manchester City defense, everyone naturally focuses their attention on him. But once Arsenal has the ball and attacks, there is inevitably a compromise. Because Feng appears to be harmless, when a crisis arises, people unconsciously direct more attention to the aggressive Arsenal players and ignore Feng. This is unavoidable. After all, most of the time, Feng's performance really doesn't show much attacking power, especially when facing a team like Manchester City that excels in ball control. Feng lacks opportunities to take the ball, which leads to even less running. In fact, if it weren't for Feng's repeated goals and assists, he would have long been criticized by fans. His on-field performance is often incomprehensible to fans. Even professional players beside Feng sometimes can't understand him, not knowing what his timing for action really is. Lazy? It's probably not something that can be explained just by calling him lazy. Meanwhile, the game time is ticking away. In the second half, Manchester City's passing and control area is simply too far from Feng. It's almost impossible to replicate the miracles of the first half. As a center forward, Feng also can't retreat to help the team defend. Even if they manage to win the ball back, there will be a lack of attacking players to initiate a quick counterattack. So on the surface, Feng stands there without much movement, looking relaxed, as if everything on the field has nothing to do with him, but in reality, he is very anxious inside. Feng longs to stand at the pinnacle of the green field. After acquiring the system, he is still so diligent, trying every means to improve his attributes. Even Feng is quite moved by his own dedication. Now, in order to smoothly enhance his attributes without conveying a negative image to the outside world, he has to ask his girlfriend to help him buy beer and cigarettes every day, and after smoking and drinking at home, he entrusts his girlfriend to dispose of the evidence. It's just drinking and smoking, but it feels like he is doing drugs. Chapter 308, Sneaking Around All Day. It really feels like a spy movie. In this situation, no one wants to win the game more than Feng. He wants to win every match, but unfortunately, his current attributes and skills are not strong enough to dominate the game at will. If he can't do it, even after acquiring the system, how can Feng be confident and boast, and then still cover it up himself? Wouldn't that make the system pointless? However, he is still in the initial stage of having the system. To become a dominant force in football, he still has a long way to go. But this feeling of being unable to exert his strength due to his relaxed demeanor is quite uncomfortable. No, there must be a way to break through. Watching his teammates desperately press, but the effect isn't very good. Manchester City's passing is just too smooth, without advancing into a dangerous area. It's indeed difficult to win the ball from their feet. When Arsenal presses forward, Manchester City just passes back, and Arsenal doesn't dare to follow up and press. Because once they get through, the defense will have problems again. One must admit that Guardiola's tactical philosophy is indeed very advanced, but to realize it, a team of technically outstanding players is needed. No wonder Guardiola wants more left-footed players, because his passing system would have some problems in the left flank without an equal number of left-footed players. Thinking of this, Feng suddenly had a flash of insight. At this moment, Manchester City is still far from reaching full capacity. There aren't many left-footed players in the team. For example, Bernardo Silva and Mahrez have yet to join the team. This is a place Feng can take advantage of. This is not due to Wenger and the Arsenal coaching staff not considering the issue thoroughly, but mainly because Guardiola has just arrived in the Premier League. To be fair, the encounters between Premier League teams and Guardiola's teams have not been that many, so the research on Guardiola's tactics is not very deep. Feng understands the situation of Manchester City under Guardiola's later development, so he is not necessarily better than Wenger. He is just standing on the shoulders of a giant. And thus, in the final moments of a match, he finally discovered a seemingly exploitable loophole. If Feng had Wenger's abilities combined with his own insights, he might have discovered it even earlier. Sure enough, after observing for a few more minutes, Feng found that Manchester City's global operation was already quite good. The players of Manchester City have mastered the timing of passing very well. They are all outstanding players. Under Guardiola's coaching, this short passing combination has become exceptionally refined. Since Silva is a two-footed player, when linking up in the front, he basically won't lose the ball. He can pass from various extreme angles. Unlike other one-footed players who have to use their dominant foot to pass, if they use their non-dominant foot, the accuracy of the pass cannot be guaranteed. The only vulnerability on the field lies with Feng. Feng is a left-footed player, which is normally not a problem, but he is currently playing on the right flank. So when passing, he has a bit of awkwardness with his teammates on that side. Every time he passes and receives the ball, it feels strange. Chapter 309. However, the main passing position of Manchester City is still biased to the left, which masks Feng's problem, and he hardly participates in this control-based passing. However, when Feng shifted his gaze back to the Manchester City defense beside him, he couldn't help but slap his forehead, as the saying goes. The light is dim where the lamp is. He was so focused on the things in front of him that he forgot about what was beside him. Whether it's Otamendi or Kompany, both of them are right-footed players. A detail-oriented coach likes to pair a left-footed and a right-footed player as center-backs, which is standard for teams that prefer possession play. In contrast, if it's a traditional English team where defenders just boot the ball away, then it doesn't matter what foot they use. However, when the back line needs to be involved in passing, the distinction between left and right feet becomes crucial. After looking around extensively, the solution to the problem still lies next to Feng. But now Arsenal can't mount an attack. They can't even get the ball. After a series of winless matches, Manchester City also urgently needs a victory. Guardiola needs a win to prove himself. So all the players are putting in a lot of effort in this match. Chapter 310. Wenger on the sidelines is signaling for the players to push forward. The outcome hinges on these last few minutes. Arsenal's players start pushing up from the back line, and their pressing enters Manchester City's 30-meter area. Meanwhile, the backline begins to use an offside trap tactic to counter the risk of Manchester City breaking through their defense. Manchester City's players remain calm in the face of Arsenal's full field pressing, continuing to pass the ball at their own rhythm. They use continuous lateral and backward passes to maneuver the ball away from Arsenal's fierce pressing. At this moment, the importance of a skilled goalkeeper becomes evident. Bravo is also involved. If the goalkeeper cannot pass, then only the four defenders can distribute the ball, and they can only make parallel passes. Such passes are easily intercepted by the attacking side, but when the goalkeeper participates, it adds depth, making it much harder for the attacking side to regain control of the ball. At this point, although Feng is also making a light jog, he looks like a 70-year-old man doing morning exercises at that pace. Chapter 3:11. The substitute who came on in the second half has abundant energy. Even after being led around like a dog by Manchester City, he still charges forward. However, when Iwobi performs a flying celebration, the referee's whistle blows, and the goal is disallowed for offside. Feng is dumbfounded. At that moment, Manchester City had no defenders back on the goal line. So if his teammate had not missed the header, it would definitely have gone in. I can't believe this. The fans are going crazy. Such a beautiful goal, and it was disallowed. I dare say this goal would have been a classic for Feng, but it was ruined by Iwobi, that fool. I have to say this goal will definitely appear in various short videos in the future. In a sense, it's even better than scoring. Hurry up and get lost. You think it's better than scoring? Are you out of your mind? Suddenly, the internet is full of criticism for Iwobi. The Arsenal fans at the game are also very disappointed. If the team loses like this, that would be one thing, but they saw hope, and many fans had already stood up from their seats ready to cheer, with some even cheering out loud. Chapter 3:12. Generally, the new season begins with preparations during the preseason. Then, through the first 10 or so matches of the league, further adjustments are made until the team evolves from a prototype to a complete form by the middle of the season. Tactical innovation might not be appropriate. Arsenal's goal this season is to at least qualify for European competitions. After all, entering European competitions is very beneficial for the club's finances, as participating in the group stage and advancing can yield over 60 million in Champions League prize money. This doesn't even include ticket sales and surrounding revenue. At the same time, this is not just a very important financial income. UEFA's financial fair play measures are very strict, and every team cannot overspend too much or they will be punished by UEFA. Therefore, if the team lacks the ability to generate income, even if the owner has money, they cannot make significant investments in the transfer market. First, design and practice. There is no rush to implement it in matches. After pondering for a while, Wenger also set the tone. Currently, Arsenal's performance is actually quite good. They've only lost 2 matches in total. They are not far from the top position. Chapter 3:13. West Bromwich Albion does not have particularly outstanding players. The most well-known are their goalkeeper Ben Foster and defender Evans. Both were former Manchester United players. Evans was decent in his performances, while Foster replaced Van der Sar. At that time, the media touted him as another English talent emerging. However, Foster contributed a lot of laughs. His performances as Manchester United's first-choice goalkeeper were quite poor, almost comical. But now, after a long period of honing his skills, he has become an experienced goalkeeper. After experiencing the setbacks at Manchester United, being able to reach this level shows that Foster has a strong mental fortitude. Just look at Real Madrid's genius Pavon and Arsenal's former genius defender Senderos to know that some players become depressed after setbacks. In the match, West Bromwich Albion is still working very hard. They don't seem to be slacking off. They're organized in defense and attack. However, facing the powerful Arsenal, they cannot organize effective attacks, and their defense seems chaotic. Chapter 3:14. This level of skill is already enviable for many mid to lower tier teams. Feng has 2 more matches before he has a chance to draw a lottery. The closer he gets to the lottery chance, the more urgent his mindset becomes. This feeling is a bit like when you have diarrhea, and the closer you get to the bathroom, the more intense the urge becomes. Therefore, Feng is determined that as long as he can help the team secure 3 points in this match, he will run less. After all, standing still can attract defenders. So why run? Recently, Feng's tendency to be a stationary king has become increasingly ridiculous. In the last match, his running distance was less than 5,000 meters, once again breaking his personal record for the least distance run in the Premier League. This has also affected his good buddy Giroud's playing time. Feng needs to be positioned up front. Giroud overlaps with his position and cannot play behind Feng because he is also a stationary center forward with a limited range of movement. so now he can only begrudgingly be Feng's substitute. There are also rumors that the team intends to sell Giroud. Chapter 315. This is also one reason why the match between Arsenal and Crystal Palace attracted quite a few fans from South Korea. Of course, these fans did not call it the Asian Derby beforehand, as they know there is still a gap in strength between Arsenal and Crystal Palace. It seems that the Asian Derby is likely to humiliate itself, getting slapped in the face by Feng. After all, even Son Heung-min could possibly have the upper hand against Feng. After receiving the ball, Lee Qinglong did not dribble forward but directly passed it to Zaha. Crystal Palace has an unwritten rule: when in doubt, pass to Zaha. If you don't know how to handle the ball, just give it to the king of Zaha. At least politically, it's correct. In this match, Arsenal's Mustafi was injured and couldn't play, so Wenger replaced him with Gabriel. This is a Brazilian player, 187 meters tall, capable of playing multiple positions on the defense, which is very much favored by coaches in this era, where only 3 substitutions are allowed. However, the downside of being versatile is that it implies a lack of a particularly strong position. The other defender on his side is Bellerin. Chapter 316. After Sanchez was tackled for the second time, he momentarily couldn't adapt. He even forgot to track back. Wan-Bissaka passed the ball to Lee Qinglong, who again passed it to Zaha, creating a feeling as if one were watching a replay. Zaha came back again, but this time he lacked strength and instead went outside, once again dribbling past Arsenal's young fullback, then crossing from the wing. Bentic, in the middle, made a powerful header that was saved by Cech. This made Arsenal's players and fans break out in a cold sweat. If they were to fall behind 0-2 so early, it would be very difficult. The corner taken by Crystal Palace wasn't very good and didn't create any danger. After a few passes, the ball reached the front, and Sanchez started calling for the ball again. Sanchez was a bit unconvinced. Since joining Palermo in Serie A, Sanchez has played for several prestigious teams, achieving convincing statistics at Barcelona and Arsenal. Could he be outplayed by a young player twice in a row? Sanchez felt a bit embarrassed. Feng also seemed speechless. Chapter 317. Some coaches give players a lot of freedom on the field. For example, Mourinho allows his players to play comfortably however they want, as long as they stay within a framework. Wenger, to some extent, shares a common language with Mourinho when it comes to unleashing the creativity of front players, which is different from Guardiola. Guardiola is very detail-oriented, so when Feng and Sanchez switched positions, Wenger didn't show dissatisfaction at first. Instead, he seemed interested to see what his 2 disciples would do, since it is the players themselves who play on the field. They are the ones most aware of the situation on the pitch. Mourinho once said that coaches should never teach stars how to play. They need to teach them how to play within the team and within their tactics. That's why Benitez tragically failed when he tried to teach Cristiano Ronaldo how to shoot. This is like trying to show a general how to fight in front of the door. Chapter 318. The real test comes when the opponent starts to figure out your routines and target you. If you can get through this stage, you'll become a true star. Many have fallen at this hurdle, which is the so-called rookie wall. This is why many players perform excellently in their first season, especially in the first round, but become less impressive in the second round. By the second year, they become more noticeable to everyone, and once defenses target them, they have no countermeasures. However, Hodgson never expected that Wan-Bissaka would be taken down by Feng after just over 20 minutes. That shelf life was way too short. Initially, it was thought that at least Wan-Bissaka could ensure a high success rate in one-on-one situations on the wing. But now, he has become a liability on defense, easily toyed with by Feng and his passes. At halftime, Arsenal led 2-1 at home. Wenger didn't say much during the break. He had already given his front players considerable freedom. The results were quite good, and there was no need for special talk. After all, they were all Premier League stars. Chapter 319. Additionally, there was indeed a lack of chemistry with his teammates. Feng didn't stop passing to him, but when he passed with a lead, Perez had no awareness that the ball would come, not running at all. After several mistakes, Feng became too lazy to pass. At this point, Crystal Palace was being suppressed by Arsenal, but thanks to players like Zaha and Bentic as a stronghold, they could still launch counterattacks. As long as they send a high ball from the back to the front, Bentic could knock it down for Zaha, and winning the second ball could lead to a very threatening attack. Therefore, Koscielny and Gabriel focused on marking Bentic, but Bentic's aerial advantage was indeed very strong. The data I received indicated that in aerial duels, Bentic won 4 out of 5 against Koscielny and Gabriel, who seemed unable to contain him. Ever since Mertesacker retired, Arsenal's aerial defense has indeed not been as solid as before. However, Wenger had other methods. Since they couldn't stop Bentic, they could focus on stopping Zaha. As long as they didn't let Zaha win the second ball, or let him get the ball passed by Bentic, that could work too. Chapter 320. As a result, Sanchez's expression froze, because the referee came over not pointing to the penalty spot, but pulling out a yellow card. The referee observed closely. Although the Crystal Palace defender made a tackle, Sanchez deliberately used his foot to trip the defender's foot. Although the atmosphere didn't allow Feng to do that, he couldn't help but laugh. Alexis, I know you really want to win, but what you're doing is too fake. Let me show you how to win a penalty. The Crystal Palace players nearby immediately turned their attention to Feng to openly talk about winning a penalty without fear. Even if the referee heard it and it was true, he still wouldn't give it to you? At this moment, a few minutes had passed in the match. There were less than 6 minutes left before the end of the 90 minutes of regular time. The referee ruled that Sanchez had dived, giving Crystal Palace a free kick in their own half. However, they didn't seem to want to launch an attack. After a few passes at the back, Arsenal's pressing was quite strong, so the defenders directly kicked the ball forward. This group of rough players from Crystal Palace did not possess the ability to use passes to break through high-pressing tactics in the back. Chapter 321. Logically speaking, everyone is a professional player and should have their own judgment on what to do on the pitch. However, what Feng said earlier did create a psychological hint for the Crystal Palace defenders. Perhaps they hesitated for just 0.001 seconds, which allowed Feng to seize the opportunity and score a goal. This infuriated the Crystal Palace defenders. They thought, you score fine, but why do you have to provoke us? Those with bad tempers really wanted to give Feng a beating. Feng's goal was quite impressive, and we can see that the Crystal Palace players seemed to have a verbal conflict with Feng, but it did not escalate. Before the situation could intensify, Tompkins from the Crystal Palace defense persuaded his teammates to back off. The conflict arose because an Arsenal player rushed into the Crystal Palace goal to retrieve the ball. Getting the ball back to the center line would allow the game to restart faster, which is a common tactic used by the trailing side to save time. However, the Crystal Palace defenders held onto the ball and refused to give it to Sanchez, using a basketball-style shielding move. As a result, Feng walked over and swiftly snatched the ball away with a powerful move. Chapter 322. However, the ball's landing still remained near the penalty area. Feng anticipated the ball's descent and engaged in a contest with the Crystal Palace defenders. The football fell almost vertically from a high point. Originally, Feng was at a disadvantage in the confrontation, but at the last moment, he activated his Holland-like sprint, pushing past the defender by half a body length while using his exceptional ball control to stop the ball at his feet. Wow, Feng's stop was so stylish. Those guys from the national team would probably need decades to learn this. It was as if there were magnets on his feet, stopping the ball right next to him without any bounce. With the ball at his feet, as the opponent rushed in to tackle him, Feng executed a smooth move, flicking the ball with the inside of his foot from behind his heel. At this moment, Feng's foot didn't leave the ball, and when he flicked it with his other heel, he pulled the ball off the ground, and then he lifted his other heel, stopping the ball, pulling it back, and then executing a rainbow flick in a fluid series of movements. He instantly passed the Crystal Palace defender in front of him. Chapter 323. Let me tell you, I've had a head injury, and my brain isn't functioning too well. Don't try that with me. Check. During his time at Chelsea, had a head-on collision with the post while diving for a ball, resulting in a skull fracture. Now, he has to wear a helmet during matches to protect his head, as it still cannot withstand impact. As if anyone's brain is functioning well. The Crystal Palace players were also quite furious. A victory that was within reach was snatched away by that Asian kid. They weren't buying into any of it. Players from both sides were pushing and shoving in the penalty area with significant actions, forcing the referee to enter the box and warn both sides to ease up on the physicality. This commotion wasted several seconds. Was there a last-minute goal? Was there a comeback? The fans were eagerly anticipating that at this stage of the match, it was no longer just about winning or losing. If the game could turn around, it would definitely be a classic match. Arsenal fans probably wouldn't dwell on the goals they conceded. Finally, the ball was taken by an Arsenal player and flew over the Crystal Palace penalty area. Chapter 324. In recent years, with Arsenal's decline, Tottenham Hotspur indeed had a chance to rise in the North London derby. However, this year, Feng arrived. Life must go on. The Arsenal coaching staff and players wouldn't be disheartened. They had to focus on upcoming matches. 3 days later, the Arsenal players traveled to play against Bournemouth. This team also practiced a typical English style of play, which could counter Arsenal's tactics. Although they weren't a strong team, Bournemouth always showed fighting spirit at home. However, this time the Arsenal players did not repeat past mistakes. They won decisively with a score of 2-0. Although Bournemouth posed some threats during the match, with 4 or 5 attempts that could have endangered Arsenal's goal, Cech performed exceptionally well, neutralizing all of Bournemouth's threatening shots. Arsenal secured the win, but Feng's performance in this match was mediocre. He neither scored nor assisted. Consequently, there was suddenly a narrative emerging that perhaps Feng wasn't quite suited to Arsenal's style of play. Every time Arsenal won, Feng didn't particularly stand out. Chapter 325. Therefore, even though the opponent was a mid-table team, Arsenal couldn't afford to be complacent. Although Wenger still paid considerable attention to the opponent tactically, the team's lack of a full roster certainly had an impact on their lineup. Bellerin could sit on the bench, but his body hadn't fully recovered yet. He couldn't play in this match. Wenger had to use Gabriel to fill in temporarily at right back. Mustafi also returned from injury, but wasn't in complete form. He had to play due to the team's personnel shortage. Xhaka was suspended for 5 yellow cards, so Ramsey and Coquelin had to play in the holding midfield positions. The attacking line was slightly better, with Chamberlain and Walcott on the bench. However, Chamberlain's form hadn't been great from his previous appearances, and Walcott had just recovered from injury. Although he was on the bench, he might only come on at the end if they were leading to regain some match fitness. Giroud was in good form, but due to positional conflicts with Feng, he had to sit on the bench. Chapter 326. Raiola had already told Feng that as long as he continued to perform like this season, he would definitely have leverage to negotiate a new contract with Arsenal after the season, raising his weekly salary to at least 120,000. This way, Feng would be able to earn nearly 70,000 a week, and with the endorsements Raiola found for him, he could barely sustain his living. However, since his suave value was nearly maxed out, even though Feng was full of fighting spirit and eager to showcase his skills on the pitch, he had to seal away his legs to accumulate suave value. No matter how anxious he was, he had to appear calm and unruffled, showing the demeanor of a nobleman among a group of rough men. Only then could he earn suave value in large amounts. This was quite contradictory and made Feng feel a bit of a split personality. Although he had anticipated that this match could be somewhat challenging, he still felt conflicted. However, I didn't expect it to be hellish difficulty. The match had just started for a short while, and in the 6th minute, Watford took advantage of a corner kick opportunity, with their number 4 center-back Kabul scoring a header. From this goal, it is evident that Koscielny has indeed shown a noticeable decline. He completely lost track of Kabul during the one-on-one marking. Chapter 327. Although Dini's speed isn't particularly fast, he has no problem overpowering Mustafi and Koscielny, and now that Gibbs is on, they can target him. This also allows the front players to focus more energy on the attack. Since long shots and crosses cannot shake the Hornets' defense, Feng can only change his approach. Using his excellent ball control, as soon as a defender touches him, he immediately dives. This isn't a flop. It's a reasonable use of the rules to win a few set pieces. Set pieces are also a weapon against dense defenses, if the defenders are more cautious. Feng will drive the ball directly into the box. Currently, although Feng has exceptional ball control, he only has one skill, the rainbow flick, which can be used in such precise control situations, but he lacks variety. He has practiced other dribbling skills during training, but those not recorded in the system's skill card cannot guarantee a 100 success rate, and the chances of being intercepted are quite high. Feng's attributes are not high enough to leave the opposing defenders at a loss. Chapter 328. 3 days later, Arsenal has a heavyweight match. Although they don't have to leave London, it is still an away game against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. In the first round, Arsenal defeated Chelsea at home, and Feng performed quite well in that match. This time, the situation at Stamford Bridge is a bit different. Chelsea seems to be hitting their stride. They are currently far ahead on the points table, which makes Connie very arrogant, jumping up and down on the sidelines like a monkey. They're not only leading the table, but have also had a smooth run in recent matches, unlike Arsenal, who have stumbled recently, earning only 1 point in the last 2 rounds. Given the current strength comparison between the two teams, public opinion is certainly more favorable towards Chelsea, who are in good form and have gelled well. Currently, it's basically impossible for Arsenal to win the championship, although theoretically, there is still a glimmer of hope. Winning this match against Chelsea would add some weight to their push for a top 4 finish and also serve as a morale boost to pull the team out of their recent slump. Chapter 329. Under such circumstances, Arsenal played with one less player, and the outcome of the match was predictable. Ultimately, Arsenal lost 0-4 to Connie's Chelsea away. Domestic fans watching Feng had already left the stadium in the second half, unable to bear Conte's arrogant antics of jumping around after each goal. They were very annoyed, almost wanted to rush down and give him a kick. At the post-match press conference, Wenger emphasized the referee's decision. I believe this decision was inaccurate. After Feng fell, his legs were raised, which is just a normal body reaction. Anyone falling from a significant impact would naturally raise their legs. This was not a deliberate move to kick David Luiz. Wenger's statement indicated that he was prepared for punishment from the English FA. According to the rules, coaches should not criticize the referee's decisions. Of course, it also depends on who the coach is. If it's a well-known coach, the FA might go easy on them. Except for Mourinho, of course, since he once promised the FA to coach the England national team, but then reneged and went to Inter Milan. Chapter 330. Currently, the team's captain, Lam, and midfield core player, Alonso, are both very old and have decided to retire at the end of the season. Meanwhile, Robin and Ribery are no longer at their peak. However, Lewandowski at the center-forward position and defender Hummels, who returned this season, are both quite formidable. Every position has world-class players, which Arsenal cannot compare to. So whether it's the head coach or the team's lineup, Bayern Munich clearly has the advantage. And it's no wonder the public doesn't have high hopes for Arsenal. This is a focal match, a game that attracts a lot of fans. Not only is it being live-streamed online, but even CCTV is broadcasting the match. Even though the match starts at 3:30 a.m. this morning, after the training session, the entire Arsenal team had free time, although most players chose to stay in their rooms. Berlin is just too cold. What's there to do outside? Moreover, most players didn't bring their wives or girlfriends. So what's the point of wandering around alone? It's well known that men don't usually like to travel alone. They prefer to stay home. Chapter 331. The girl smiled sweetly. Shouldn't you have said it first? Feng thought that under such circumstances, he shouldn't reveal his real name. After all, he didn't intend to do what Giroud does. If he really wanted to flirt with other girls, he would break up first, but right now, he is indeed in a close relationship with his girlfriend and has no intention of branching out. So he randomly said a name just for fun. When it comes to naming, Feng had the intention but lacked the ability, especially to come up with a foreign name. So he thought of some familiar names, like Alexander, Felix, Abraham, etc. But in the end, he accidentally said Jesus. Jesus is quite a common name abroad and doesn't have any taboos. Even the prophet Abraham is a name many people choose. The girl smiled and said, "My name is Maria." Upon hearing this, Feng rolled his eyes. "I say Jesus. And you say Maria? Huh? Are you my mom? Taking advantage of me? This girl isn't a good person. Now that you're taking advantage of me. Don't blame me if I take advantage of you later." Bored, Feng chatted with the girl who called herself Saint Maria. Chapter 332. The two sneaked back to the Kempinski Hotel, and luckily, no one noticed. Many teammates felt that Feng really had guts. As a rookie in his first year, he dared to pull such stunts. Giroud's contract is about to expire, so of course, he isn't afraid of such things. Plus, he has been with the team for so many years, an old hand. Feng, as a newcomer, also dares to pull this off. It's truly admirable. This match is very crucial. Bayern Munich can be considered a nemesis for Arsenal. Not to mention that Arsenal has won far fewer matches against Bayern in the past. Just last year's Champions League group stage saw the two teams in the same group, resulting in Bayern Munich defeating Arsenal 5-1. If it weren't for the other two teams in the group being significantly weaker, Arsenal might have struggled to advance. Now, after both teams have just emerged from the group stage, they meet again, intertwining new grievances with old ones. Wenger wants to avenge that loss, although it is quite difficult to defeat Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena. To elaborate, Bayern Munich's strength is definitely above that of Arsenal. The Bavarians are not to be taken lightly. They dominate the German league, with no real competition for the league and cup titles, allowing them to focus heavily on the Champions League. Chapter 333. Although Feng has been performing well at Arsenal, he is not the biggest star on the team. As many players have long been established, he has never experienced the feeling of being surrounded by fans like a tidal wave. When your country has over 1 billion people, this is not surprising. Feng's teammates are also helpless. After all, in Europe, large countries have tens of millions of people, while smaller ones only have a few million or even just hundreds of thousands, which is still not enough compared to the population of a single city in Su Feng's hometown. With so many fans, it is impossible for Su Feng to have more fans than others, considering he is the hope of his entire village. This time, when Su Feng returned to Germany to play, he attracted many compatriots studying and working there, especially those who couldn't go to England to watch matches live. They certainly could not miss this opportunity. Therefore, the number of Su Feng's fans this time was particularly high. Su Feng also understood why players from the national team seem unmotivated. There are just too many people at home. Playing casually and gaining a bit of fame leads to being surrounded by fans who flatter you. Chapter 334. On the other side is Alaba, with two center-backs, Boateng and Hummels. The midfield consists of Vidal, Thiago, and Muller, all of whom are exceptionally talented stars. In contrast, Arsenal's lineup appears much dimmer. Their star player, Su Feng, is merely a young player who came from a lower-level league in Germany. Bayern Munich doesn't even regard him highly. If they did, they wouldn't have let him be signed by Arsenal. After all, the team closer to the source gets the first pick. And Bayern Munich certainly has the qualifications in Germany to secure the players they want first. The introduction of both lineups ends here, from the start of the match. Arsenal is playing cautiously. Today marks the first time Giroud and Su Feng are on the field together. It seems the professor has some ideas about the match. Before Jean Jun could finish his sentence, Bayern Munich launched a quick counterattack after intercepting the ball in midfield. Vidal completely stole the ball in midfield, sending a through ball to the flanks. Ribery received the ball, broke through, cut it back, and passed. Lewandowski controlled the ball, turned, and shot. The ball went in. In front of all the fans, Bayern Munich opened Arsenal's goal in just over a minute. Chapter 335. Therefore, it is quite normal for Serie A to decline in this era. Without excitement, who wants to watch teams park the bus? After conceding a goal, Arsenal launched a counterattack. Although Bayern Munich has changed coaches, with Ancelotti now at the helm, he is a coach who is very good at making adjustments based on the materials at hand. And he hasn't made any drastic changes to the lineup, continuing many tactics left by Guardiola. After all, he has only been there for half a season, while Guardiola had already been at Bayern Munich for 3 years. Those habits are not easy to change quickly. Particularly, the midfield core Thiago is a player Guardiola brought in. So Bayern Munich still plays with some of the flavor from Guardiola's era. When Arsenal attacks, they tend to start pressing from the middle and front, implementing a counter-pressing strategy. This makes Arsenal's offense somewhat clumsy and not as fluid. Additionally, since it's Bayern Munich's home ground, minor fouls might not lead to yellow cards. At most, the referee might just give a verbal warning. Chapter 336. As for Bayern Munich's defense, Boateng and Hummels did not raise their guard. Although they have heard of a young player from the lower leagues in Germany, known as the Lazy King, who is particularly lazy and does not like to run on the field, isn't that a significant flaw? Ask yourself, how many coaches in the world like players who stand still? They would need to use a whip. So, they did not pay much attention to him. Especially since Su Feng walked back with a casual pace instead of running, he didn't attract anyone's attention. Hummels and Boateng were more focused on Giroud. In the French national team, Benzema has long been unable to be selected due to various issues, so Giroud has become a regular. The French team is a world-class powerhouse, so it's natural for them to focus on Giroud. From a certain perspective, Wenger's decision to deploy Su Feng and Giroud together in this match actually had some merit. At least no one was paying attention to Su Feng. Moreover, Su Feng is not the type of player who easily attracts defenders' attention, making it hard for them to focus on him. Chapter 337. Only players with particularly precise shooting can score against him. However, Su Feng is that kind of player. After conceding that goal, Neuer could not help but retract his underestimation of Su Feng. Although this player is young, lazy, and stands still, he possesses confidence and ability. Facing the formidable Bayern Munich, Arsenal managed to score an away goal, but Bayern Munich began to take Su Feng seriously. As a result, Su Feng would now receive close attention from Bayern Munich's world-class defenders, making it much harder for him to replicate such a goal. The crucial point is that Neuer finally dared not be so active anymore. Su Feng taught him a lesson. If he strays a little away from his goal, he could easily be lobbed. However, Bayern Munich still held a dominant position due to their strong strength, so, in reality, Neuer's absence did not have a significant impact on Bayern Munich. In other words, Su Feng only affected Neuer's desire to perform, but did not limit Bayern Munich's strength. In this match, Ribery performed exceptionally well. Although Robin also scored, the real engine for Bayern Munich was still Ribery's side. Chapter 338, therefore. Giroud is the best pivot player in the front line. Furthermore, when Feng heads the ball to Giroud, he cannot break through with the ball due to his slow speed. In the penalty area, he can create space to score, but relying on him to break through and enter the box from other areas is simply too difficult. Therefore, Wenger never considered substituting him, as that would be self-sabotage. He couldn't just let his team be pressured away from home. If Bayern Munich had no worries at the back and focused all their attention on attacking, it would be quite terrifying. After all, Bayern Munich doesn't know when to stop when they have the upper hand. It seems that German teams all have this flaw. They don't ease off after gaining a significant lead. If they directly defend and allow Bayern Munich to attack, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. Therefore, Wenger did not consider changing players during halftime. This lineup was already the strongest that Arsenal could field at this stage. There were no areas that could be adjusted, and only after their physical condition declined would he consider tactical adjustments. Wenger is not particularly skilled at motivating players, so after tweaking a few tactical details, he offered only a little encouragement before concluding. Chapter 339 confirmed Zhang's words. The second half had just started when Ribery broke through on Arsenal's flank. He suddenly made a triangular pass to Thomas Müller at the edge of the box, while he himself made a diagonal run into the box. Müller feigned a shot, but cleverly slipped the ball into the box, executing a wall pass with Ribery. Bellerin failed to keep a close watch on Ribery, while Mustafi was suppressed by Lewandowski. It was as if Lewandowski set a screen for Ribery. Mustafi tried to cover the position, but was blocked by Lewandowski and couldn't get through. Ribery then had a chance to shoot directly at Cech from within the small box, and he slotted a low shot through Cech's legs into the net. Just after the second half began, Bayern Munich changed the score to 3-1. Arsenal and Feng's fans couldn't help but wail at this result. Ribery completely dominated based on individual ability. Feng also felt a bit bald, realizing that the gap in strength couldn't simply be overcome by willpower. But all he could do now was to trust his teammates. Chapter 340, although Lahm is already old, with declining physical attributes, speed, and explosiveness, his experience is still quite profound. Sanchez is not particularly physically powerful, making him perfectly countered by Lahm. On the other side, Iwobi has good physical attributes, but so does Austria's Zhang Yishan. Essentially, neither can do anything to the other. Without teamwork, it's impossible to break through Bayern Munich's defense. However, this attacking combination was hastily assembled by Wenger. The number of times these four players have appeared together this season is very few, especially since Iwobi sometimes plays on the left and sometimes on the right, and the number of times he has partnered with Giroud this season is minimal. Besides Feng and Sanchez, the other players lack synergy. Therefore, during positional warfare, the final pass is often intercepted or a hasty shot is taken, resulting in no threat. However, after conceding a goal, restarting play presented a natural opportunity for Arsenal to take control of the ball. Let's go for something direct. That's what I think too. Alexis, come on. Chapter 341 at the same time, they scored a very valuable second away goal. If the match ended with this score, Arsenal would only need to win 2 o'clock at home to eliminate Bayern Munich. This goal quickly pulled Arsenal back from the brink of death. After conceding this goal, Bayern Munich also stopped underestimating Arsenal. The two teams went through 10 minutes relatively peacefully, with both creating some attacking and defensive threats, but neither could change the score. As time reached over 70 minutes, players began to show varying degrees of physical decline. Bayern Munich substituted Alonso for Thiago to strengthen midfield control. Arsenal replaced Iwobi with Perez. Iwobi had run a lot in this match, consuming considerable energy. They also substituted Niles for Bellerin. Ribery had been causing trouble for both Bellerin and Iwobi on that side. With just over 10 minutes left, Arsenal still wanted to score another goal to narrow the gap to 1 goal, making it easier to operate at home. Chapter 342, Feng was anxious. He was anxious. Why didn't they do this sooner? Fans online began to tease. Many of Feng's fans, who started watching Arsenal after his transfer, didn't feel much empathy for Arsenal's Champions League losses. They only cared about Feng's performance. Today, Feng performed reasonably well. The team lost, but Feng did not. So they still had the mood to joke around. They also commented that Arsenal is at this level. They have been beaten by Bayern Munich before, not to mention last season's 1-5 loss. There was also a 0-6 before that. Today's 2-4 is already quite impressive, considered progress. This type of fan is quite common domestically. After all, no matter how powerful or attractive Arsenal's style of play, they haven't won a championship in over 10 years. Local fans tend to support their local teams regardless of the team's performance. Just like Manchester City had loyal fans even when they were mid-table, despite being in the same city as Manchester United. Chapter 343, Feng, if not for his skills, could only be considered an average Premier League player barely able to play. He might not even be a stable starter in mid to lower tier teams. He relies on a few skills to get by. So for now, he could only look for opportunities to take advantage of the situation and use his skills. Once he can't trigger his skills, Feng really has no chance at all. Although Feng has the Klinsmann aerial bombardment header skill, looking at Bayern Munich's height, he has no confidence in winning headers. Klinsmann's aerial bombardment header is strong and can adjust Feng's header accuracy. But first, he needs to have the opportunity to win a header. It's like being able to score as soon as you shoot, but if you can't get a shot off, it doesn't mean anything. So Feng could only seek the best opportunity to take advantage from the periphery. Right now, he's like an assassin. He can't go toe-to-toe, and if he must, he can only do it once. Haaland's sprint skill can't be activated continuously. If it could, he could just carry the ball from the back to the front and shoot. In a moment of helplessness, Feng could only send his friend up to attract fire. At worst, he would send Giroud 2 bottles of Bordeaux red wine after the match. Chapter 344. The football swooshed and went into the net. After this goal was scored, the commentators were momentarily speechless, a bit dazed, not quite seeing how it was kicked. It seemed like the ball went in, but how did Feng kick it? I didn't see it clearly. Let's see if there's a replay. After the goal, Bayern Munich's defensive players were indignant, complaining to the referee that Feng's foot was too high. At this moment, the screen also showed the slow-motion replay of Feng's goal. We saw Feng slightly lift his head, his eyes fixed on the football, while simultaneously raising his right leg. He brought his thigh in towards his abdomen, then quickly flicked his calf to kick the ball. Wow, I've never seen such a shot before. ISNT that the move from Jet Li in Lethal Weapon 4 when he knocked out the woman behind the door? It's different. Jet Li S was a high kick from behind, while Feng S was a hidden move, very discreet. It's a type of leg technique in ancient martial arts. Chongwei, you still say you don't understand martial arts? Feng's foot was raised very high, so it's normal for Bayern Munich's defenders to claim it was too high. However, the referee felt that at the moment Feng shot, there were no Bayern Munich defenders around, and it wouldn't harm them. He watched closely from behind and thus ruled the goal valid. Chapter 345. Thomas Müller had already positioned himself, vying for the spot with Coquelin. With his height and long legs, Thomas Müller kicked first, and the ball hit Coquelin's foot and deflected towards the goal. This was really out of reach. However, Thomas Müller ended up hitting the crossbar. The ball bounced out, but by coincidence, it hit Thomas Müller's face and rebounded into the goal. After scoring, Thomas Müller looked bewildered, touching his nose. He still didn't understand what had just happened. Without the slow-motion replay, no one could figure out what actually occurred. In the final moments of the match, a dramatic scene unfolded. Feng had just helped Arsenal equalize the score to 3-4, and then Bayern Munich quickly scored again, extending the lead to 5-3. In fact, at this moment, not just Giroud, but Feng had already retreated to the vicinity of his own penalty area. In the final moments, they intended to hold on to the score of 3-4, planning to discuss it back at home. Unexpectedly, they still couldn't hold on. Arsenal's players had fought hard throughout the match. Feng's goal had just relaxed everyone's spirits. Chapter 346. The last time Arsenal faced Bayern Munich at home, they won 2-0, so it wasn't without opportunities. After this match, the international break would follow. Arsenal still had an FA Cup match to play. However, Wenger had decided to field the substitutes. The main players who had fought hard needed some rest. 4 days later, they would play in the FA Cup. And after inviting some national team members back to London, they would rest for 2 days before reporting back to the national team. Feng was essentially on vacation since he didn't have to report back. In fact, there was still a strong call for Feng to join the national team. However, the leaders of the Football Association were not swayed by this. Now, players in the national team playing domestically weren't even allowed to have tattoos. Those who already had tattoos needed to cover them up with tape during matches. In other words, even if Messi were Chinese, if he didn't cover his tattoos, he wouldn't be able to join the national team. Feng indeed had no tattoos, but his habits of smoking and drinking were already well known. Although Feng's public stance was that he had quit smoking and drinking. Chapter 347. As the saying goes, one word becomes a prophecy. After the international break, When Arsenal players returned to the club, 2 players were indeed injured. Ramsey got injured just a few minutes after coming on in the match for Wales. Additionally, although Xhaka didn't get injured during the match, the club doctor found that Xhaka had a hairline fracture in his toe. It was truly a case of misfortune piling on. The midfield was now missing 2 key players, making it even more difficult for Wenger to arrange his lineup. This further highlighted the rarity of a player like Feng. Although he ran a bit less, he didn't get injured. No matter how good you are, if you're constantly injured, that won't work. Returning from the international break, Arsenal faced a very important away match against Liverpool. This match was extremely important for Feng. His swagger points had already reached 98. If he just played football normally in this match, like he usually did, he could smoothly accumulate his swagger points to 100. After the match, he would be able to redeem skills. If he got a good skill, it would shine in the second leg of the Champions League. Chapter 348. Like Ronaldo, although his left foot is also very powerful, if converted to a numerical value, it would probably be around 90. But since Feng had a system, it would be unreasonable if he didn't max it out. It would drive a perfectionist to death. However, complaint aside, he still had to train. After all, he was only 18 years old. There was still time. Messi won a Ballon d'Or at 22, Fat Ronaldo at 20, and Cristiano Ronaldo at 23. Feng felt that since he had a system, he should at least be better than these current players. However, deep down, he thought that winning the Ballon d'Or at 24 would be sufficient. Feng was determined to earn swagger points to redeem skills. However, Wenger didn't think so, since Arsenal would be facing a formidable opponent, Bayern Munich. Just 3 days after this match, Wenger, after careful consideration, felt that he couldn't aim for both. That could very likely lead to a wasted effort. Therefore, Wenger believed they should focus on the Champions League match, especially since it was a home game. Furthermore, having been beaten by Bayern Munich twice with large scores, 1-5 and 3-5, there was bound to be some frustration. So Wenger also wanted to show Bayern Munich a little bit of color at home. Chapter 349. Wenger thought Giroud might have a chance, but Perez had none. Several players in the team had begun to recover from injuries. For instance, Walcott would be back on the field for the away match against Liverpool. With Walcott back, along with Sanchez and Iwobi, Arsenal wouldn't really need Perez on the field. So Perez could only continue sitting on the bench, as Chamberlain was also back from injury and needed some time to find his rhythm, while Walcott also needed about 20 minutes to get back into the game. On the other side, it was Campbell, who came from a youth academy, playing, so Perez basically had no chance. However, to be fair, he didn't seize the opportunities he had and didn't deliver any standout performances. After receiving Wenger's consent, Feng arrived in Liverpool with a group of substitutes and youth players. A large number of key players did not travel with the team. While this approach was understandable, it still drew ridicule from Klopp during the pre-match press conference. Hearing this news, I certainly didn't feel insulted. If Arsenal sent their second team to play against us, we would gladly accept the 3 points. After all, we could save quite a bit of effort. I wouldn't mind if every team sent their second team to play against us. I'm not that sensitive. When it comes to pride, I prefer the 3 points. Chapter 350. Currently, Liverpool, under Klopp's adjustments, has quickly absorbed his tactics, and the players can execute Klopp's strategies without obstacles. After scoring a goal, Liverpool showed no signs of letting up. German teams have this style, and Klopp has clearly stamped a distinct personal mark on Liverpool. He was just a second-tier player during his playing days, but he is very talented in the coaching realm. The tactics he has developed are incredibly impactful. Wenger's team, being technical, is precisely countered by such teams. Although it's said that soft can overcome hard, the premise of soft overcoming hard is that you need to have hard strength to apply your skill. If you only have the strength of a few ounces, you definitely can't lift 1,000 pounds. When Wenger's team had a considerable number of world-class players, indeed, his style could counter Klopp's aggressive approach. However, it is now clear that the team does not have that many world-class players. Moreover, this match also featured several substitutes and second-string players. Although they practiced together frequently, they had little experience playing matches together. Chapter 351. Feng pulled out 3 options for him to choose from. One was a gold skill, Super Sub. This skill enhances Feng's overall attributes when he comes on as a substitute, especially in shooting. The overall attribute boost is around 5, while shooting can reach up to 15. It seems strong, but Feng finds it somewhat useless. Such a thing qualifies as a gold skill. Feng is a nailed-on starter at Arsenal, and he hardly has the opportunity to utilize this skill, unless Wenger is willing to waste a substitution spot and bring Feng on as a substitute every match. But if the match just started in a few minutes and Feng is brought on, then he could fully benefit from this skill. However, Wenger isn't Feng's clone. Why should he waste a substitution spot every match? And he has to bring Feng on right from the start. This is something that can't be explained to others. The second option is a skill pack bundle. 2 silver skills plus 1 gold skill. It looks very cost-effective, allowing the acquisition of 3 skills at once. But it also contains an unremovable curse. Chapter 352. This is sure to catch Bayern Munich's players off guard. No matter how they target Feng, it won't work. After all, Feng is not the same as before. He has gained a few more skills that can't be seen on video analysis. The day before the match, Ancelotti led Bayern Munich to London. This was Ancelotti's return to London after several years. Previously, he had also been the manager of Chelsea for a while and led them to win the Premier League. However, Abramovich is not easy to please. Except for Mourinho. Basically, no one has completed a full 3 seasons at Chelsea. Even world-class coach Scolari was fired in less than a season. Bayern Munich holds a 2-goal advantage this time. As long as they don't perform too poorly at the Emirates Stadium, they can basically advance to the next round. Although they won the last match at Bayern Munich's Allianz Arena, there are still hidden dangers. This is a consensus reached by everyone from the general manager to the head coach and the players. The Arsenal forward, who seems lazy and not very active, is a concern. Chapter 353. Generally speaking, a coach like Ancelotti wouldn't specifically target an opposing player in his comments. This would only fuel the opponent's arrogance. As if they had a superstar. Unless he has already won the match, he wouldn't make positive comments about opposing players. Saying he has made specific arrangements against an opposing player would imply he views them as a formidable opponent. However, since Feng is a young player, Ancelotti intends to employ some psychological tactics. Young players are often susceptible to such tricks. After all, they're young. But who would have thought that Feng wouldn't fall for it at all? The two sides exchange barbs in the press conference. It's hard to judge who won or lost in such exchanges. Ultimately, it needs to be demonstrated in the match. This match attracted a lot of attention. First of all, both teams are widely known around the world and have many supporters. In the round of 16, only Bayern Munich and Arsenal have such a large number of followers. Only this match and the one between Paris Saint-Germain and Barcelona can be called a clash of titans. Chapter 354. Of course, the most important factor is that rivalry is on this side. In the last match, Arsenal was also troubled by rivalry, struggling to cope. Therefore, this arrangement is aimed at better containing rivalry. 2 versatile midfielders, one is Xhaka, and the other is still Coquelin, are specifically tasked with countering rivalry. This way, there are 3 players on this side ready to defend at any time, which will naturally put a lot of pressure on rivalry and limit his performance. From the overall tactical conception, it's quite thoughtful. However, the changes on the field often cannot be explained by reasoning. The match began with Bayern Munich launching an attack. After some passing, the ball reached the right side. Robin quickly received the ball and attempted a breakthrough, although everyone knows he likes to cut inside. Robin is also capable of going to the byline to cross. So both sides need to defend, especially since Bayern Munich has a world-class striker in Lewandowski. Sure enough, Robin cut inside. Xhaka went up to defend Robin, denying him a long-range shot, and Robin passed the ball to Ribery on the other side. Ribery received the ball and broke through, but was brought down by Coquelin. The main referee awarded a free kick from a very close position. Chapter 355. Taking advantage of the situation, he pushed the ball through Hummel's legs, executing a nutmeg. He once again slipped through Hummel's small door. Feng was very active today. With this, Feng managed to dribble past 2 players consecutively and directly penetrated Bayern Munich's penalty area. The defenders of Bayern Munich were all world-class players. Logically, they shouldn't be so easily bypassed by Feng, but the key was that in the last match, Bayern Munich had already faced Arsenal once. They thought they were very familiar with Feng and had watched a lot of highlights about him during the preparations. They felt they understood his technical moves very well. However, they didn't expect that this time against Arsenal, Feng surprised them with new skills, catching them off guard. In an instant, they were taken aback. After entering the penalty area, Feng faced Neuer and decisively shot through the small gap between Neuer's legs. In fact, Neuer had been somewhat prepared and, seeing Feng continue his dribbling, instinctively tightened his legs. As an aggressive goalkeeper, he was accustomed to expanding his defensive area, which inevitably required lowering his center of gravity while spreading his arms. Lowering his center of gravity and spreading his legs was not feasible. Chapter 356. Once they became familiar with it, Feng might not find it so easy to score, but it is undeniable that this style is needed in world football. With guidance from a great coach, Feng could also make a qualitative leap. According to Ancelotti's vision, if things develop well, he could become a top world-class star in 3 to 4 years, and buying Feng would definitely not be a loss. At this moment, Arsenal was still unaware that the opposing coach had already set his sights on his team's forwards. Now, Arsenal was somewhat relieved of pressure due to Feng's goal. The gap between 3 goals and 2 goals was still significantly different, especially after just conceding a goal, and Feng quickly scored. This also helped maintain Arsenal's morale. Of course, although Ancelotti had some recognition of Feng, he did not believe Arsenal could eliminate Bayern Munich. There was still a gap in strength between the two teams. As the match resumed, it was Bayern Munich's turn to attack. However, this time their attack was not very smooth. When Vidal passed the ball to Thomas Müller, it was intercepted by Xhaka, who had keenly anticipated the move. Xhaka successfully intercepted the football and then directly made a through ball to Giroud. Chapter 357. The match continued. Although the score gap was further narrowed, Bayern Munich did not play conservatively. They continued to follow their established plan. At this time, Bayern Munich's coach Ancelotti was deep in thought. Despite being a world-class coach, he could not figure out Feng's approach. On the surface, Feng's 2 goals were spectacular, but they also had a bit of luck involved, especially the second goal, which surprisingly went through several players' legs. It was hard to imagine that Feng intentionally created such an opportunity. Moreover, with 2 goals, including many nutmeg elements, it was hard to believe that there was no element of luck involved. However, the technical characteristics Feng displayed in this match differed from what Ancelotti had studied in highlight videos for a long time. Originally, Feng was very skilled at dribbling, but he preferred to go for rainbow flicks, which were his signature moves. Some called Feng the Asian Neymar. Feng had almost abandoned the rainbow flick in favor of nutmegs. Observing Feng's previous highlight videos, it was evident that he had rarely, if ever, used nutmegs in his goals or spectacular performances. Chapter 358. Being substituted typically indicates that a player is not performing well. Therefore, coaches rarely make substitutions in the first half. Only a few, like the Silver Fox Lippi and the Special One Mourinho, would do so. If a less experienced coach, who couldn't manage star players, dared to make such substitutions, the locker room could easily become chaotic. Ancelotti had his own insights into managing the locker room and was a master at it. His teams had never experienced any locker room crises and were always well managed. However, regarding the first half substitution, Ancelotti also comforted Vidal after taking him off, which calmed the midfield general. After bringing on Lahm, Feng's momentum was indeed curtailed. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Although Lahm was older and reportedly planning to retire after this season, his physical condition had declined and he could no longer compare to the young Lahm who used to run effortlessly. However, he still possessed enough experience to compensate for everything. At first, Feng looked down on Lahm, thinking that having an old player on the field posed no threat to him. Chapter 359. This match must be won. This had become Feng's belief and the biggest goal of the match. After the halftime break, as Feng emerged from the locker room, he had already determined his thoughts. He was determined to help the team overcome Bayern Munich. Beating such a strong opponent would undoubtedly play a crucial role in boosting the confidence of Arsenal's players, especially in a situation with a score of 3-5. It would greatly help Arsenal in their upcoming matches. Therefore, after Feng re-entered the pitch, the fans felt that Feng's aura seemed a bit different. Did you notice? Why does it feel like Feng's gaze looks very fierce? Is it just my illusion? How come I feel like he still looks just as lazy as usual? Damn laziness. While others were listening to the coach's tactical deployment during halftime, Feng was napping, right? I also feel that Feng's gaze has become sharper. Although it doesn't matter how this match turns out, Feng has already showcased his talent. Although I know it's unrealistic, I still want to see Arsenal turn the game around. Chapter 360. Some players who no longer have a starting role in the reserve team are still getting contracts of over 200,000 a week. Feng's performance definitely cannot be worse than the opponent's. Moreover, this performance will surely help Feng secure many lucrative contracts. I believe the person in charge of negotiating Feng's contract at Adidas is probably getting scolded by the boss right now. Back on the pitch, Feng was also very clear about his position. After acquiring several skills, his strength had made significant progress, although there hadn't been much breakthrough in scoring ratings. His hard skills had advanced by leaps and bounds due to the skills acquired. In the first half, Feng only used the nutmeg dribble. He still has the adrenaline and eagle eye skills that have not been fully utilized, since adrenaline can only be used once. Feng plans to use it at the most critical moment. Therefore, the eagle eye skill will play a crucial role in the second half. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match began, determining which team could advance to the quarterfinals of the Champions League in these 45 minutes. Although Bayern Munich is currently leading, they will not relent. Chapter 361. To be honest, after watching football for so many years, Feng is the first player I can't understand. A player's style is often quite fixed. Like Cristiano Ronaldo, he changes his playing style, but not to such an extent in a single season. Feng's progress is remarkably rapid. It's as if he just started elementary school today and is already preparing for college entrance exams tomorrow. Sanchez's goal has leveled the frown of Bayern Munich's coach Ancelotti. Ancelotti, stroking his chin, finds it hard to describe his feelings. He initially thought the match was in the bag, but now he feels a bit anxious. Has Feng changed his age? How can an 18-year-old perform so extraordinarily? This pass is unprecedented. It's incredible. If Arsenal really practiced such coordination during training, why has it never been seen before in previous matches, including highlights and videos? Did Wenger specifically train this move just for this moment against Bayern Munich? Is Wenger's strategy this deep? Chapter 362. Seeing Bayern Munich switch to a possession-based strategy. Wenger had no choice but to substitute the right wing. He no longer had much sprinting space, and the player on the field wasn't performing well, failing to utilize his speed advantage. The substitute is Welbeck, a former player for Manchester United, once one of the four Dark Kings. Although Welbeck's shooting skills are somewhat rough, he is physically strong and has good impact, making him useful in positional play. On Bayern Munich's side, their four-man forward line is matched by Arsenal's four-man forward line. It seems that the outcome will be decided in these final minutes. If Bayern Munich scores again, the match will be over. If Arsenal scores, they will take the lead. The next ball is crucial. Under Alonso's coordination, Bayern Munich's possession rate has noticeably increased. Arsenal's ball recovery isn't very effective, even with Feng's tireless running. The results are minimal, but after Welbeck comes on, the situation improves a bit. Chapter 363. At this moment, everyone's attention is on the ball, and everyone is striving to get it. Feng is no exception. However, every Bayern Munich player sees Feng as the primary target. It's not easy for him to move now. Two players have him surrounded, making it impossible for him to contest the ball. Even if he activates his sprint, he can't knock them aside. After all, Haaland isn't a wild boar. At this moment, a figure leaps high, reaching for the first touch with a header that slightly deflects the ball. Although it wasn't a clean header, it momentarily distracted the defending players. It turns out to be Giroud. Big Giroud's heading ability is still very strong. However, this ball went straight up and down without a chance to use leverage. And with so many players around, even getting a touch is already a significant effort. Once the ball comes down, chaos ensues, and ultimately, Bayern Munich's fullback Alaba manages to get the ball and clears it with a kick. He just wants to clear the ball as far as possible, but it hits Xhaka and deflects away. Chapter 364. Ancelotti waves his hand, commanding his players to launch a fierce attack against Arsenal. In fact, he doesn't need to say much. Bayern Munich's players are motivated by their previous defeat in the knockout stage. This is something that the proud Germans cannot tolerate. Why did Lewandowski leave the nurturing Dortmund to come to Bayern Munich? Isn't it to win more honors and compete for the Ballon d'Or? But if they can't even touch the Champions League trophy, how can they talk about the Ballon d'Or? Especially now, facing the situation of being in a round of 16. How can the proud German powerhouse Bayern Munich fall at this stage? Thus, many players on Bayern Munich's side are also getting fired up, planning to sound the charge in the final minutes and show Arsenal what it means to be German and never give up. Ribery feels similarly. How can he compete for the Ballon d'Or if he falls here? The Ballon d'Or is a painful memory for Ribery. He always felt that the 2013 award should have been his, which was completely snatched away by Cristiano Ronaldo. Although some pointed out that Ribery was a strong favorite at the beginning, he ultimately finished third because Messi surged ahead and received a large number of votes. Chapter 365. It is well known that when a player is dribbling, their speed is slower than when running without the ball. Therefore, An attacking player must be faster than a defending player while dribbling. Their absolute speed must be significantly higher than that of the defender. This is why Gareth Bale's overtake is so talked about among fans. Over the years, there have been few players with such incredible speed, and it seems only Bale fits that description. His speed is truly remarkable. On Arsenal's side, the originally speedy Walcott isn't on the field anymore, and compared to Bale, he seems a bit lacking. Most critically, he's not playing now. Giroud, the old truck, is not a speed-type forward at all. Although Sanchez, the South American maestro, is renowned for his ball control as a winger, he wasn't known for speed when he played in Europe with Palermo and the Little Wizard. Now, as he ages, speed is even less of an advantage for him. As for Feng, even the most seasoned Arsenal fans wouldn't say he is a fast horse. His speed is average. Neither slow nor fast can describe it accurately. Thus, this arrangement is quite foolproof for Bayern Munich, as it basically won't give Arsenal too many counterattack opportunities. Chapter 366. Although he is short, he has a low center of gravity and is very agile when changing directions. Taller players turn much slower. Moreover, defensive players are somewhat at a disadvantage when facing attacking players, thanks to the players in the defensive midfield position consistently helping him with defensive support. Otherwise, he would have been completely overwhelmed by Ribery long ago. At this moment, Bellerin might be the player on the field who wants the match to end the most. He truly does not want to face Ribery anymore. His legs feel as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and he doesn't want to think about anything. Just wanted to return to the locker room and lie down to rest. However, Ribery is relentless, continuously exploiting a weak player. Ribery pretends to go to the baseline, but then pulls off a nutmeg. He cuts inside with the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Instantly, two Arsenal defenders rush out. They dare not let Ribery break through further. They must form a steel wall with their bodies to block Ribery. Ribery's dribbling skills are exceptional, but his style is completely different from Douglas Costa on the other side. Costa charges headlong without looking at anyone. Chapter 367. Feng seems to have hit double speed. Incredibly fast. Despite being so far behind Alaba, he surprisingly catches up in just 2 or 3 steps. Alaba cannot believe his eyes, but faced with the reality, he has to reach out to try to stop Feng with a foul. Unfortunately, Feng not only has great speed, but also predicts Alaba's move. So as he passes by Alaba, he deliberately runs a half-step outward, essentially making a half-circle around him. Even so, Feng manages to overtake him in just a few seconds. Wow, did Feng hide his strength usually? How is he so fast? So you all saw Feng running incredibly fast too. I thought it was a problem with my computer. I remember reading an article that said Feng wasn't the fastest during the fitness tests at Arsenal. What's going on here? At this speed, even at his peak, Walcott couldn't catch up. While talking, Feng has already gotten the ball. At this moment, Neuer finds himself in a dilemma. If he comes out, Feng will chip the ball. If he doesn't come out, the chance of scoring from such a clear opportunity is also very high. Chapter 368. Currently feeling completely drained. Fortunately, there isn't much time left. The match will end soon. Arsenal's full defensive effort against Bayern Munich's all-out attack makes the game less exciting. Tactical play is no longer a factor. Bayern Munich, upon gaining possession, simply pushes into the penalty area, playing very straightforwardly. However, this still excites the fans. Every time the ball enters Arsenal's penalty area, it makes both Arsenal and Feng's fans extremely nervous. Feng notices that as soon as he gets the ball, at least 2 Bayern Munich players are marking him, one on the left and one on the right. Feng can't help but find it amusing. He actually doesn't have the stamina to sprint again, but the opposing players don't know this. This allows Feng to fully utilize this intimidation factor. After gaining possession, the Bayern Munich players don't dare to press him too hard for fear that Feng might make a sudden burst of speed. The speed is simply too fast to catch up, so they can only keep their distance. When there are more players around, Feng chooses to pass the ball out. And even when surrounded by 3 or 4 players, he can still find a gap to make the pass. Chapter 369. Although taking penalties requires skill, the excitement level is certainly not comparable to other goals. Moreover, Feng has scored several goals, each one impressive and memorable. Although Lewandowski scored a goal to change the score, giving Bayern Munich a glimmer of hope. The Spanish referee showed no leniency towards Bayern Munich and blew the whistle for the end of the match as soon as the time was up. After scoring, there were only a few seconds left in the game. Arsenal wasted a bit of time during the kickoff, and then Feng took the ball, controlled it for a moment, and the referee blew the whistle. Arsenal, thanks to Feng's outstanding performance, once again performed a hat-trick and eliminated Bayern Munich. This can be considered a small upset. The quarterfinals of this UEFA Champions League have now been decided, with two surprises that fans could not have anticipated before the matches. One was Paris Saint-Germain being overturned by Barcelona despite holding a 4-goal advantage. The other was Bayern Munich, who had a 5-3 lead, being thoroughly beaten by Arsenal. Chapter 370. At this moment, it's time for Wenger to reflect. It seems unlikely that they can compete for the championship in the league this season. Chelsea is only playing in a single competition this season and is far ahead of other teams in the league. Wenger can only focus on the cup competitions. Initially, he thought that after defeating Bayern Munich, perhaps they had a bit of luck this year. Maybe they could aim for the Champions League title. But then they draw Real Madrid. How can they argue about that? For Feng, it doesn't matter who they draw. If a team or club sets its goal as winning the championship, then it doesn't matter who they play against. After all, they have to play. If it's about playing an extra round to earn more prize money, then they need to draw a weaker team. However, the outside world is not as optimistic as Feng. There is a general belief that Arsenal really cannot get past this hurdle. What kind of existence is Real Madrid? They have won the Champions League 10 times. In the Premier League, only a few teams like Manchester United have won 3 times, which is already remarkable. Moreover, since entering the new century, only Manchester United has won 1 Champions League title. Chapter 371. This is what is referred to as skill combination. Nutmegging can happen at any time. As long as the opposing player has more space between their legs than the ball, there is room to get through. Then Feng can take advantage of this. The success rate is very high, whether it's dribbling or shooting. But when both nutmeg dribbling and volley shooting skills are satisfied at the same time, it becomes much simpler. He can directly score through the nutmeg. This way, Feng fully experiences the thrill of having a single skill that can dominate. This is what is known as path dependence. Why do this? Because it works and is likely to succeed. This pertains to scoring. On the other hand, Feng's sudden burst of speed is something many teams facing Arsenal have come to know. After all, Arsenal's elimination of Bayern Munich is significant enough to warrant attention. Especially the kind of lightning-fast speed that Feng displayed at the end certainly needs to be considered by the opposing coaching staff. But they also do not know that Feng only has such an opportunity once in a match. In actual matches, players always spare no effort when facing Feng's defense. Chapter 372. After the Regent King is no longer with Manchester City, Arsenal's chances of scoring will naturally decrease. Recently, Feng has been on fire, and one could say he is the hottest star in the Premier League. Initially, it was thought that Feng could easily be silenced by just a couple of defenders, but once targeted for defense, it would be very difficult for a young player like him to cope. Unexpectedly, Feng has been on a continuous rise, showing no signs of slowing down even now, and he is growing at a visibly rapid pace. This has left professional football commentators somewhat perplexed, although young players have not yet fully developed. Using matches to hone their skills can indeed lead to significant growth, which is why many top clubs prefer to buy young talents. After all, their potential for growth is substantial. However, the number of players who can truly become superstars is quite limited. Those who do make it truly become superstars. Feng seems to be speeding down this path. Commentators are exclaiming that Asia is about to produce a true football king. Chapter 373. Some relatively extreme Western journalists might target him, hoping to see a rising Asian star like Feng fall quickly. However, it is evident that Feng has not given them much opportunity. His performance on the field remains outstanding, even stronger with each match. Therefore, Feng often integrates various skills together, achieving results where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. He handles matches with remarkable ease. Consequently, in systematic ratings, although Feng still cannot be classified as a world-class player, his skill usage has indeed allowed him to barely reach the level of a top player. Even if Messi were to come over, he wouldn't be able to deliver extraordinary performances in every match. While Feng can absolutely achieve such effects as long as he effectively utilizes his skills. To some extent, Feng's unique talent is key to his rise as a superstar. Two Premier League powerhouses are set to clash. Guardiola has not been doing well recently, bearing the title of a world-class coach at Manchester City. Chapter 374. The left back is Arsenal's familiar face, Causality, who was formerly an Arsenal player. On the other side is the Spaniard Navas. After nearly a season of training, Guardiola's possession play has deeply imprinted itself on Manchester City. The playing style of this Manchester City team is now completely different from that of the Pellegrini era. The two teams are quite familiar with each other, having faced off previously in the league with not many player changes on either side, so they launched directly into attacks without any probing. De Bruyne looked good at the start of the match, delivering a bizarre yet precise direct pass right down the middle. It tore through Arsenal's defense. Perhaps due to too many matches this season, Koscielny's form has noticeably declined. He seemed a bit soft-footed on this play and failed to keep up with Agüero's pace. Agüero seized the opportunity, and facing the advancing Ospina, he executed a delicate lob to complete a dream start. Chapter 375. These were all purely quick passes. The speed was fast, and the passing was very accurate. The Manchester City defenders could only keep up by running. After Sanchez received the ball, he didn't hesitate, directly passing it across the goal front, and Giroud scored with a sliding shot. The front three's combination was as smooth as flowing water, pleasing to fans and resembling a beautiful work of art. In a short time, they changed the score and reversed the situation. Since Guardiola took over at Manchester City, the most significant changes have been in the defense. From the current on-field situation, his adjustments appear to have completely failed. Even though the captain was absent today, such a result is certainly unacceptable to the fans. The defense was like a sieve, easily breached. It seemed even worse than some relegation teams' defenses. Currently, on social media, Guardiola's support rate is plummeting. If it weren't for the fan base he cultivated at Barcelona, his reputation would have already hit rock bottom. Guardiola himself couldn't help but shake his head at the situation, directly sitting on the bench and chewing his fingers. Chapter 376. However, despite having excellent pressing in the front line, along with midfield commander David Silva, Manchester City's attack is still quite strong. But compared to the trio led by Feng, it seems somewhat lacking. Watching Feng and his teammates play is very simple, especially Feng's ability to deliver key passes, which has mysteriously improved significantly recently. Unlike Manchester City's front line, which often involves lateral and backward passes, only opting for threatening balls when they see a gap in the defense, Arsenal is dangerous whenever the ball reaches Feng's feet. The two defenders cannot handle him at all. One moment he's dribbling through their legs. The next he's performing a rainbow flick. The young talent Stones from Manchester City, who is one of the rising stars in defense, has a high growth potential and is one of the representatives of the new generation of technical center backs. However, he is being driven to the brink by Feng. He can't even find an opportunity to foul Feng, as Feng passes the ball before he can commit a foul. Chapter 377. Why doesn't Feng take the shot himself? It was originally a goal that could kill the match. Yes, it's hard to understand. After seeing the penalty not converted, fans were inevitably a bit disappointed, while Manchester City gained a boost in morale from saving the penalty. However, at this moment, Feng went over to comfort Sanchez. Missing a penalty is something normal. Even Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, who are recognized for their exceptional technique and shooting skills, have missed important penalties. Relative to this, the penalty Sanchez missed today wasn't that crucial. Generally, when Feng scores, he is too lazy to run and just stands still waiting for his teammates to come and celebrate with him. But this time, after Sanchez missed the penalty, he actually ran over. Although it was less than 10 meters, it still moved the fans greatly. It's quite something to see Feng run such a distance, especially in a dead ball situation. It is evident how good Feng is to Sanchez. The atmosphere currently seems quite harmonious, but this very harmonious atmosphere does not represent much. As the saying goes, wasting opportunities will be punished. Chapter 378. Wenger has no doubt that bringing Feng back now to play as an all-around midfielder or as the core organizer should not be a big problem. As long as Feng's passing accuracy is slightly improved, it'll be fine. Every few matches, Feng always manages to bring continuous surprises to Wenger. During a counterattack, Feng found the best moment to activate his adrenaline skill. The Manchester City players ahead had basically crossed the halfway line, leaving a large open space for Feng to gallop. So, facing Otamendi ahead, Feng launched a fierce charge. Here it comes. This move again. Honey, come and see Bolt. Immediately, the fan saw Feng using unparalleled speed to crush Otamendi like a flash, instantly catching up to the ball and striding toward the penalty area. Otamendi is not slow. His physical quality is very good, and he runs much faster than Hummels and Bolt, yet he still couldn't grab even the corner of Feng's shirt. Why do I see the director cutting to a shot where it looks like Otamendi is cursing? Who can lip read? Can someone translate? Chapter 379. This does not include endorsements. Just like Feng, who is currently not well known, has already signed several contracts in the Asia region, earning over 10 million. Therefore, fans online are discussing that Feng can participate in track and field during the off-season, compete in the 100 meters, and win some championships to supplement his household expenses, which are just jokes. Who would forsake the main for the minor? After Feng showcased his unmatched speed, Guardiola felt he must bring in Kyle Walker, the fullback from Tottenham Hotspur, sooner rather than later. Walker is also a beast. When Manchester City plays such a high-pressing formation, they really need strong, fast players like Walker in the back for protection. Guardiola thinks Walker might be able to challenge Feng. But this match can only end like this. A draw is something Manchester City might accept. After all, the opponent is also a top team in the Premier League, coached by the famous Wenger. And they successfully eliminated Bayern Munich this season, making it to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Drawing such a match away, fans should not have too many complaints. Chapter 380. After shaking hands with Manchester City and reaching a truce, Arsenal hosted their London rivals West Ham United. Although the match is to be held 3 days later, not having to travel is quite comfortable. In this match, Feng also performed excellently, ultimately defeating West Ham United 4-0. In this match, Feng also delivered a spectacular overtaking, providing many fans with a fantastic visual feast. To be honest, Feng has this capability. Even teammates and Coach Wenger are quite surprised. It really doesn't match the image Feng usually presents. Suddenly, his speed becomes very fast. Of course, fans also feel it a bit. It seems that Feng only has that moment in every match. It's like unleashing a special move. At the same time, in internal fitness tests, Feng's 100-meter sprint is still in the middle position, not much different from his previous performance. The fitness coach in the team can clearly see that Feng's running form has indeed reached a sprinting effort. Why is there such a big gap between the speed during training and the speed Feng displays in matches? Chapter 381. Although Arsenal's age structure seems reasonable, many young players are injury-prone. Players like Walcott, Ramsey, and Chamberlain are not that old, but are fragile and easily injured. Therefore, Arsenal's paper strength does not match their actual strength. It is no wonder that few people can see Arsenal doing well now. Many experts believe that Arsenal might end up empty-handed this season, winning nothing. Wenger will likely leave the Arsenal coaching position with regret after this season. Even the insulated cup that Wenger often brings may not be won this season. In the past, Wenger relied on the FA Cup to extend his tenure. But now, facing Manchester City in the semi-finals and likely Chelsea in the final, both are strong teams. Previously, Arsenal also drew with Manchester City at home. After finishing the first leg against Real Madrid, Arsenal will face Manchester City in the FA Cup semi-finals just a week later. Currently, Manchester City can basically ensure a top 4 position, which means for Guardiola, a world-class coach, although it is a failure. They will have the energy to prepare for this FA Cup semi-final. Chapter 382. Now Real Madrid plays possession football and has very fast counterattacks. Although under Zidane's leadership, it is hard to see any particularly distinct tactical style. In the eyes of Real Madrid fans, it seems like they're just playing randomly. However, Real Madrid can achieve good results against any team, playing very calmly. Thanks to having many star players in the team, their experience is rich, and their ability is extremely strong. Many players are at the peak of their careers. In fact, Modric also came from Tottenham Hotspur to Real Madrid. However, not many Tottenham fans welcome Modric. After all, when Modric left Tottenham, it was quite an unpleasant situation with the club. Of course, some Tottenham fans, out of a desire to annoy Arsenal, are willing to cheer for Real Madrid and Modric. Major media outlets are also predicting the starting lineups for Arsenal and Real Madrid. The starting lineups of both clubs are almost open secrets, easy to guess. As for Arsenal, it goes without saying, as long as there are no injuries, the lineup remains largely unchanged. Chapter 383. The online live broadcast reservation for this match surprisingly received over 1 million reservations. Of course, at this time, UEFA was also very pleased. They did not expect this match to have such high ratings. A large part of the viewership comes from Asia, who brought in such high viewership. Clearly, it was Feng. Not only UEFA, but also the English Football Association has realized how much traffic Feng has brought to the Premier League. In some views on the Premier League, It seems that referees are gradually showing a deliberate tendency to protect Feng. Of course, Feng's playing style does not require such protection. After all, Feng is not like Messi, who is constantly receiving the ball and easily fouled. With Feng's style, opponents just don't have the opportunity to foul him. The broadcasting rights for the Premier League in China have sold for quite a high price. So Feng's reputation among the higher-ups at UEFA and the FA is quite good. The FA has even made a small request to some clubs to consider bringing in more Chinese players like Feng. Wolves were the first to respond, as their owner is Chinese. Chapter 384. This match is going to be very tough, and this is a consensus reached by everyone before the game. Even the most blindly optimistic Arsenal fans wouldn't think their team would easily defeat Real Madrid at home. Online, especially in China, there are still more supporters for Arsenal than for Real Madrid. Fans are so passionate. The match is about to start, and we can see both teams' players have come out of the tunnel. Feng looks very relaxed. The commentator has begun introducing the starting lineups for both sides. As expected, there aren't many changes. After all, everyone knows the main lineups of Real Madrid and Arsenal. After excluding some injuries, there aren't many remaining variations. Feng truly enjoys this kind of big match. Setting aside the system, Feng is inherently a player who thrives in the spotlight. Those who like to be in the limelight tend to perform better in grand occasions. Especially recently, Feng has been doing well. After acquiring new skills, it is said that he has been cursed with bad luck in romance, which might affect him a bit, but it has already been a month or two, and Feng feels no change in his life. Chapter 385. Sometimes when Feng passes the ball, he doesn't even look, yet he can still pass so accurately. This time, when faced with a Real Madrid interception, he flicked the ball with his heel. It seems there were no passing lanes available, yet Feng managed to carve out a path. Other players, even if they were to make such a pass, would at least take a glance afterward to see if they achieved their goal or passed it to a teammate. Feng, however, doesn't even look after passing. It's all about confidence. Has Feng had a refreshing shampoo? His performance has also won him absolute trust from his Arsenal teammates because they know that passing the ball to Feng is the best choice as he rarely loses possession. Clearly, Real Madrid's coach Zidane has done some research on Arsenal. When Feng has the ball, the positioning of Real Madrid's midfielders is very strategic, primarily aimed at cutting off Feng's connection with the forwards. This forces Feng to pass more backward or diagonally, significantly reducing the threat to Real Madrid's penalty area. Chapter 386. Real Madrid's midfield is very experienced. On the surface, there are only 3 players, but Ramos often pushes forward, effectively creating a situation where 4 midfielders are defending against Feng. They generally do not give Feng much space or time to make choices. Often, in the blink of an eye, Feng must make a decision. The pace is even faster than when Feng played against Bayern Munich. Sometimes a player can perform effortlessly in lower leagues, but struggles in higher leagues due to the pace being too fast. There is very little time to react. In lower leagues, you can hold the ball while observing the game, but now there's not enough time for that. In short, mistakes happen when one is busy. Thankfully, Feng has an eagle-eye skill that allows him a much wider field of vision than most, giving him more passing options. Otherwise, he would have lost control of the ball against such a well-coordinated defense from the opponent. Real Madrid's defense remains very solid, even after having changed coaches 3 times. It is evident that the style Mourinho instilled at Real Madrid still exists. Chapter 387. After gaining possession, Feng made several choices that left people scratching their heads. In an unmarked situation, he passed to Giroud in the penalty area, only to directly send the ball across everyone out of bounds. Wenger's idea is that when Feng and Walcott have opportunities to pass to each other, Feng can switch positions with Walcott. Once they reach the flanks, Feng has many more options than Walcott. After all, Feng's current performance in the center is not great when surrounded. This switch instantly opened up his thought process. Soon, Feng got the ball again in the middle. He passed the ball to Walcott on the flank. Marcelo immediately rushed back. However, this time, after receiving Feng's intended instruction from the coach, Walcott did not directly dribble to the byline to cross as before. Instead, he flicked the ball, creating a gap for Marcelo, then passed it back to Feng and made an inward cut. Originally, Casemiro was supposed to step up to mark Feng. Now, seeing Walcott cutting inside, he stood there, hesitating. Meanwhile, Feng progressed towards the flank and delivered the ball right to Giroud's feet. Chapter 388. Arsenal took the lead at home, which surprised many. Especially Feng's goal, which can be considered a world-class strike. It somewhat resembles Ronaldinho's free kick goal that embarrassed England's goalkeeper Seaman in the 2002 World Cup. Although Feng's shot appeared to be even more difficult, the surprise factor of Ronaldinho's goal was still greater. No one expected him to pull that off. Of course, everyone was even more surprised that Seaman couldn't save it. This goal was more widely accepted. After all, Navas's height is insufficient, and Feng is known for exploiting that. Navas looked like he might cry while kneeling. It's normal for a professional player to be targeted for their weaknesses on the field, but it was unexpected that this under-20 Asian kid would be so cunning. This kind of player could be considered young talent, but he seems more cunning than some older players. Typical young players play based on instinct, but someone like Feng, who targets others' weaknesses, does not fit the mold of a typical young player. Chapter 389. Additionally, Cristiano Ronaldo's receiving position is relatively advanced, not in a dangerous area. So Arsenal's defenders prioritized marking those players, forcing Cristiano Ronaldo out. Ronaldo appeared somewhat clumsy as he turned with the ball. Many fans were waiting to see Ronaldo's graceful dribbling, but unexpectedly, from such a distance, he took a shot on goal. It was quite outrageous. Before the fans could react, the ball was already in the net. Ronaldo immediately rushed to the corner area, jumped high, and waved his arms down sharply, striking a signature celebration pose of his own creation. Ospina had no choice. Who would have thought Ronaldo would shoot from 40 meters out? This is unbelievable. Even if Ronaldo is human, he certainly doesn't treat the goalkeeper as one. Recent data indicated that Ronaldo's shot reached a speed of 260 km/h. Upon hearing this number, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. It was indeed hidden too well. Both sides contributed a world-class goal each, and the two teams ended up in a draw. However, the match continued. After this round of probing, both sides understood that the other had powerful weapons at their disposal. This was not something that could be resolved by simply defending their own territory. Chapter 390. Giroud has no problem taking the penalty. But right now, the match isn't a stalemate. This penalty is crucial. Moreover, Feng and Sanchez are not taking this penalty, placing all hope on Giroud alone, which adds to his pressure. Standing at the penalty spot, Giroud considered carefully. Navas's skills were undeniable, but his height was a weakness. So he aimed for a tricky angle that Navas should be unable to reach. After formulating his strategy, Giroud pretended to glance left. Generally, right-footed players have more options for angles to the left and center because it's easier to generate power. If a right-footed player shoots to the right, the positioning of their supporting foot will be exposed, allowing the goalkeeper to react faster, especially since some players prefer to use a placed shot for stability. In the eyes of professionals, the difference between a placed shot and a driven shot is not as simple as where the foot contacts a ball. In a placed shot, the supporting foot is further from the ball. If the supporting foot is closer to the ball, you cannot use that technique to shoot. This is why goalkeepers watch the positioning of the shooter's supporting foot closely. This is also the most crucial stage in the battle of wits between the shooter and the goalkeeper. Chapter 391. Enough already, don't blow it up so much. I don't know who it was before, but it has always been the Champions League round of 16. Don't say the second brother. Everyone has been through the Champions League round of 16. It's just that one is in the past tense and the other is in the present tense. Real Madrid has slight flaws in defense, but in other aspects, especially in attack, they are impeccable, whether in counterattacks, positional play, or set pieces, all at world-class level. This is still without Gareth Bale on the field. If the BBC trio were all present, it would be terrifying. Yet, the excellent situation was unexpectedly turned around by Real Madrid at home. Arsenal's morale was indeed low, especially for the defenders, who felt somewhat exhausted. Whether it's Benzema, Ronaldo, or Isco, defending against them is truly physically and mentally draining. Their athleticism is just too strong. Just following their footsteps is exhausting. And these players are incredibly cunning, especially Benzema, who is very slippery. It's hard for center backs to keep up with him. Without the ball, he uses all kinds of feints, sudden stops, changes of direction, and screens. Chapter 392. At this point in the game, it seems very difficult for Arsenal to win this series of matches. Fans are also quite frustrated. After finally eliminating Bayern Munich, they immediately faced Real Madrid, which is tough to play against. The situation on the field clearly shows the strength disparity between the two sides. Real Madrid's midfield is indeed much stronger than Arsenal's, particularly Modric. He can play both the number 6 and number 8 positions and does so perfectly. He can effectively serve as two players. In this situation, Real Madrid's midfield certainly has the advantage, supplying ammunition to the forwards, allowing them to attack freely. Among Real Madrid's forwards is someone like Ronaldo, making it almost impossible to defend. But in this situation, while fans can be frustrated and give up, the players cannot. As long as the match is not over, they should fight until the last moment. Arsenal does not possess such a spirit. Many times, once the team collapses, their morale shatters. It's incredibly difficult, but in the end, they achieved a good result. Chapter 393. Oh my God, Feng is imitating Ronaldo's celebration. Is he paying tribute or provoking? Ronaldo was also stunned. Usually, in such taboo situations, using such a gesture after scoring carries some provocative meaning. But it must be said that Feng's action differs slightly from Ronaldo's. Ronaldo raises both hands, while Feng only raises one, making it look a bit cooler. In fact, this is also a pose that Ronaldo adopted later in his career. It must be said that in terms of celebration, Ronaldo is indeed in a league of his own. Feng can be said to have defeated magic with magic. It seems to be a provocation. Even Ronaldo shook his head upon seeing it. It really is outrageous. Feng's speed during that celebration sprint might be faster than when he runs in a match. It's rare to see Feng celebrating while his team is behind. This is a psychological tactic. If one were to use Ronaldo's celebration without much practice, there is a risk of injury. The difficulty is quite high. Many people in the world try to imitate Ronaldo's celebration, but few can do it as stylishly as he does. Today, Feng showed the fans that this action can be performed not only by Ronaldo, but can also be done even better than Ronaldo. Chapter 394. Additionally, having scored so many goals in just the first half has given fans even more expectations. One could say that neutral fans are enjoying this match the most. During halftime, Zidane made a substitution, bringing on Nacho for Danilo. This also indicates that Real Madrid will be a bit more conservative, aiming to maintain their away lead. However, Arsenal cannot afford to relax. After all, Real Madrid has been imprinted with the defensive counterattack style since Mourinho's time. Most of those players are still around. Their counterattack speed is incredibly fast. Therefore, even with Nacho, a versatile defender who leans more towards defense, one cannot let their guard down. Arsenal, eager to win the match, initiated the first attack. After a combination play between Giroud and Sanchez, a half-turn shot from the edge of the penalty area was collected by Navas. A minute later, they launched another attack. Feng dribbled past a defender with a flick, and without stopping the ball, used his heel to pass it into the air to Giroud, who reacted quickly and executed a low backflip shot. This shot was quite sudden, but fortunately, Navas was very focused and agile, managing to punch the ball out of the goal area, which was then cleared by Ramos. As they approached the edge of the penalty area, he cut inside and took a shot. This shot was a bit selfish, but as an attacking player, it wasn't too much of an issue. After all, Cristiano Ronaldo handles the ball this way every time. Unless Vázquez did this every time he had the ball, doing it occasionally wasn't a big deal, especially since the team was still leading. Seeing his shot, which was slightly on target, the Arsenal goalkeeper easily collected it. Vázquez felt a bit regretful, but no one else commented much. Only Benzema made a gesture to express his dissatisfaction, indicating to Vázquez that he should have passed the ball to him. At that moment, whether a deliberate miss by Benzema or a direct shot would have been a better opportunity. After the Arsenal goalkeeper got the ball, he quickly threw it out to initiate a counterattack. Xhaka received the ball and passed it to the wing, where Welbeck surged forward with the ball. This counterattack was executed very quickly. Real Madrid wasn't entirely unprepared. However, most of their focus was on Feng, while Giroud and Sanchez were not as much of a concern, especially with Welbeck just coming onto the field. Additionally, Marcelo had pushed up to assist and hadn't yet returned. 3 isn't a good score, but it's not a bad result either. It can barely be accepted. After the match, fans discussed Feng's performance more than anything else, questioning his MVP-like display, although the final MVP award went to Cristiano Ronaldo. Reporters also interviewed Feng after the match. His presence was indeed quite high profile. We noticed that after you scored that goal, you celebrated with a gesture similar to Cristiano Ronaldo's. Were you paying tribute or provoking him? Guess. I can't guess. Why don't you tell us? I believe many fans are curious about this question. With your intellect, I think you can guess. Feng's response almost drove the reporter crazy. He was too clever. All right then, let us change the question. We noticed that when you made that celebration gesture, you looked very relaxed. Many players have tried to imitate Cristiano's move, but none have done it as well as you. Did you practice it before? No, it was my first time. I'm just that talented. I can excel at anything effortlessly. Feng arrived at the hospital with the freckled girl, but did not see her brother, who had already been taken for surgery. Don't worry, everything will be fine. After your brother's surgery, I'll invite your family to watch a game at the Emirates Stadium. Feng comforted the visibly anxious girl. At that moment, a chubby man with a big beard walked over. Annie, where have you been? After speaking, he looked at Feng with a puzzled expression. Hello, I'm Arsenal player Feng. I heard your son is a big fan of mine. Ah. The man bent down, nervously extending his hand to shake Feng's. I didn't expect this. Let us pray for him. What is your son's name? George. Let us pray together for George. Why isn't your daughter named Peppa? The surgery took longer than expected. I thought it would be over quickly. Mr. Feng, I know you're very busy right now, especially during the season. We want to take up your time. You should go back and rest. The father said politely to Feng. Don't be so excited. It's just casual chatting. Oh my God, you hit it too well. I can't believe it took me this long to find out you're this kind of person. I can't stand it. As she spoke, Carly Lane started packing her clothes. Feng lay on the sofa, confused, watching Carly Lane finish packing and drag her suitcase out the door. According to protocol, should I try to keep you here? FKU. Carly Lane turned her back and gave him the middle finger. Are you serious? Seeing Carly Lane actually leave. Pulling out her phone to call a cab, Feng put down his drink and dashed out, picking her up and dragging her suitcase back home. You jerk. Let me go. Lower your voice, or people will think I'm abusing you. It'll all be fun if the neighbors call the police. Put me down. After placing Carly Lane on the sofa, she still tried to run. Feng wrapped his arms around her and sealed her lips with his. Despite her desperate struggles and punches, gradually, Carly Lane softened, first hugging Feng and then starting to undo his belt. Look at what you said. Is there anyone here who doesn't want to win? Who has a plain t-shirt? Feng took a white t-shirt from a teammate's hands and wrote for George on it with a marker. Giroud shrugged and said, I feel like Real Madrid will have a headache today. Yes, they're in trouble. However, playing football is still based on strength. Even if you have a million reasons to win, if your strength doesn't match, you will still lose. Feng himself didn't think much of it. He was just preparing. In fact, Real Madrid was indeed one of the toughest teams in the world. Although Real Madrid couldn't guarantee a win. As the best teams don't always win, that is football. But winning was still the most likely outcome. Feng had a feeling that the plot today might be tragic. Hey mate, aren't you usually very confident? Why do you seem so lacking in confidence today? It was Welbeck who spoke. Who said I'm not confident? I'm just stating an objective fact. Having confidence also means facing reality. But I'm not afraid to face strong opponents. Because opponents can only defeat me, but cannot scare me. Chapter 400. They're making No look passes. Feng is making No look receptions. It looks good for Feng. If this continues, he could participate in the Paralympics and play blind football. Fun fact, blind football actually includes non-blind players, and the goalkeeper is not blind either. The on-field players rely entirely on the goalkeeper's direction. It's well known, so let's not spread it next time. After a few minutes of the match, it is clear that Real Madrid is also taking a steady approach. Although the two teams ended in a draw, they have 3 away goals, so there is no rush. They are in a favorable position. Moreover, Real Madrid not only has a very sharp counterattack, with players like Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale as fast horses, but their ball control is also quite good. From front to back, all are players with excellent footwork. Fortunately, Arsenal is not pressing high in this match. Otherwise, it would play right into Real Madrid's hands. Currently, high-pressing football is quite popular in the world, because with high pressing, as long as you win the ball, you are in the opponent's danger zone. And at that moment, the opponent's defensive formation is not fully set up. Thus, the probability of scoring is greatly increased, even if the ball cannot be won back. If the opponent breaks through, a foul can be committed in midfield in time, and since it is far from the danger zone, it is not easy to receive a red card. Quite cost-effective. Chapter 401. Who is the first? Who else could it be? The only Ballon d'Or winner in the 21st century Premier League, Cristiano Ronaldo. This year seems to be out of the question. However, he can compete for the top scorer. Let's see if he can break Alan Shearer's scoring record next year. You must be dreaming. Alan Shearer scored 33 goals in a single season. The most he scored was 34 goals, but back then the Premier League had 24 teams. Currently, Only someone with 31 goals is close to Alan Shearer. Although I also want Feng to shine like that. Let's be a bit realistic. Both teams are playing slightly cautiously. Real Madrid indeed has many threatening shots, but they're all from the periphery. It looks very dangerous, but with Cech returning for this match, he has plenty of experience in saving such shots. Unless it's a world-class goal, there's nothing he can do. At this moment, Feng is relatively quiet. A player passes the ball to Feng, but he quickly passes it out. However, the pass is quite flashy, which draws the dissatisfaction of Real Madrid's home fans, who feel that Feng lacks respect. How could he show off in a place like the Bernabeu? Chapter 402. The brilliance of this goal is enough to drive fans and commentators crazy. It's truly an outstanding goal. Feng's movements are incredibly smooth, and the entire set of actions looks so pleasing to the eye. What surprises the fans even more is that after scoring, Feng directly rushed to the corner area. This is quite different from his usual habit. Then he lifted his shirt, revealing a white t-shirt underneath. The t-shirt has a line that says "For George." Fans around the world who are unaware of this are frantically asking who George is. What's the deal with George? Is he Peppa's brother? It can't be George Martin, right? Is Feng also a fan of A Song of Ice and Fire? Urging the old man to finish the 6th volume, which has been delayed for so many years. George Weah? At this moment, Jean Jun fully demonstrates his expertise in this area. If we talk about tactics on the field, he might not be as good as Zhang Haihei and others, but in this aspect, he is definitely the best in the country. Even if an old man casually appears on the sidelines, he can immediately report the name without hesitation, let alone this kind of thing. Chapter 403. It's likely that Chelsea thinks Arsenal doesn't pose a threat to them. In fact, the league standings also prove this point. Arsenal still cannot threaten teams like Chelsea and Manchester City. Seeing Cech's performance reminds me of that iron-blooded Blue Army. When will we see the miracle of conceding only 15 goals in a single season again? Back in the locker room, Wenger praised his disciples for their wonderful performance in the first half. Now, they unexpectedly see a glimmer of hope of advancing to the next round at Real Madrid's home ground. This is rare in the post-Wenger era. Arsenal has now earned the title of new Champions League round of 16, and today, they actually have a chance to reach the semifinals. Only 3 matches stand between them and the Big Ear Cup, but the obstacle ahead is how to handle the next 45 minutes of the match. Real Madrid only needs 1 goal to eliminate Arsenal. A score of 4. 4 is enough for Real Madrid to advance to the next round. At Real Madrid's home, the opponent is fully attacking, and the 3 main forwards have all delivered outstanding performances in the first half. If it weren't for Cech, Arsenal would have fallen behind long ago. Chapter 404. He expects to last another 20 minutes, which is already the limit. On the other side, Bellerin is not much better. Although Cristiano's speed has slowed down a bit compared to before, and he no longer plays like he did in the Premier League or when he first arrived at Real Madrid wearing the number 9 jersey. However, this means Bellerin has to put in more effort because the cooperation between him and Marcelo Cristiano is doing exceptionally well, and the two work together seamlessly, as if they don't need eye contact or to observe each other's runs to know what the other will do. Even if Ramsey occasionally comes over for support, the two still make him feel overwhelmed. If it weren't for Cech's performance, they would have already received a lesson. There are still 45 minutes left. Hold on. Drawing a cross on his chest, he steps onto the field. Excited, will Feng create history? This might be the first time a Chinese player reaches the Champions League semifinals. Don't speak too soon. I don't think Arsenal can win. Anyway, let us start with a bit of bad luck. Huh, well said, I'll have a bit of bad luck too. Cristiano with a hat trick in the second half. Chapter 405. In terms of dirtiness, Ramos doesn't look like a European player at all. He looks more like a South American player. Those moves are often seen on some South American players in the Premier League, very subtle and very dirty. However, for a defensive player, in other words, this kind of aggressive dirtiness is very important for defense, and some players may even feel fear after physical confrontations. Feng isn't afraid at all. He just feels his body can't take it. So in the first half, whenever there was an opportunity for such confrontations, Feng chose to pass the ball quickly to avoid wasting his stamina. The intensity of the defense in the second half did not decrease. Real Madrid's intensity was similar to that of the first half. This group of players is at the peak of their skills, experience, and physical condition, making Real Madrid arguably the strongest team in history. Except for the right-back Carvajal, who couldn't play, every other position is filled with top-tier players in the world. Many players in the same position have no substitutes. Arsenal, at this point, has every player quite exhausted, relying solely on the spirit and will to advance to the next round of the knockout stage. Chapter 406. Some players are ball-shy, the kind that is difficult to dispossess. Naturally, their chances of being intercepted are lower. However, it is clear that Feng does not belong to this category. From a professional perspective, he is the type that handles the ball quite reasonably. In other words, he has a high football IQ and is a smart player. He is still young, with immense potential. Generally, players who play smartly are often those with considerable experience, having been tempered through numerous matches. But Feng, before turning 20, has already reached this level, indicating an unlimited future. The most prominent relatively young player domestically was Wang, who won the league's top scorer 2 seasons ago and was nominated for the Asian Footballer of the Year last year. In the domestic Super League, he was one of the few players who could compete for the forward position against foreign players. However, now that Feng has emerged, Wang naturally feels overshadowed. Well-informed media has also reported that Wang, seeing Feng's performance in the Premier League, has gained significant confidence and hopes to play abroad to improve himself. Feng's outstanding performance in the Premier League shows that the so-called experts who claimed that Asians are not suited for football were completely wrong. Chapter 407. After winning the ball, Welbeck had the opportunity to face Real Madrid's defense. However, at this moment, the other Arsenal players were mostly far away from him. The closest was Feng, who was still in Arsenal's half, just in the center circle. So, Welbeck had to fight alone. Ramos, being very experienced, did not rush forward, but maintained a certain distance from Welbeck. This prevented Welbeck from accelerating past him and allowed Ramos to block Welbeck's shot at the moment he kicked the ball. It can be said that Ramos's rich experience helped him at this moment. As expected, under Ramos's handling, Welbeck had no good options and could only dribble towards the wing. Feng gradually approached him. Feng thought that developing towards the wing was fine. If he really couldn't control the ball, he could carry it toward the corner area, which is a good place to waste time. If all else fails, Feng could also provide support from behind. Ultimately, Marcelo, who was retreating, deflected the ball out of bounds. Welbeck was a bit dissatisfied and gestured to his teammates. "You guys should come up and support. We might have just scored." Chapter 408. However, Bale is also quite a team-oriented player, especially at Real Madrid. Only Cristiano Ronaldo has the unlimited right to shoot. So, when he saw the Arsenal players approaching him, Bale quickly passed the ball sideways. The fans then saw Feng also change direction with the ball, running towards Benzema. Although Benzema had already gained control of the ball before Feng, he saw Feng rushing towards him and was afraid that Feng might collide with him. His speed was not as fast as Gareth Bale's. He felt that if Feng got too close, it would be hard to handle the ball and he might not be able to escape, so he directly made a diagonal pass to Cristiano Ronaldo. Feng rushed towards the ball again. Both he and Cristiano Ronaldo sprinted at full speed. However, no matter how fast a person runs, they can't outrun the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo managed to get the ball before Feng, and due to Feng's high speed approaching him, Cristiano Ronaldo did not make too many movements. He stopped the ball with his right foot and immediately shot with his left foot. Cech sat down, extending one foot to block the ball, but the ball stubbornly curved towards the goal. Chapter 409. As soon as Cristiano Ronaldo entered the penalty area, he began to jump. He jumped very high, with his knee almost touching Ramsey's back of the head. After Cristiano jumped, Feng also jumped. The fans were astonished to find that compared to the height at which others jumped, Cristiano and Feng appeared as if they were on a different level. Cristiano was also surprised. Although there are some players who jump quite high, they are rare. When he jumped, he unexpectedly saw another player who jumped almost as high as he did. The two were competing for the same position in the air. At this moment, Feng had an advantage. In fact, he had already exhausted his adrenal skill, so his jumping ability was certainly not as good as Cristiano's. However, Feng's aerial combat ability was slightly stronger than Cristiano's, because during the confrontation, Feng could activate Haaland's charge. Meanwhile, Cristiano, being older, had reduced a lot of weight to maintain sufficient speed. Many critics of Cristiano say he is all muscle but falls over with just a touch in the penalty area, which shows a lack of understanding. Strength in confrontation isn't determined by whether muscles are well defined, but rather by weight and muscle mass. If your weight is significantly different from your opponent's, then your muscle mass is naturally less than theirs. Chapter 410. In the past 2 days, Arsenal fans have been in a very good mood. Although in the Premier League, their ranking seems to make it difficult to enter the top for this season. They have made breakthroughs in the Champions League by defeating very strong opponents, successfully advancing to the semifinals. This is great news for Arsenal, as the 4 teams in this season's Champions League seem to be weaker than in previous years. The semi-final teams are Monaco from France, Juventus from Italy, Atletico Madrid from Spain, and Arsenal from the Premier League. It is surprising that the 2 top clubs in the world, Barcelona and Real Madrid, have both been eliminated. Therefore, Juventus and Arsenal have become the favorites to win this Champions League. Relatively speaking, the next match against Atletico Madrid is not considered a very strong opponent. After all, Arsenal has already overcome giants like Bayern Munich and Real Madrid. Arsenal has a style of play that counters Atletico Madrid, giving them a slight advantage. After the Champions League matches, there is another important game coming up. It's a FA Cup semi-final against Manchester City. Chapter 411, sometimes you just don't know how their brains work, like they've been kicked by a donkey every morning. However, this matter is not over yet. As a blonde girl ran over, and 2 burly security guards came. Feng is already quite tall at 1.88 m. These 2 are even taller and very sturdy. Like small mountains. They may not be great fighters, but just standing there is enough to make anyone thinking of causing trouble in the bar reconsider. It's him. He has been following me. Feng almost laughed at the blonde girl. Did your family buy this place? Why should I follow you? I can't go to the top floor, can I? Sir, if I were you, I'd stay away from this lady. Brother, if I were you, I wouldn't just listen to one side. Can't I just come to the bar for a drink? Oh man, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Could you please take off your glasses and hat? There's nothing I can do about it. However, he knows that the best way to resolve the trouble at this moment is to show his face. So he obediently took off his glasses and hat. Is this enough to prove it? Chapter 412, it feels related to Feng's playing style. Because even if the pace of a match is very fast, it doesn't have much to do with Feng. Feng is the kind of player who has his own rhythm. He won't be influenced by others. Feng has always played football at his own pace. You could say he's one of a kind in the whole world. Therefore, this point must be acknowledged. Although Feng has his flaws, his strengths are so strong that they can make even Wenger overlook his shortcomings. After training, Feng returned a call to Cannellelli. Of course, as Giroud suggested, perhaps you have time today to have dinner with us, and I should introduce my friend to you. It doesn't matter. Don't force it too much. Yesterday, I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to really leave. Later when I called you, you didn't pick up. It's okay. As we say in our country, a short separation is better than a new marriage. After being apart for a few days, maybe it's better. You make a good point. Not seeing you for a day makes me feel like I miss you a lot. Keep it up. Still, let's not. She is leaving tomorrow, and we talked all night yesterday. There's not much to talk about today. You can come back in the evening. Chapter 413, that comment hit a bit hard. However, the 2 of them had a pretty high success rate in penalty practice. Sanchez and Giroud almost scored every penalty. Accompanying them for practice was Czech. With penalties being taken like this, Feng thought, if it comes down to a penalty shootout against Manchester City, I probably won't even need to go on the field. Right? The FA Cup semi-final. It didn't attract too many fans. Now Manchester City's goalkeeper Bravo has been completely sidelined. It must be said that Guardiola indeed has the guts in this regard. Even if it's his own trusted player, if they can't perform, he will still put them on the bench. Joe Hart is definitely out of the picture. Caballero is starting. They have already contacted Brazil's #1 goalkeeper Ederson. If they don't make a move, next season Ederson will join Manchester City. Guardiola's lineup for this match is mostly what everyone expected. The only adjustment is in the defense. First, Fernandinho is playing as the right back. This clearly shows Guardiola's dissatisfaction with the previous right back. Of course, they have also contacted Tottenham's right back Kyle Walker. Chapter 414 Feng is always so unexpected. Just when everyone thought he had been frozen out by Yaya Touré and had been wandering for over 60 minutes during the match, Feng is still Feng. Just give him a non-opportunity, and he can score. Feng is a relentless goal machine. What he can score, only God knows. Guardiola's mood at this moment is indeed terrible, like moldy pasta. This Feng on the opposite side, who knows what's going on, can often score when it's not an opportunity, and it happens without warning. Guardiola doesn't like such players. He prefers those who play like a well-oiled clock on the field, where every pass and every shot perfectly aligns with his vision. Feng is the complete opposite of that. Not what Guardiola likes or needs. Yet Guardiola has to admit that Feng always gives him a headache. With Feng around, it's impossible to design targeted tactics against him. No one knows what tactics can limit Feng. At this moment, Feng stands on the field, arms wide open, calmly accepting the fans' cheers. Chapter 415 late, but arrived at Atletico Madrid is not easy to play against. Simeone's iron defense has a certain counterbalance with Wenger's tactics. Simeone prefers a compact defense, which gives Arsenal more space to execute smoother attacks. However, Arsenal is also quite wary of opponents launching quick counterattacks. At this time, Mourinho often used this method to deal heavy blows to Wenger. But the good news is that Atletico Madrid's lineup is still significantly weaker than top clubs like Bayern Munich and Real Madrid. It can be said that Arsenal faces less pressure in the Champions League semi-finals than before. Under Simeone's leadership, Atletico Madrid is known for its solid defense. But right now, this is exactly what Arsenal fears the least because they have Feng. No matter how thick your turtle shell is, Feng always finds a way to pry it open. In the two-legged match, Arsenal first has to go to Madrid. This place is not unfamiliar to Arsenal. Feng is also in Madrid for the second time in a short period. Compared to the dreary and rainy England and London, the weather in Madrid is so much better. Chapter 416, the 4-4-2 formation is rarely seen now, especially as Simeone deployed a parallel 4-4-2 formation for this match. Even if someone uses a 4-4-2 formation now, they would typically employ a diamond midfield, creating more layers and clarity for the team. The difference between 4-3-2-1 and 4-4-2 lies in one having 4 lines and the other having only 3. This is very important in modern football. However, Simeone has his own set of tactics. Atletico Madrid has basically been infused with the soul of his strategy. In other words, even if a new coach were to take over Atletico Madrid now, it would be difficult to change the tactical imprint left by Simeone without replacing the entire squad. It seems that Arsenal has already been marked by Wenger. The person who takes over Wenger will, at least, not have a good time. Before the match started, something very interesting happened. When the camera brother cut to the stands, he unexpectedly found Kaya. Then he cut to Feng, which made the fans smile knowingly. Feng is quite charming. I have to say that even if Feng doesn't play football, he would do well in the entertainment industry. Chapter 417, and a goal was scored by Tony. Once, Tony was my favorite player. Why is he called Tony? Because Torres looked quite delicate when he was young. Like a girl. This is a disaster. They say Mourinho likes to park the bus. In fact, Simeone likes it even more and is more extreme than Mourinho. Just wait and see. The Western-style bus is coming. Old fans understand this. Simeone is the real 1 o'clock ideology. After scoring, Atletico Madrid indeed retreated even more. As predicted before the match, once Arsenal opened up and scored first, it was very likely that they would score many goals and achieve a big victory. However, once Arsenal fell behind, not only in this match, but also in the next match, they would face great difficulties. Whether they can break through Atletico Madrid's shell now depends on the performance of the forwards. Arsenal's focus is on Feng. Even if Sanchez or Giroud scores in the end, it still depends on Feng's performance. After conceding a goal, Arsenal appeared a bit anxious. However, when the ball came to Feng's feet, he used 2 back passes to tell his teammates not to rush, to take it slow. After all, this is a 2-legged tie. Conceding just 1 goal is not the end of the world. There's no need to be so anxious. Chapter 418. The players on the back line were as steady as a mountain, unlike other teams' defenders who, when retreating, became a bit nervous due to lack of experience, causing chaos and leaving gaps for attacking players to exploit. However, Godin is an old turtle. He has extremely rich experience and outstanding personal ability. Especially since he's a South American player, he plays very dirty and is very skilled at various little tricks and trash talk. So only he can drive the forwards crazy, while it's very difficult for the forwards to make him collapse. Although Giroud is the number 1 center forward for the French team, he was also made speechless by him. Feng is more behind Giroud and in front of Cazorla, doing various linking tasks. His threading the needle is quite excellent. Cazorla has to admit that when he played this position before, he indeed didn't have such strong experience in some areas. Feng's ball control and passing are not as precise as Cazorla's, especially since Cazorla is a 2-footed freak. He doesn't differentiate between his dominant foot and non-dominant foot. He can take free kicks with both feet. However, Cazorla doesn't possess the ability that Feng has to calmly pass the ball even when facing multiple defenders and even find the most suitable player to receive it. Chapter 419, Oblak. It's Oblak again. Seeing that in the final moments of the match, Atletico Madrid's goalkeeper Oblak saved the penalty taken by Feng, the commentator shouted passionately. This is a Spanish commentator. If domestic commentators shouted like that, they would probably be criticized by Feng's fans. The final whistle blew, and Atletico Madrid defeated Arsenal 1 o'clock at home. In this match, Feng had 4 good opportunities but failed to score all of them, all blocked by Oblak. I would like to call Oblak in this match Saint Oblak. The match ended, and to say that Feng was very frustrated would be an exaggeration. After all, this is a two-legged match. Losing 0-1 away in the first leg is actually an acceptable outcome. The sky didn't fall. However, there is still a bit of dissatisfaction. The key is that Feng had several chances that were very close to scoring in this match. The first was in the first half when Feng had a super long shot, but it was saved by Oblak at full stretch. Towards the end of the second half, Feng activated his adrenaline skill and executed a remarkable jump, almost like flying in the air, followed by a textbook header. Chapter 420. This time, he solidified his position on the top scorers list. It made people feel as if they were witnessing a rising star. In comparison, Feng's performance seemed inadequate. Although everyone understood that in this match, Arsenal did not field their main players, even losing this match does not mean much. However, with Harry Kane as a comparison, Feng's performance in this match would certainly be criticized by some media outlets. Some media even expressed concern that Feng's current state is not very good. If Wenger still uses Feng as a starter in the second leg against Atletico Madrid, this rare opportunity to reach the semi-finals after many years might end up missing the final. Their reasoning is that Feng did not score or assist in both matches. Especially in the last match against Tottenham Hotspur, Feng's performance was very poor, with hardly any movement throughout the match. This is also Feng's personal style. But in this match, he was indeed a bit excessive. Normally, because he scored goals, no one would mind much. But in this match, there were neither goals nor assists. And not even a threatening shot. So it's no wonder he faced criticism. Chapter 421. A crisis was turned into nothingness. To some extent, Feng felt he had to thank that Kaya he had never met for sharing the pressure. Due to the importance of the next match, Cannellini also planned to make a long-awaited appearance at home. Although she often went to Arsenal's home games, she really lacked interest in football. So sporadically, fans jokingly said that Feng, even when finding a girlfriend, was like him, lazy about watching matches. Before this match started, the other team likely to enter the Champions League final was Juventus, who had already won 2 o'clock against Monaco away. It would be very difficult for Monaco to overturn the score at home. Among the 4 teams in the Champions League, 2 of them have reached the final in recent years. Juventus reached the Champions League final but lost to Barcelona. Atletico Madrid reached the final last year but lost to Real Madrid. These 2 teams are making a comeback and have once again reached the semifinals. If they successfully meet in the final, it would be a very good opportunity to win the championship. 2 runners-up will enter the final, and 1 will ultimately win the championship. Chapter 422. Here's to hoping Arsenal can reach the Champions League final. I also wish you a great performance in this match and the final. Thank you. When Feng met Kaya, fans nearby were also filming videos. The photo was taken, and the shot of the 2 people in the same frame was immediately posted on social media. By the time Feng remembered this matter, it was already a done deal. So Feng simply decided not to think about it anymore. Let be. After all, he had a clear conscience. At least regarding Kaya. In this match, Atletico Madrid basically continued with the lineup from the previous game. Tonio Torres also seemed to be a bit obsessed with fitness at the end of his career. He used to look quite delicate, almost like a girl, but now he seemed to have developed horizontally. However, this also gave Torres a certain degree of physicality on the front line. In the last match, he scored a goal, helping Atletico Madrid maintain their advantage at home. Although Atletico Madrid was leading 1-0 in the last match, the advantage was not just that. Because Arsenal did not score an away goal. In fact, if both teams scored more goals in this match, Atletico Madrid would still have the upper hand. Chapter 423. The reason why I mentioned the last match is that Oblak performed exceptionally well, almost beyond his level. In that match, Oblak not only saved Feng's high-level header, but also saved Feng's high-level penalty kick. It's worth noting that both of these aspects are considered weaknesses for Oblak. And in that match, he compensated for both weaknesses very well. This was simply cosmic level. Who could withstand it? At the beginning of this match, Oblak made a world-class save, which indicated that he was in excellent form for this game. In this situation, how could Arsenal respond? Could it be that, like in the last match, they would bombard the goal and end up with very few shots on target? Occasionally, the threatening shots were also dealt with by Oblak. Then Arsenal sadly fell in the semifinals. Feng did not intend to let such a thing happen in front of him. Although the few skills Feng currently had were not enough for him to win this match comfortably, he felt that as long as he developed more ways to utilize them, it was still possible to help the team break through the opponent's goal. Previously, Feng spent most of his time at home studying Oblak, aside from exercising with Cannellini. Chapter 424. There is such a phenomenon in the market, and this phenomenon is called going crazy. It directly raises the state to the peak. In a state of madness, the goalkeeper can be said to be omnipotent. Just like the Euro 2000, Toldo was originally just a substitute. It was the injury of the starting goalkeeper Buffon that gave him the opportunity to be the first choice in the first team. The highlight of that match was against the Netherlands. During regular time, he completed more than a dozen saves and saved 6 penalty kicks, conceding only 1 goal to the opponent. Therefore, he was called Saint Toldo. In that match, he was definitely in a state of madness. In this match, Oblak showed such a tendency, which was not a good thing for Arsenal. However, Feng did not have much time to be frustrated about the missed opportunity. If one chance doesn't work, just keep trying. Arsenal launched wave after wave of attacks on Atletico Madrid's defense at home. Feng was very serious in this match. Even if he couldn't play with flair and earn any points, he wanted to win this match. So after the match started, Feng was full of energy. The sensation for the fans was completely different. What is going on today? Feng seemed to be on fire. Chapter 425. This was already a bit unbelievable, even for a robot. But up to this point, Oblak had performed perfectly. And after he saved that ball, Atletico Madrid's morale instantly surged. In contrast, Arsenal seemed a bit anxious. If they couldn't score from such shots, how could they possibly score? However, after Feng stood up from the ground, he had already returned to calm. He told himself in his heart, "I want to become the European champion. I must remain calm." Feng kept repeating this phrase in his mind, and gradually he really calmed down. Among the many wise sayings, one floated to the forefront of Feng's mind. Haste makes waste. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. As long as he did what he should do, even if the final result was not what he wanted, and if the final result was not ideal, then Feng would have no regrets and nothing to lament. After taking a few deep breaths, Feng finally regained his composure. Now he could once again use his calm mind to help the team. Indeed, now Feng had the support of the eagle eye skill, which allowed him to use his absolute ball sense as a connecting point in the front line. Chapter 426. There was no choice. This match was about putting everything on the line. Dancing on the edge of a knife, there was no moment to relax, only to forge ahead with all their might. The 15 minutes passed so quickly that many felt it was only a few minutes. They were about to resume the match. The intensity of the fierce competition in the first half, along with the significant consumption of physical energy, made many feel that the intensity of this match was a bit too much. It was completely different from the usual matches they played. Feng's stamina had already been considerably depleted in this match, with only 71 left. If we were to categorize Feng's stamina, he was basically already on red alert. However, Feng knew that it was far from time to relax in this match. The one who travels 100 miles should not stop at 90. This was the time to persevere the most. The two teams switched sides and then resumed the match. This match was originally at night, starting at 3:30 a.m. in Huagua. Since there had been no goals up to this point, it couldn't be said that the chances were particularly thrilling or exciting. So everyone was feeling a bit drowsy. Finally, the second half began. If it didn't start soon, I would fall asleep. Chapter 427. But whether they could score in the end depended on Oblak. So far, all the players in Arsenal's front line had taken shots, and they had all experienced being turned away by Oblak. This instilled a bit of fear in everyone towards Oblak. At least in this match, Oblak's performance was simply extraordinary. Through this set piece, Cazorla prepared to play a combination with Feng. This combination had not been used for quite a long time, and both Feng and Cazorla felt that Atletico Madrid's players would not guess what they wanted to do. Using it at this moment should still have some unexpected effects. The referee blew the whistle to restart the match. Cazorla pretended to kick the ball into the penalty area, but at the last moment suddenly passed the ball to Feng. His footwork was quite good, especially in this area, with no other players interfering, allowing him to cleanly and accurately deliver the ball to Feng. Feng executed a side kick from a Sonda move, striking the soccer ball hard with the top of his foot, sending it towards the goal. This shooting motion was extremely fluid, and it's rare to see a player on the field with such resilience to perform such a move, hitting the ball with remarkable precision and power. Chapter 428. Torres saw Saul making a high-speed run from behind and executed a very clever backheel pass, placing the ball right in front of Saul. Although many football commentators said that Simeone had hindered Saul, turning the talented Saul into a workhorse and wasting his offensive talents, the pass was slightly behind. Nonetheless, Saul showcased his exquisite footwork, deftly bringing the ball to his feet without slowing down. At this moment, Cech, wearing a tank driver's helmet, rushed out, spreading his arms to increase his defensive coverage. Saul had two options, to shoot himself or to pass to Griezmann. However, seeing Cech come out, he immediately decided to attempt a lob shot. Little did he know that despite his declining form, Cech's experience was vast, and he had anticipated Saul's lob. At the moment of the shot, Saul forgot to observe Cech's stance, and as he shot, Cech sprang up from the ground, using one hand to push the ball backward. Chapter 429. Although Simeone had just made a substitution, the two players had already consumed the first minute. After making the third substitution, Arsenal had only about 40 seconds left. At this point, Feng had possession of the ball, controlling it from a relatively deep position. The players from Atletico Madrid did not press up at all retreating to their half, just wanted to see what Arsenal could do in the final seconds. With time running out, all players moved forward, and Feng even saw Cech running up. This was to provide Arsenal with an additional option up front. Upon seeing Cech advance, Atletico Madrid players immediately pressured Feng, as winning the ball from him would allow for a direct shot and an open goal, very advantageous. Throughout the match, Feng had hardly dribbled past anyone. But now he changed his style. Previously, whenever he saw multiple defenders approaching, he would always choose a safe route to pass the ball out. However, this time Feng took a completely different approach. He first slipped past the Atletico Madrid player coming at him head-on. Then, faced with two Atletico players closing in from the left and right, Feng executed a Cruyff turn, breaking through their encirclement and pulling the ball back and flicking it over them. Chapter 430. In this back-and-forth situation, Arsenal's prospects looked very promising. The main referee then blew the whistle to signal the end of the second half, and the match entered extra time. After a brief rest, the game resumed. It was unclear whether Atletico Madrid could no longer hold out or if Arsenal had finally broken the curse of failing to score against them. First, Feng assisted Sanchez in scoring, followed by Sanchez assisting Giroud for another goal. In the final moments of the match, Feng extended the lead to 5-1 with a header and a long-range shot. Thus, Atletico Madrid, who had maintained their lead for nearly 160 minutes, ultimately lost the match. At first glance, one might think the game had already gone to penalties. In the end, Arsenal won the two-legged tie, celebrating their progression to the Champions League final alongside Juventus. The date for the Champions League final was confirmed to be 10 days after the end of the Premier League. Arsenal had some advantages in this regard, as they also had an FA Cup final to play 4 days after the Premier League concluded. This would allow them to approach the Champions League final in good form. Chapter 431. As for the final standings, Arsenal could still fight for a Europa League spot. If they fell out of the top 6, they could still secure a direct Europa League qualification by winning the FA Cup. This season, Manchester United qualified for the Europa League because they won the FA Cup under Van Gaal last season. If Arsenal could clinch the Champions League title, they would directly enter next season's Champions League as a seeded team. Therefore, the next two finals were crucial. Winning the FA Cup would provide Arsenal with a safety net opportunity. Consolidating their ranking in the league standings now was also the best chance to secure a safety net. With many consortiums entering the English Premier League and numerous renowned coaches arriving, it was no longer just a rivalry between Ferguson and Wenger. Now it was a chaotic battleground. The situation was no worse than when Serie A was once called a mini World Cup. Perhaps it was due to Arsenal's relaxed mentality that they were playing increasingly smoothly in the following matches, or it could be that they were facing teams with no ambitions. Chapter 432. In midfield, Kanté and Fabregas stood parallel in the defensive midfield positions. Fabregas was now assigned by Kanté to a deep-lying playmaker role. Currently, Fabregas's physical condition had somewhat declined, so Kanté was positioned alongside him to provide support. This arrangement allowed Fabregas to fully utilize his vision and precise passing ability. Of course, when Fabregas first emerged on the scene, he played a role similar to Messi, capable of organizing play and scoring goals. Returning to this position now could be seen, to some extent, as a waste of his original talent. Arsenal fans, seeing Fabregas, once their beloved player, now felt only resentment, which had not diminished over time. especially recently when Fabregas stated in an interview that his best coach was Mourinho, under whom they won both the Premier League and the League Cup. This statement clearly hurt Wenger's feelings. Conte's Chelsea style was quite distinct, relying on two physically robust wingbacks. Chapter 433. At this point in the season, Arsenal had only one match left, the Champions League final against Juventus. It must be said that Feng's fans back home were shaking with excitement, eagerly awaiting the day of the final. This was the first time a player from China would play as a key player in a Champions League final. There are many senior fans in the country who are older and have been watching Champions League matches since the 1990s. They have witnessed numerous classic games, but they have never seen a player from their own country participate in the Champions League final. What does this mean? It's like fans in the entertainment industry eagerly anticipating their idol's performance at the Spring Festival Gala. One moment they are daydreaming, the next they are anxious. That feeling is incredibly complex. The Premier League has concluded, and all major awards have been announced. Feng had a bit of bad luck. This season, Harry Kane from Tottenham Hotspur performed exceptionally well, scoring 29 goals to become the league's top scorer. Feng ranked third with 25 goals. Of course, as a rookie season for Feng, especially as a young player under 20, this achievement is quite impressive. Additionally, Feng has 11 assists, placing him third on the assist leaderboard. Chapter 434. As the season progresses to this point, Arsenal has only one match left, the Champions League final against Juventus. I must say, the fans of Feng in the country are trembling with excitement. They eagerly await the arrival of the final day. This is the first time in history that a player from Huagua is participating in the Champions League final as a key player. Many seasoned fans of the country are older and have been watching Champions League matches since the 1990s, witnessing many classic games. But they have never seen a player from their own country participate in the Champions League final. What does this mean? It's like fans in the entertainment industry eagerly anticipating their idol's performance at the Spring Festival Gala. One moment they are daydreaming, the next they are anxious. That feeling is incredibly complex. The Premier League has concluded, and all major awards have been announced. Feng had a bit of bad luck. This season, Harry Kane from Tottenham Hotspur performed exceptionally well, scoring 29 goals to become the league's top scorer. Feng ranked third with 25 goals. Of course, as a rookie season for Feng, especially as a young player under 20, this achievement is quite impressive. Additionally, Feng has 11 assists, placing him third on the assist leaderboard. Chapter 435. However, to put it another way, a coach devises tactics to win. He does this to counter the opponent and to facilitate the performance of the players in his team. He is not doing it for the fans to understand. So it's perfectly normal for fans not to understand, because they are amateurs. Even if fans think they understand, it is merely their belief, and they are far from truly comprehending it. This is quite common. After all, many renowned coaches also do not understand, let alone the fans. In the past, the atmosphere was very lively, but Feng couldn't help but wonder what would happen if they lost this match. Winning this match would mean returning home in glory, although losing would still garner a warm welcome back home. Feng feels a bit guilty towards his hometown. To win the Champions League in his first year in the Premier League is something he would never have dared to dream of. But now there's an opportunity to try, and Feng is as excited as the fans. Speaking of which, this is also Feng's first time. There are no secrets in Arsenal's lineup, although Wenger released some smokescreens before the match, mainly regarding Feng, who seemed to have some inflammation in his ankle under the doctor's examination, making it uncertain if he would start.